Check, check. Chris?
Yep, I've got your input. Yeah.
Great. All right, folks. Good morning. Good morning. How are you all? Doing good? Temperature came down 2 whole degrees this morning, so positively chilly. Welcome back. I was reflecting on yesterday's class and really just want to take a moment to appreciate the questions I got yesterday. I felt like they set a really good tempo. I felt like they kept us moving forward, but not racing past anything, and everyone seemed to me got some depth where they were looking for it. So I really just wanted to let you all know I appreciate that a lot, and I felt like that made class go well yesterday. So thanks for that. Today, the major topics are video and MIDI, MSC, OSC, and timecode. Those are the big topics. I'm going to start, I think, with MIDI, MSC, OSC, and timecode. Work towards video, because I think some of the things we talk about in show control can inform our video conversation. But I do want to take a quick moment before we get into that to talk about the trigger tab, which I spent all of yesterday promising we would get to. And so I'll do that now, because I think this also will inform a lot of what we're talking about next and make it more approachable. OK, so what we mean in QLab when we refer to triggers are signals to make a cue start. So in a sense, the go button is a trigger. It triggers whatever cue is currently standing by and tells it to go. And go means you start and then playhead move onward, right? The triggers tab in the inspector, which is the same for every type of cue, with one tiny, tiny caveat, which is playlist groups, but we'll talk about that in a short while. The triggers tab provides additional methods of attaching an incoming signal to a specific cue so that that cue can be started no matter what the playhead is up to, right? The first type of trigger we're going to talk about is the hotkey trigger. The hotkey trigger, here in the triggers tab at the top left, is our nickname for a key on your keyboard. So you can take any key on your keyboard or combination of keys using Shift and Option and Command and Control. And when you press that key or key combination, that cue starts. It doesn't move the playhead. It just starts the one cue regardless of context. So here I've set the hotkey trigger to 1 on my keyboard. So when I press 1, that cue starts. End of story. So no matter where I am in my show, the hotkey is available. Sketch comedy folks, improv comedy folks, take note. This is your friend. Folks who are doing, a talent show with a, 5-minute warning bell or whatever like that, this is useful for you as well. In this class, I use a hotkey. The asterisk on my number pad runs the light cue that sets this look, so that later on when we're talking about lights and I do something wild and make it impossible for us to see, I can just hit a key on my keyboard real quick, rerun this cue, and get back to this look, right? So, simplest hotkey. You can use a combination. So instead of 1, I could do Shift 1. And because of the alarmingly complicated and deep well of confusion that is actually mapping a keyboard to the macOS, especially given that the macOS supports keyboards of different layouts. You'll see both the Shift key and the exclamation point rather than Shift 1, which would be logical to me. But what it means really is the Shift key is down and the key that produces the exclamation point on this keyboard was pressed. Don't worry about that too much. When I press just 1, I get no hotkey effect, but when I press Shift 1, Tigger, right? So that's a combination. That's hotkey. We call it hot because it's always hot. It's like ready to go at any time. Yeah?
What if you set a hotkey trigger to something that was already a shortcut in the menu?
It can be done. And it's the old joke. Guy goes to the doctor and says, "Doctor, it hurts when I do this." And the doctor says, "Well, don't do this." If you want that result, great. If I set multiple cues to the same hotkey and I press the hotkey, they'll all go. If I try to set a hotkey that has another function in QLab, like S stops the selected cue, right? If I type S, it says, "Listen, you can do that, but that's in use by the workspace, so don't do this," right? Do we block the command key? Yeah, we block the use of the command key specifically. But I think you can use the option key and the control key and the shift key in any combination. So the only thing you can't do is, make any hotkey include the command key, which some folks also call the propeller key, and folks of my vintage refer to as the Apple key sometimes. And folks very slightly older than I am will call it the open Apple key, because on the Apple, the original Apple, and I think even the Apple II,
2GS also.
yeah, all the way through the Apple II line, there were two Apple keys. One was filled in, and one was just an outline, and they had different behavior.
Open Apple reset.
Yes.
Open Apple
Yeah, and I've met a really funny small sliver of folks who do not understand that they're saying open Apple. They don't really think of it as an adjective and a noun. They're just like, it's open Apple, it's open Apple. I'm like, what's open about it? And like, but they've latched onto that because they were 7 when they learned it, and it just burned into like ROM in their brain, and now that's it. Anyway, fun aside. So point is, don't use that key. The propeller logo, by the way, on the command key, anyone know where that comes from? Susan Kerr, who did all the original icon design for the Mac, by hand, by the way, saw it in an airport in Zurich. I want to say Zurich, possibly Geneva. It means meeting point. And so you see that sign, and like that's where you're supposed to meet your folks. So if someone pages you, passenger Sam Kuznets, will you please meet your party at the meeting point? They mean this thing, this little thing. And she saw that, and she's like, that looks useful. That looks like it means something important. I'm going to put that on the keyboard. OK, end of story. Come to QClass. You never know what you're going to learn. Could be anything. Could be, anyway, doesn't matter. Next kind of trigger, MIDI trigger. The MIDI trigger likewise does with the playhead. It is just a MIDI message that comes into QLab from any external source and triggers that cue. So here we have the MIDI trigger checkbox checked, and we have a note on message. QLab supports these 6 types of MIDI messages for hotkey triggers. We have, since the beginning, said whenever someone asks, why do you support only these 6 types? We say, let us know another message type you want. We'll add it to this list. It's no big deal. 0 requests to increase this list, which makes us feel good about our choices. But if you come across an environment in which you wish a different MIDI message came in, you let us know, and we will expand this list. But here we capture a note on message. Here's the note number, and here's the note velocity, and here's the channel. So MIDI channels, the MIDI spec itself says that MIDI messages can come on any of 16 channels. And the idea is like, OK, here's my Mac with sequencing software on it, and my MIDI piano comes in on channel 1, and the sequencer knows to map that to my piano sound. But then I have a MIDI drum kit, and that comes in on MIDI channel 10. So my Mac says, oh, channel 10, I'll map to the drum kit. And if I have one of those groovy Yamaha breath controllers, otherwise known like electric clarinet, The electric clarinet comes in on MIDI channel 6, and then MIDI channel 6 gets mapped to my clarinet patch. QLab, in workspace settings, controls workspace MIDI, lets you set a workspace MIDI channel, which says the whole workspace is listening for incoming MIDI on which channel. Pick a channel or choose any, in which case QLab does not discern. Any MIDI message comes in on any channel, it'll take it. But an individual Q can also listen for MIDI triggers either on the workspace channel, any channel, or a specific channel. So if I've got a lot of MIDI hardware, if I'm doing an installation for MeowWolf and I've got MIDI devices all over the place, I can have an individual Q say, I'm just going to listen on MIDI channel 9. So all that other MIDI that comes and hits me, I'm ignoring. Just MIDI channel 9 for me, or any channel, or whatever channel the workspace is listening to. In this case, the workspace is listening to any, so workspace channel is any. Yeah? So this listens on workspace channel any. It listens for note 4 at velocity 127. So this button produces MIDI note 4. When I press it, Tigger. The velocity could be any number between 0 and 127 inclusive, which are the available velocities in MIDI. But we can also, in QLab, use greater than and less than operators. So velocity greater than 64, success, because this button sends 127 when I press it. Or it can be less than 64, where when I press the, well, obviously if the Q is running, it'd be a bad demo. When I press the button, that's greater than, oh my goodness. Yeah. That's less than. There we go. I press the button, it sends 127. Sorry for my fumbling typos. I press the button, 127, no trigger. But when I release the button, it sends a 0. Aha. I can also type any, and it will listen for any velocity. So if you've got a drum trigger with an indistinct curve, and or the excitable high school student I talked about yesterday operating your show, maybe any is your guy. You can also click the capture button and press and send a MIDI message, and then whatever you send, that's what will be used as the MIDI trigger. So here I sent a note on 7, captured that. If I wanted to capture the release of the key, I would press the key, then click capture, then let go, and there's my velocity 0. Yes?
Does capture also change the type of MIDI message?
It does.
Like capture and control change?
It does. I think it doesn't change the channel, though. Is that right, Chris? Right. So it scopes by channel first, and then listens. OK.
If you have it set to any, will it trigger on both the down and the up because it's 127 and 0?
If I set to velocity any, it will trigger on both the down and up. That's right. So if the queue is brief and it runs, like this queue is infinite. But if it were just a little ping sound and I set it to any, it would go ping, ping. Most definitely. Possibly something you want, possibly something you don't want. Options. OK. The next type of trigger is the wall clock trigger. The wall clock trigger sets, you set a time of day and an optional day or days of the week, and the cue triggers at that time. So at 9:19 a.m. every day, this cue will play. And I'm going to vamp for under 60 seconds, and we'll hear this cue play fairly anticlimactically, but it will, there it is. You can set hour, minute, second. You can set AM, PM, or 24-hour time, depending upon what you prefer to use. Because of the way that time is reported from the macOS to QLab, we cannot guarantee whether, if I set 9:19:10, we cannot 100% guarantee whether the sound will play, the cue will play at the very, very moment that we hit 9:19 and 10 seconds, or right before we go to 9:19 and 11 seconds. We learned this once from an anxious customer who was concerned about sub-second precision in wall clock triggers, and that's what we learned. We haven't considered it since that anxious customer wrote to us, and that was a long time ago, but I wanted to put it out there that that's a possibility. So if you have a precision requirement smaller than 1 second, I encourage you to discuss it with us in advance of the panic and dismay stage, and in the planning stage instead, right? Okay. I'm going to think about this. I'm going to change this to 4 p.m. so that the next time I do this class, I'm not startled in the morning by a sudden sound, which has happened basically every time I do the class. Trying to learn. The wall clock trigger is based on your max clock. Your max clock is set either manually or automatically in System Preferences, Date and Time. If your Mac is connected to the internet, at least once a day, you can trust that your clock is going to be within a minute or so of accurate. But I'm here to tell you that whatever it is that keeps the clock running on its own inside a Mac is only kind of good. Because the network time server is very good, they don't really spend a lot of time and energy keeping the clock really good. If you have a very old Mac, the battery that keeps the clock running 24/7, 365 is definitely dead. And trying to replace it can be a real adventure in electrical engineering. So you might find that older Macs, when you boot them up, always think that it is midnight on, like, what is it, January 1st, 1970. So you have to understand that your wall clock trigger is only as reliable and predictable as the actual awareness of what time it is that your Mac has. Once upon a time, we advised to keep your Mac off of the internet when using QLab. But lately, because there are so many advantages to using networks in general, I no longer blanket recommend that you keep your Mac off the internet when you're using QLab. I do recommend some other things, which we'll talk about later or tomorrow, to make sure that keeping your Mac on the internet doesn't ruin your show. But here's one reason why having your Mac on the internet could be useful, because having your Mac on the internet will make sure that your clock is always kept accurate. Of course, if you don't use wall clock triggers, it doesn't matter if your clock is accurate. The next type of trigger is a timecode trigger. A timecode trigger allows you to trigger a cue based on incoming timecode from an external source. QLab supports LTC, which stands for either longitudinal timecode or linear timecode, depending on which book you read, or MTC, which stands for MIDI timecode, which is something that no one should ever use because it's terrible. The timecode, LTC comes in as an audio signal. MTC comes in over MIDI infrastructure. So here's my demo MIDI device, USB, plugs into Mac, MIDI sockets. MIDI timecode comes from some other department, probably an anxious video person. And they come over here and like, here's the timecode, plug it in here. OK, great. And then to make a timecode trigger work, you have to enable timecode triggers for the cue list that the cue is contained within. So here I'm selecting my triggers cue list. With the cue list selected, I look in the inspector, and there's a timecode tab. And I have to turn on this checkbox, sync cues in this list to incoming timecode. The sync source can be either MIDI timecode or linear timecode. And depending upon which of those you choose, this next pop-up will either show you a list of MIDI interfaces available or a list of audio interfaces available, since MIDI timecode comes in as MIDI and linear timecode comes in as audio. Does that make sense? Great. If you choose LTC, you also have to choose a channel, because your audio interface has multiple channels, and who knows which one you plugged in the LTC signal to, only you, not the machine, so you have to tell it. If you choose MIDI timecode, there is no channel, there is no port. That's not how MTC works. The next thing you have to choose is a format. Format is also frame rate. Frame rates supported by QLab are 24 frames per second or 23.976. Film speed, video speed. If you don't know what that means, it doesn't matter. 25, 30 frames per second drop frame, and 30 frames per second non-drop frame. Here is the truth about frame rate and timecode. It does not matter at all. At all. It only matters that everyone who's using the same timecode signal is using the same frame rate. So what I have discovered is I find the person in the room who is the most stressed out, who is involved in timecode, and I say, what frame rate are you using? And then I just do whatever they're doing. That has always served me well. I've never had a problem doing that. The View button brings up the timecode status window, which is a complex, somewhat complex window. It shows you a list of all the queue lists in the upper half here, all the queue lists that are syncing to timecode, and it will show you their current status. They're both waiting, no timecodes received, because I've got nothing sending timecode here. If I were to be sending timecode over bus 1, I would see the timecode clicking up here. If I were to be sending timecode from a GoBox, which I couldn't do, it would be ticking up here. If I'm generating timecode in QLab and sending it out, that appears down here. But this is a little bit beyond the scope of this topic, so we can come back to this later if anyone's really interested in talking about timecode. It's my favorite topic to just skip, but if someone is using it, you definitely should talk about it, because you can't, friends don't let friends use timecode in ignorance. So if you got to use it, let's talk. That's the View button. On start and on stop are really broad topics, and I don't want to get sidetracked. So again, let's return to what on start and on stop means if any of you want to talk about timecode. But I'm going to skip over them if no one here wants to talk about timecode. Or no one, hello, internet, if any of you want to talk about timecode, let's talk about timecode, but only if you really mean it. Someone's like, oh yeah, let's talk about timecode. Oh, have you used timecode? Oh no, not at all. Are you planning to use it? Definitely not. Great. We could spend the time on something else. Yeah?
In general, what is the use of time? Is it mainly with video triggering use?
So timecode was invented to keep a film camera and an audio recorder in sync on set.
Okay.
So that back in the days of when chemical film was the only kind of film being shot, you'd use a film camera to film your talent. You'd use a separate audio recorder, usually magnetic tape, to record your talent. And the timecode connection between them meant that they moved in sync, so that later the editor didn't have to spend their whole day making those things work together. Right? When people started doing live events in situations where the exact timeline of the live event was non-negotiable, such as a ride at Disneyland or a 100% pre-recorded audio track show on a cruise ship, timecode's really convenient for that, because timecode provides a non-negotiable timeline, and you can produce timecode from some device, send it out to many other devices, and all those devices say, I know that this queue goes at exactly this time, this queue goes at exactly that time, and my other device says, and I know my queue goes at exactly this time and this time, and so forth. And as long as the timecode is playing, every device that's listening will definitely have an equal and identical sense of time passing. It's very, very useful for that. Because it's useful for that, because it's worked well in that context, sometimes people in theaters have ended up using timecode, hopefully very sparingly, to make a small section of events in their show happen exactly according to a time. If you go to see any big musical that uses tracks, hopefully for aesthetic purposes, not just because they didn't want to hire an orchestra, like Six, right? Six is a great example of a show that uses tracks because it's the style of the show. The style is a big, brash pop show. That's the vibe that they're going for. They have a live band, but they also use tracks. They use timecode, right? The drummer who's got a click track in her ear. The drummer triggers timecode to start. They do the number, and the timecode helps synchronize the tracks, and lighting and video projection all get on board and follow that timecode song by song so that they can have perfectly synchronized lighting and video effects with the song. Because the song's played to click track, it always goes at the same tempo, and because the band is dope, they don't make it sound dead, right? They use the click track and still make it vibrant and alive because they're great musicians. And the singers are great musicians. My wife and I took our 13-year-old niece to C6, which if that is the way to C6, bring a young lady to see it, and you will live on that joy for the rest of your life.
For all the high schools asking you how to do this.
I'm sorry?
I said get ready for the high schools doing 6 asking you how to do this.
You know what? I am here for the high schools doing 6.
We got denied because the tour's coming, but.
Great. Someday, someone's going to do a mashup of all the musicals whose title is just a number, right? I don't know. Never mind. 9, 6, 13, right? Yeah. Okay. Anyway, that is timecode in live theater, I think, done right. Timecode in live theater done wrong involves things in excess of one song, or things where, in truth, deep down inside, you could ask people, do you actually want this to be on a locked timeline, or do you just want to make sure things sync up? If you want to make sure things sync up, but it's not about a rigid monotonic progression of time, don't use timecode, right? Use MIDI show control or use OSC. And we'll talk about that this morning. But that's my little timecode diatribe, right? MIDI timecode is just technically irritating. Most MIDI interfaces don't handle it well, and it's what's called a quarter frame time format. So you know when you hear like your band leader sometimes counts, we're counting bars out loud, 1 and 2 and 3, 2 and 3 and 3 and 3 and 4 and 3 and, right? MIDI does that. You only know what measure you're on, every 4 messages. The next 3 messages, it's just and 2 and, or and 3 and, or whatever you want to say. So you have to listen to 4 MIDI messages in a row from MIDI timecode before you know where you are, which means there's necessarily some imprecision for a while. And because MIDI timecode messages are larger than the buffer size on most MIDI devices, it's very easy to just have a MIDI device fall over. Yesterday, when I recommended those 4 manufacturers of MIDI devices, it's predicated on whether they use the expensive buffer chip or the cheap out buffer chip. So that's MIDI. Also, MIDI messages are electrically fairly robust, but actually difficult to distribute widely. You need distribution amplifier. Linear timecode is an audio signal. As long as you don't accidentally route it through a speaker, you're fine. You can run it down the mult. You can run it over Dante. Anything that can carry audio can carry linear timecode because linear timecode is just a very unpleasant audio. So easy to distribute, easy to predict, easy to measure, much easier to use. Just don't put it through a speaker. That is how you just rip a speaker cone right out of the enclosure and ruin friendships. It sounds like a bunch of square waves. It sounds like, you've heard a modem from the 90s? It's like that, very fast, very loud. So when we go here, sync source, LTC, sync input channel, mind your channels carefully. Okay, so that's timecode. Once you've set the queue list to accept timecode, you can then set an individual queue within the queue list, or presumably multiple queues, to trigger off of timecode. The capture button listens to the current incoming frame of timecode and stamps that as the timecode trigger of this queue. You can enter the timecode either in standard timecode format, which is hours, minutes, seconds, frames, or reals, minutes, seconds, frames. Or you can do it in real-time format, which is simply hours, minutes, seconds, and decimals of seconds. But the actual message, the actual moment in timecode is the same either way. It's just a matter of whether you're speaking about timecode in terms of frames or in terms of milliseconds. Yeah? Okay, great. If none of this makes sense to you, continue to ignore it, and your life will not be worse. Perhaps better. So, That's timecode trigger. The left side of the triggers tab we've now covered all talks about ways to get the queue started. 4 ways to get the queue started that aren't the go button, right? But then this vertical line divides the right side of the timecode of the triggers tab. The right side of the triggers tab talks about behavior of the queue when it receives the trigger to go. Okay, once I'm told to go, should I do anything special or should I just go? Fade and stop others is the first option here, and this is like a sort of secret superpower of QLab. When you check fade and stop, you can choose 3 different categories of cues which will be faded out and stopped when this queue is started. Peers is the first option. Fade and stop peers means that when this queue goes, all the other queues at the same organizational level of this queue will be stopped. So here we have 4 Tigger queues, and they're all inside of a group. When I start any one of these queues, it fades and stops the others. I'm going to stop my background queue because it's actually a little distracting to look at. Any one of these queues started, even out of order, fades and stops the other queues within the group because they're all set to fade and stop peers over 1 second. That's the fade time, and peers means in the same group, or if they're not in a group, then in the same list. I can also choose fade and stop list, which fades and stops all other queues in the same list regardless of what group they're in. Or fade and stop all the queues in the whole workspace. Fade and stop all is a great property to set on an emergency announcement, right? If you have an announcement that says, folks, thanks so much for coming to our theater this evening. It is unfortunately on fire, and we'd like to ask you to leave, please. If you have that recording there safely on a hotkey somewhere, just in case, maybe you have frequent enough fires in your theater that you're this prepared. You want to set that to fade and stop all because it might come during a noisy part of your sound design. Great. You know, fire preparedness is fire safety. So I use fade and stop list in this demo workspace on every title queue. I'm sorry, fade and stop all. When I run a title queue, that title queue is set to fade and stop all because I'm jumping around. I don't know which section of the class I might do next, right? Cut them out. The next checkbox is duck or boost others. So here's a piece of music playing, and then here's another sound cue which has duck audio checked. Duck audio of other cues in this list by, and I've entered -12, over time, ½ a second.
Well, good day, ladies and gentlemen, from the flight deck. We're level
It ducks the audio of the other cue, and when this cue concludes, the other cue unducks itself, right? Likewise, if you have pre-show music in the lobby, and you have announcements, periodic announcements, folks, the house is open, you can go in and take your seat. You might set the pre-show announcement to duck the audio of the other cues in the list so that your pre-show music hushes while the announcement is made. Duck audio has a fixed scope. It's only across the current cue list. It doesn't scope to group. It doesn't scope to all. We also have a boost possibility. If you type a positive number here, it boosts audio of the other cues while it's playing. And I'm going to level with you. I have never come up with a practical application of that. I am intrigued by the possibility of that. I might use that with a non-audio cue, right? If instead of the pilot recording, maybe this were a video cue, and while the video cue is up, I want music louder. But I haven't really come up with a really sort of obvious practical design application of that. Yes? Oh, please.
So often in this show, one of the shows we do, we have a tournament of paper
Uh-huh.
as audience members are talking, and then to bring them back, we raise the music, and then they know, okay, we can't actually hear each other anymore. I guess they want our attention.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. So you might, for example, play a slide that's like, okay, folks, pay attention up here again. And when you play that, you pop the music up.
We do.
As an example.
Yes, we actually do a slide so they remember what they're talking about. And then when the music comes down.
Yeah.
And then when the music comes back up, they go, oh, 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 oh. And
Yeah.
then we say, now let's return to our show.
Neat. I like it. Thank you for the example. Thanks for sharing.
Another one.
Yeah?
Football stadiums like Seattle that pump in crowd noise could have someone say, get loud as.
Yeah.
You know?
That is a good example. I like that too.
No, they're not supposed to do that. But
Yeah.
pump in crowd noise, but they do.
QLab was used for a lot of fake crowd playback during COVID closure. So yeah, good call.
Does it duck the audio of cues that haven't started yet when that cue is played?
Developer colleagues? Does it? I don't know, let's find out. So this is the level of the music. Let us internalize this loudness.
Well, good day, ladies and gentlemen, from the flight deck. We're
No.
level at our cruise altitude. So
That
I'm
is the
going to
answer.
turn off the seatbelt sign.
So it only ducks the level of cues that are playing at the time that the cue that does the ducking starts. It's not that unreasonable. But maybe in the future, since we can now fade device levels, since we can now target patches with fades, maybe a future version of duck audio of other cues in this list. Other cues in this list could be other cues in this list, other cues in this workspace, or a patch output.
Would it boost the music if it started after?
It won't.
It's sending a message to bring it down, but then it'd be sending out a message to bring it back up.
Oh, will it boost when it's done?
Yeah.
Well, that's hard.
Well, good day, ladies and gentlemen, from the flight deck. We're level at our cruise altitude. So I'm going to turn off
Hang
the...
on, hang on.
Well, good day, ladies and gentlemen, from the flight deck. We're level at our cruise altitude.
I started them too close together.
So I'm going to turn off the seatbelt sign at this time.
No, it leaves it alone. Thank goodness. That'd be terrifying. Can't have that. Okay, great. So that's duck and boost and a little bit of group exploration. I like that.
Adding 12 dB.
Yeah, no thank. I've already sufficiently frightened you all about relative fades yesterday, so now you have appropriate panic in your eyes when that idea came up. Okay, the next and final section of the right side of the triggers tab are what we call second trigger actions. This is broad topic, so we're going to go one by one. And in order to demonstrate these, I'm also using hotkeys so that I can rapidly move through the examples. But the fact that a hotkey is part of this demo is not actually relevant to the result that I'm trying to explain, except in one case, which I'll point out.
So if you were just pressing go.
If I were hitting go, we'd get the same kind of behavior. It's just much more convenient to do with a hotkey. So here, if running a second trigger is this little sentence fragment that we're talking about, the default behavior of this menu is if running a second trigger does nothing. The default behavior of QLab, and in fact the behavior of QLab 1 through 3, I think, did we add this in QLab 4? I think, yeah. I think the behavior of QLab 1 through 4 and the behavior of most queues most of the time, unless you've handled this, is when a queue is running, if it's told to go, it ignores that command. I'm already going, leave me be, right? But this menu lets you change that behavior. If you're going, if you're running, no matter how you were started, and you receive the signal to go again, how to behave. So one example is panic. If I can set this message to panic and I tell the queue to go again, it panics, fades out and stops. Another option is stop. So here, this cue, which I've given reverb to so that we can demonstrate the difference between stop and hard stop. When I hit that hotkey again, the cue stops, the reverb continues to render. This example hard stops the cue. So here's that same music with reverb, but since I've set the second trigger action to hard stop, stops dead. Hotkey 5 demonstrates hard stop and restart option. Right, now we're getting into Akai S6000 sampler territory. For those of you who remember using one of those, you're smiling like you've used one. Yeah, love that thing. Hotkey 6 has this tick box below, second trigger on release. And now it matters that I'm using a hotkey because I'm setting this cue to panic not only when it gets a second trigger, but when I let go of the hotkey. For those of you in the front row, you might have heard the key repeat beep coming out of this speaker. If you use this, you want to make sure to go to System Preferences, Sound, Sound Effects, Alert Volume 0. Otherwise, you'll hear the key repeat beep, which is quite crazy making. So as long as my finger's held down, the cue plays, and when I let go, it panics. Or it does whatever else the second trigger action is set to do, right?
That one, is it only dependent on if it's MIDI or like a hotkey? If you're holding the space bar, will it?
Holding spacebar doesn't do it. MIDI, hotkey, or carts, which we haven't really talked about yet. Carts are another interface for putting your cues into QLab. It's not a list, it's a cart. A cart is a grid representation. And when it's in show mode, clicking on the hole anywhere on the cart starts the cue, and carts can be set to a second trigger on release of the mouse. In second trigger on release can also be hotkeys, and it can be MIDI velocity 0. So here I've also set this not only hotkey 6, but MIDI 5. 127 velocity plays the cue, and when I release the button, it sends velocity 0, which QLab captures as a second trigger to stop the cue. So if you're feeling antsy, if you're feeling patient, you could make 88 cues in QLab, which represent 88 notes. Each of those cues could be set to hard stop and restart or panic or whatever you like. Assign a MIDI trigger for every note on your MIDI piano and play QLab like a piano. In fact, I did that once. Not the whole piano. I only did 2 octave and a half. And it wasn't a piano, it was a touch-sensitive controller plugged into a bunch of bell peppers. It was for a Christmas concert. I played Carol of the Bells. Carol of the Bell Peppers. It was good. You sigh, but it was a good concert.
Was it resistive or capacitive?
Capacitive. Capacitive. Turns out the natural capacitance of bell peppers is very low, but when you touch it, anyway. Okay. The last second trigger option is devamp. So here's a piece of music. This same piece of music. Wait, did I not? Oh, I hit the wrong key. So it's looping a section. When it receives a second trigger, it devamps itself. If I had multiple slices, I could hit the second trigger again and again and again and devamp those multiple slices. So, my friend, if you had a piece of music with multiple loops set in it, and you just wanted to be able to loop indefinitely and then bail from the loop, this is a way for you. The only type of cue that has anything different going on with second triggers is the playlist group queue. Everything we've talked about with second trigger actions applies to all queues in QLab. The following applies only to playlist. The playlist group queue has a sort of different fundamental behavior if it contains queues with infinite duration, right? So these tiggers are still images. When I play them, they stay up indefinitely until I stop them. So unlike a playlist which has a series of music cues in sound cues in it with some duration, or videos with some duration, where the playlist automatically advances, a playlist full of cues that have an infinite duration will not advance itself. In that case, you can set a second trigger action to play next or play previous. So hotkey 8 advances through this playlist. I wonder if I might have set that cue to a hotkey as well. You can go now. This is not part of this demo on purpose. Bye. That was weird and fun. How did that happen? Someone messing with me back there? Christopher has suspiciously left the room.
Is the individual queue? Is the individual queue triggered?
No. That was unsettling. All right.
You
We're
can go check. You can check to see if any other queue. We can look at list of hotkeys and try to find something.
Yeah, all right. Because of this little mystery, we're going to skip ahead in the class to the workspace status window, which we looked at yesterday, the warnings tab. But we're going to go to the triggers tab. The triggers tab is a sortable list of all triggers in the whole workspace, which is for solving mysteries exactly like this one. You can sort by type of trigger, sort by trigger itself, sort by target. So I'm going to sort by target alphabetically and look for Maverick to desk. LM, nope. What on earth? Okay. Okay. Well, we'll see what happens the next time I do this class.
On the stream, maybe they saw something happen. It's recorded. You can find out.
It's recorded, so we can go back. Yeah. So playlist hotkey 8 advances the position of the playlist because the playlist group queue is set to second trigger plays next. Right? If the group is not playing at all, because it's got hotkey 8, that plays the first queue. So even though the playlist is not set to loop, hotkey 8 starts either the first queue if nothing's running, or the next queue if something is running, or stops the last queue if the last queue is running. So 8 advances through and then stops the playlist. Yes? Playlist 9 is set to, if running, second trigger plays previous. So that obviously only makes sense if the last, if not the first queue is playing. 9 backs up. Not exactly sure how you'd use that, but it's not my business to need to know how you use that. It's available to you to use it however you want to use it. So those two options, plays next and plays previous, only available to group queues in playlist mode. Everything else we've talked about is universally applicable. Are there any questions about triggers or trigger actions or anything like that?
You can't set, so let's say you have a list like your trigger list.
Yeah.
And you are moving forward using 8, and then they go, can you go back 1? And you can't hit 9 then to go back, right?
Not simply using the triggers tab.
Right.
You can make queues which advance and retreat a playlist. It's part of the OSC library in QLab, and so we'll talk about that as one of the examples of things you can do with OSC. Any other triggers questions? Please.
It may come later with lighting and may sound oddly specific. Say we're doing big and we have the keyboard set up to light up on stage as the keyboardist is actually playing.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a way, is that through lighting triggers or with the MIDI? Like, it may also just be another conversation.
It really depends on how you built your piano.
Because we also would want it to just do it the whole time, so it would have to be a cue that would be started so that it knew to light up when the keyboard was playing, but when the cue is out, it would not light up.
Yeah. Here's what you could do is is your floor piano DMX controlled? Is it regular lighting, theatrical lighting fixtures in there? So if it were me, I would create a group or a list of lighting cues which illuminate each key on the floor piano. I would give those cues MIDI triggers which are being received from the pianist's piano. And then I would have a called cue in the sound department that arms and disarms that group before and after the number. So we arm the group of light cues, we do Heart and Soul, we disarm the group, and then we can play the rest of the show, no problem. That's what I'd do. But the specifics of your production might require other details, like.
The arming and unarming.
Yeah, but that's in general the way I'd do it.
Does that mean if the actor steps on the wrong key by accident, a different key is going to light up?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like the design of your show means that the actor messing it up.
Could choreography and actually do the correct thing.
Right. Like if the actor blows it, the piano is following the prop is following the pianist, right? Yeah. Now a slightly gutsier and I think riskier way to do it would be to hire him to make your prop send MIDI messages to the pit to play the piano backwards, right? So when I step,
Then you have to teach them how to play the piano.
yeah, I mean that's what Tom Hanks did, right? No, I don't think that is. Anyway, who knows? I do have a memory of being a little kid and going and jumping on that piano as I grew up in Lower Manhattan before it was such a yeah. So I have a memory from being, 6 years old and going and jumping on that piano with my grandma. It was a lot of fun. So I know it was a real thing. Yeah.
Fun fact, I was in the original Broadway production of Big.
Hey!
And I jumped on that piano, so I kind of know how they did it, and I'll talk to you later about it. But it was not dependent on our footwork.
Right. It was the actors did not drive the
It
piano.
was closer to what you said.
Yeah.
My college was one of the first to produce it after it closed, so that's the only reason. Listening to what they had done, so I'd love to chat.
Excellent. Seems like we are not out of the era of nostalgic movies from the 1980s being adapted to stage musicals on Broadway. Has anyone seen Back to the Future?
Yes.
And?
It feels like it should be at Disney World. It is a complete copy of the movie down to the way that the actors speak.
Huh.
Technically beautiful.
Yeah.
Half of and I saw it in previews though. Half of the clock tower was out when I saw it. But technically gorgeous, but the acting, the music is don't remember any of it other than the songs from the movie. And
I know some folks working on it who were like, yeah, it's a big lift. It's a big, complicated show.
And they pretend to just be those people, except for Roger Bart, who just is crazy and does his own thing.
I'm especially fascinated with the little cultural detail that for many years there's been just an individual dude with a DeLorean dressed up like the Time Machine parked in Times Square on a daily basis. And so there's that little cultural phenomenon of like, hang on, that maniac is like still around, right? And he has nothing to do with the show. What's going on? You never know. I'm sure he's parked just enough blocks away from the theater so that no one's suing anyone. Anyway, I never actually talked to him, but he seems like a very friendly guy. We've journeyed from triggers. Okay, onward. Yes? Great. MIDI, MSC, MTC, LTC, OSC. Alphabet soup. So, QLab can both send and receive messages of these sorts. MIDI stands for Musical Instrument Digital Interface. Like timecode, it was invented for one thing and then almost immediately started being used for other things. So it's very convenient and it's very flexible, or sorry, it's not very flexible, it's very predictable, but it doesn't really carry with its design a specific assumption about how it will be used. So general MIDI spec says there's notes, there's velocities, there's special controls like breath control, sustain pedal, portamento, all these musical things, but they're all just a set of numbers that can easily be applied to anything. So my box here sends note number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, etc. Velocity 127 on press, velocity 0 on release. This fader uses MIDI continuous controllers. So control change 1 up to 127, down to 0, control change 2 up to 127, down to 0. That's not exactly what the MIDI spec was designed for, but there's no reason it can't be used this way. And because the MIDI message itself is pretty simple, it's very easy to implement, and a lot of folks have done it. So QLab sends MIDI using the MIDI queue. When you have a MIDI queue selected, you have 3 tabs in the inspector: the Basics tab, which we all know, the Triggers tab, which you're now consummate experts at, and the Settings tab. In the Settings tab, the MIDI queue first parameter here is a MIDI patch. MIDI patch is just like an audio patch, except instead of for audio, it's for MIDI. MIDI patches are way simpler to set up. I'm going to go to Workspace Settings and show you. Workspace Settings, MIDI, MIDI outputs, MIDI patch. Name, MIDI device available to the computer. That's it. There's no configuration, there's no details. So you pick a patch for your queue, and then you pick a message type. MIDI voice messages are the type that we're going to talk about first. QLab can send note on, note off, program change, control change, key pressure, channel pressure, and pitch bend. Again, this is the list of messages that we thought would be useful. There are more. If you have a message you'd like to send from QLab, let us know and we will add to the list. Depending upon what type of message you choose here, you get different options below. So a note on message needs to have a MIDI channel, a note number, and a velocity. A MIDI pitch bend has a channel and a value, and optionally a checkbox to let you fade the pitch bend from that value to this value over this time using this curve. So different types of MIDI messages have different behavior based upon the type of MIDI message. The next type of MIDI message you can send, besides MIDI voice message, is MIDI system exclusive message. Really brief history, the MIDI spec was devised a long time ago, and they invented a bunch of things: notes, control change, program change. But then they had the wisdom at the time to recognize that there was the possibility that individual manufacturers of hardware would have their own special business. They would say, listen, I know note on, note off, fine, great, but my machine also needs to receive this command or that command in order to do its special thing. So they created this system exclusive message where manufacturers of MIDI compatible equipment can apply to the MIDI organization for a system exclusive code, which is the first little bit of the message. And the system exclusive message sends an F0. All MIDI messages are hexadecimal values, base 16 math. You send an F0, and that says the following is a MIDI system exclusive message. And then you send a 43, and because Yamaha applied to the MIDI organization, they received the code 43. So that says, listen, after F0, we know we're doing a system exclusive. After 43, we know it's a message for a Yamaha device. So anything that follows F043, if you're not Yamaha, you may not know what to do with this, and that's really not our fault. The remainder of this message, if my memory serves, has to do with bringing the level of input 4 on a DM1000 console up to like Unity, I think, or maybe -6. But that's not really important. The point is, all what follows here is defined by Yamaha. They say what message does what and what its meaning is. The DM1000, which is a workhorse of theirs, has a huge MIDI system exclusive library. You can do anything you can do with your fingers on a DM1000, you can do with MIDI system exclusive. And I have a colleague who will be able to look at that and tell me exactly what it is. He's just got it because he spent so much time dealing with that. For me, I find that I actually use MIDI system exclusive very seldom. But when you need it, and so here it is. You end a MIDI system exclusive with F7, which says this MIDI system exclusive message has concluded. QLab automatically puts the F0 and F7 in for you. Yeah?
How difficult is it to find these system exclusive chains for different consoles?
It depends on when the console was made. The more recently, the more difficult. Because people are like, oh man, I'm not going to write that whole list out. Well, I'm not even going to bother implementing that. Why? MIDI system exclusive was invented in 1972? No, thank you. So older consoles, I think anything up to the early 2000s is pretty easy to find. You find the manual, it'll be in there, generally. I think more recently, it's more of a challenge. And I'm not saying it's impossible, but one of the easiest things that you can do is highly recommended if you're doing any MIDI in your life ever at all, download and install Snoi's MIDI Monitor, which is free and which is phenomenal. Plug your console into a MIDI interface on your Mac, listen to that MIDI interface, and then run the control you want to measure what it is. And you hopefully will see in here the system exclusive message that is generated by running that control, and you can back solve.
Because the designer was asking me to do this, and I couldn't figure it out.
What console?
X32. So I tried, like, it gave a bunch of OSC information, but I just used the other MIDI stuff.
I don't know for sure that X32 actually has a full system exclusive library.
Great.
The X32, so I have a lot of bad things to say about Behringer and the things that they make or make. And I stand by all those bad things. But the X32 has unquestionably the best OSC library of any console.
I saw the huge document.
Yeah, so if you have one of the about 1/3 of the X32s made that is physically well built, like you're sitting pretty. If you have the other 2/3, when it dies and they replace it for you, you might get one of the 1/3 that's well built, and then you're sitting pretty again. And the OSC library for that thing is so thorough, and I wish that Behringer themselves would write down all of the OSC commands and share it with us. There are plenty of lists. They are not made by Behringer.
Right.
They're made by enthusiastic X32 users. Yep. So that is the way to remote control an X32. Right, because I don't even, now they may have a system exclusive layer, but I don't know for sure. And of course their manual doesn't say.
The way we just did it was saving scenes and then using a program change.
And just say, hey, scene 6, go.
Exactly.
Yeah. To be clear, the reason that I'm so rough on Behringer, first of all, is because I think that they don't do a very good job of what they do, and what they do is steal other people's stuff. There's a series of consoles that they made which you can open up and see the mistakes that Mackie made on their console design, just copied. And the same, like someone made a manufacturing error on a 1202. You open up Behringer's 1202 clone and look, there's the manufacturing error copied over deliberately because they didn't even have the decency to examine what they were copying. They just copied it blindly. And I think that that's really gross. And I have no problem bad-mouthing people who do things that are simultaneously gross and illegal and not very nice. It's okay with me to call out that behavior. I think that people should. Figure 53 doesn't think that. I do.
I was about to ask you.
I'm not in the position of policy for Figure 53. I'm teaching QLab and then sharing my opinions. Don't use MTC or Behringer, and MIDI monitor is great, right? Sam's opinions. Okay, that's MIDI system exclusive. Questions about system exclusive? Great. The next type of MIDI message you can send is MIDI show control. MIDI show control is a very clever idea. Charlie Richmond of Richmond Sound Design was noticing how much people used MIDI messages for things that weren't really MIDI, or like that weren't really intended by the MIDI design. And so he thought, well, what if we took a system exclusive message and we put a layer on top of it that made it look much more approachable for show control conversations? So Richmond Sound Design invented this layer over MIDI system exclusive called MIDI show control, which is really straightforward, really usable, really logical, and I really like it. QLab, when you set a MIDI cue to MIDI show control message, shows you this interface, which follows the MIDI show control spec pretty closely. The first thing you choose to send an MSC message is format. So there is a list, a defined list of categories of device. And the manufacturer of a device that can listen to MIDI show control is supposed to specify what category their device responds to. For example, QLab will respond to MIDI show control messages in lighting general, sound general, video general, projection general. And I think that that's it. I think that that's right. But if you're sending MIDI show control messages to a lighting console, lighting general. If you're sending MIDI show control messages to a barge, you can do that. We've got barges here, floats, robots. In theory, the manufacturer of the device is supposed to say, I am a robot, I'm listening for MSC robot only. I am a barge, I am listening to MSC barge only. This list is highly skewed in the direction of themed entertainment, like Universal Studios and Disneyland and Disney World, because that is where Richmond Sound Design was most heavily, their products were most heavily used. So you see things like barges and robots that don't make a ton of sense in a theatrical context. I would say the number of shows I've done with barges is very low. But if you're working at Universal Studios, maybe you're using barges all the time. What do I know? So you pick a format, then you pick a command, and there's a fairly terse list of commands. Go, stop, resume, timed go, load, blah, 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 blah. Pick your command, then pick your device ID. And device ID is like this. Device ID is like an address. So unlike, and because it's MIDI, sometimes people conflate this with channel. There's no such thing as channel in MIDI show control. Channel is only for MIDI voice messages. And channel is like, I'm broadcasting on channel 2. Whoever listens to channel 2, you're going to get this. But device ID is different. Device ID is, whoever out there has the following device ID set, this message is for you. So if I send lighting general go to device ID 1 into a MIDI show control network, anything out there that self-identifies as a lighting general device and is set to device ID 1 will receive this message. If I've got my EOS over here set to device ID 1, I get this message. But if on the same network I have a Grand MA and the Grand MA is set to device ID 6, this message will come in and the Grand MA will say, well, that's not for me because I'm device ID 6, right? Device ID 127 is the everybody address. So everything is supposed to respond within its own format to its own device ID and device ID 127. Yeah?
So if there's like a lighting thing that is more specific than lighting general, will it not follow the lighting general?
Right, if I have a color changer,
Right.
also set to device ID 1, that color changer will not respond to a lighting general message on device ID 1. It will only respond to a color changer message on device ID 1. So because this format list is so long, and because there's 126 available address, actually 127 because device ID 0 is valid. So there's 127 available device IDs. You've got a lot of filtering available. If you've got a very complex MIDI show control network, you should be able to really scope down and have each device only listen to the messages that it's supposed to listen to. It's not out of the question I'm getting something slightly wrong here, because I have not been in an environment where all of the flexibility here has been utilized fully. Once you have your format, your command, and your device ID, the command has some number of parameters. For instance, Go has a queue number, queue list, and queue path. Queue number is the number of the queue. Queue list is the list number that the queue is in. And queue path is quite literally only used by Richmond sound design devices. I don't know what it means. I'm sure it's useful, but it's useful for them. Never have I ever used queue path, ever. But if I send this message to an EOS, it will receive a Go for Q2 in queue list 1. If I send this message, it will receive a Go for Q2 in queue list 10. And if there is no queue list 10 in your EOS, then nothing will happen. Or if there is a queue list 10 but no Q2, nothing will happen. Used to be, you had to omit the queue list number if you wanted to send a Go to the current queue list. That works right now. So if I send just this message to EOS, then it will hit Go on Q2 in the current queue list. But it used to be that if the current queue list was, say, list 1, and you sent the list number, that would misfire. That's no longer true. That's been fixed a while back, but I know some people got bit by it a long time ago.
So if you don't put in a queue number, will it just hit the Go button, essentially, electronically?
I think so. Do you think so? I think so. I think this is just a Go whatever. This is just reach out and press the Go button imaginarily.
So hypothetically, sorry, go ahead.
No.
I was gonna say, so hypothetically, you could just have a Go lighting, and just as long as your cues are in the right order and you put them at the right spot, it will just go.
Yes, but that is not recommended.
But if you're
Not
out
saying
of
that.
order, like, if you're on an EOS, I mean, I don't know if that's the sequence it sends the cues in. Hitting Go 2 is not going to go to Q2, right? If I'm on Q6 and my next Q is 7, and I send a MIDI trigger Go Q2, is it going to send
Oh, I see
the
what you're
equivalent
asking.
of a command Go to Q2?
Right.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So the idea is if you're remote running an EOS from QLab, and you have queue numbers written in for every single MIDI show control queue, you can jump around very easily.
And so, what if I wanted to go to Q2 in time?
That, I believe, is a timed Go. I'm not certain about that. I could be mistaken. It might be, I think it might be load. I think load is go to Q2, but,
Well, load is setting up so that the next time
so the next Go is 2, yeah.
it'll go in time.
I think timed Go is go to Q in time, but I wouldn't swear to it. Yeah.
Are the queue number and queue list paths limited to 0 through 127, or can you be any numbers?
I think the limit is $9.99. Nope. Doesn't seem like it.
1 billion.
Yes. 1 billion Qs. Doesn't appear to be.
I think the limit is, I think those are just ASCII characters, so.
Oh, it's just text.
It has to be certain characters, but I don't think it's a numeric limit.
Groovy. Good to know.
Pretty sure.
It's been a long
10
time.
years since I
Yeah.
looked this back, but.
The MIDI spec, or the MIDI show control spec, is pretty specific that you're not supposed to just fire hose spray messages. You're supposed to specifically choose to send every go and every stop and every whatever. EOS, I think, conscientiously breaks spec in a useful way. When you turn on MIDI show control broadcast on an EOS, every go on the EOS sends that message, sends that queue number out as a MIDI show control go. So if I switch on MIDI show control on the EOS and I hit go on Q6 in list 1, it sends out MIDI show control go Q6 list 1 to whatever Q device ID you have told it to send to. Which means if you want to just really easily have EOS remote control QLab, put them on this, connect them to the same MIDI, make a MIDI connection between them, which means that on your EOS you have to have a response gateway with MIDI out. And then tell QLab in workspace settings, controls, workspace MIDI, use MIDI show control. Set the device ID to whatever number EOS is spitting out. And then any queue in QLab with a matching queue number to EOS will go. Quick and easy. But because EOS conscientiously breaks spec and sends it for every single queue rather than just for queues that you deliberately select, you have to be careful not to have a matching queue number for a queue that you don't want to sync up. So if EOS has a Q12 and you have a Q12 and they're not meant to go together, change your Q12 to something else. Like 12 and anything that isn't a digit. 12, no. I do 12, or I do minus 12 for queues where I want the number 12 for whatever reason, but I don't want it to MIDI show control link. I always do a minus 12, and my operator's like, that's 12, right? And I say, yes, that's 12. But the minus means no show control. That's just my own personal shorthand. Because it's impossible for EOS to send a negative 12, right?
Right.
There are no negative queue numbers.
So if I'm sending from QLab to EOS, you're saying EOS sends it back?
No, I'm saying that if you set EOS to MIDI show control broadcast, every go gets a MIDI show control message.
Oh, only if I'm broadcasting from EOS.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're coming out of QLab, there is no MIDI show control broadcast. You have to deliberately create a MIDI queue to send every MIDI show control message, which is what the MIDI show control spec says, but it is more irritating to do, especially if you have a lot of queues. Okay, MIDI show control questions.
If I have a QLab Q12, and I'm triggering EOS Q12 within that, does EOS then send back a Q12 trigger?
Broadcast storm.
You mean if MIDI show control is turned on
Yeah.
EOS?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Probably not. They seem more careful than that to me.
They seem like good folks.
Certainly that. I think probably not. I think probably not. Because I think that the EOS can distinguish between a go that was local and a go that was received. I mean, I know it can distinguish, but I think that that doesn't.
More gaming and the tech table have been shattered.
Yeah.
I'll show my age here, but Richmond Command Q no longer only works on an Amiga. Is that true?
I think it no longer uses an Amiga. I think they've moved on from the Amiga.
That was like 1990.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think that Richmond's sound design programming software is all Windows now. Yeah. Yeah, it used to be Amiga only.
Yep.
Well, they were very reliable. The Amiga was the Amiga had, I think, my understanding is that the Amiga had really predictable timing, and that's why it was so appealing to show control folks in the 90s and 80s. Whereas like the 286, which was in Windows computers, was like, I'll get to it when I get to it. Whenever I'm ready. Okay. That's MIDI. That's all the outgoing types of messages you can send with a MIDI queue in QLab. The MIDI file queue, which is here, lets you accepts a target, which is a MIDI file, and lets you play that MIDI file out to a MIDI patch. Not use this a lot. I did do the same show, Tribes, which had the record spin down. Act 1 ends with a person playing Debussy's Clair de Lune, not perfectly. That's the point, is that she's not quite she doesn't have it down cold. We had a Clavinova on stage, which is a Yamaha grand piano that has a built-in MIDI computer that actually runs little motors that play the keys for you. So it's a real piano, but with little motors attached to the keys. It's not a player piano and it's not a synthesizer. So we turned the piano so that the audience couldn't see her fingers. And we had a recording of Clair de Lune in MIDI form, which the designer that I was assisting very carefully fudged and messed up so that it was an imperfect performance. And then we sent MIDI from the QLab computer to the Clavinova, and she mimed, and the piano played. It was a completely invisible trick. It really was not possible for someone to discern that it wasn't her playing, because they couldn't see her fingers and because the piano was actually playing. Great trick, only time I ever used a MIDI file in a show. Anything that can receive MIDI messages and you want to send MIDI messages on a schedule, this is a great way to do it. But there's only one, parameter to adjust, and playback rate is it. A playback rate of 1 plays it at real time, a playback rate of 0.5 plays it at half speed, 2 plays it at double speed, and so forth. Anyone here use a MIDI file queue? Long time ago, yeah. Same. Okay, that's MIDI. MIDI timecode can be sent from QLab using the timecode queue. When you have a timecode queue selected, you have the Basics tab, the Triggers tab, and the Settings tab. The Settings tab switches between timecode, MIDI timecode and linear timecode. And much like the settings on a queue list receiving timecode, it's just a few settings to tell you what type of MIDI message a timecode message are you receiving. Is it MIDI or linear? What patch are you using? What frame rate are you using? And what time should it start broadcasting and what time should it stop broadcasting? So here I have a start time of 1 hour 1, and here's an end time of 1 hour 10. When I roll this queue, it'll run for 10 seconds and then stop. I'm sorry, it'll run for 9 seconds, I beg your pardon. If I set the start time and end time to the same, it will run indefinitely until I stop it. So I can have a timecode queue either send a specific stretch of timecode from time X to time Y, or I can have it start at a time and then just roll until I stop it. Yeah? Linear timecode queue it's the same type of timecode queue. You just switch to type LTC, choose an audio patch and an output number. Make sure that output number does not correspond to something that hits the speaker. Set a frame rate, start time, optionally end time, and get on with it. Questions here? I am often asked, how do I have QLab listen to the timecode that it generates so that I can trigger queues? Right? I want to send timecode and also listen to that timecode and trigger my queues off the timecode. My answer to that is, don't do that. Make a group queue. Put your timecode queue in it, send timecode to someone else, and then use pre-waits to set your internal time. Much easier. That's timecode. And before we get into OSC, which is an enormous ball of wax, I think it's a good time to take a little coffee and restroom break. Are there any MIDI-related questions before we take a little break? Otherwise, we'll lose the thread. Okay, it's 10:28. Let's come back or 10:29, look at that, thank you. Let's come back in 10 minutes. Restroom, coffee, and so forth, as you wish. Thank you so much. Hi friends, let's resume. Hello, hello. Okay, so continuing on this little journey, we now get to my personal favorite, OSC. OSC, created by the wonderful lunatics out at UC Berkeley, was a spiritual successor to MIDI. The idea of OSC is MIDI's nice, MIDI hardware is very specific, MIDI hardware and MIDI software is all predicated on what was technically feasible and physically affordable in the early 70s. Maybe here in the 21st century, we don't actually need to adhere to those limitations. There's nothing wrong with it, but we'd like to maybe open the door up to some other possibilities. So OSC, which stands for Open Sound Control because it was created by music folks and originally used by music folks, is a bit of a misnomer because it's used by all kinds of folks for all kinds of things. An OSC message looks like this: /Q/99/prewait space 4.2. This OSC message, to be clear, is the human readable form of a message. The actual stuff that's sent by the computer is not just plain text. It's encoded. So this is the human readable form of an OSC message. And this particular message that you're looking at right now has two parts. The part to the left of the space that starts with a slash is called the address. The part to the right of the space is an argument. All OSC messages must have an address, and any address can have 0 or more than 0 arguments. Crucially, the OSC message itself is not defined by some governing body. So it's not like there's note on, note off, control change, program change. In fact, instead, every program or device which can be controlled via OSC creates its own set of commands and messages that it's expecting. And then any device that can send OSC sends that message in order to get that result. So if you use any device or program that sends OSC messages, and you send this message, /Q/99/prewait with a big W, space 4.2, to QLab, QLab will hear that message and set the pre-wait of Q number 99 to 4.2 seconds. But if you send this exact same message to an EOS, to an X32, to a Galaxy, to a DS100, nothing will happen because this message belongs to QLab's own private dictionary, not private, but like personal dictionary of commands. It does not exist in the dictionary of commands for these other devices. So if we, here we go. Here we have Q99. Here we have a network queue. I'm going to gloss over the settings for a minute. We're going to come back to it because I want to show you what we can do with it. Then let's show how to set it up. This network queue, is set to a patch to send an OSC message to QLab from QLab. So it comes imaginarily out of QLab and then back into QLab, but not actually, it doesn't actually go anywhere. And it sends Q99 pre-wait 4.2. And here's Q99. So when I run this queue, Q99 has a pre-wait of 4.2 all of a sudden. The reason that that works is because QLab's dictionary of OSC defines Q and then fill in the Q number, pre-wait, space, and then one argument, which is a number, optionally with decimals. And QLab says, when you send me that OSC message, I'm going to interpret it as set the pre-wait of the Q number that or the Q that you specify. Because of this, yesterday's comment about being able to set a Q number to anything you want comes with a little bit of a caveat. if you are using OSC to remote control QLab in any way, you want to avoid using spaces or emoji or a handful of non-numeric characters, which I'll talk about in a moment, as Q numbers. If a Q number contains a space, that space spoils the OSC address because it's forbidden to send spaces in an OSC message because a space is what we use to separate an address from an argument and an argument from the next argument. So this message, this Q number, means that this Q is not OSC controllable. Maybe that's fine. It's probably fine most of the time. But if you want this Q to be OSC controllable, if you want OSC messages to be able to arrive at this Q, the space spoils it. Likewise, the emoji spoil it. So do square brackets, curly brackets, parentheses, commas, periods, question marks, asterisks, and exclamation points. Slashes. Don't use those either. Underscores are fine. Dashes are fine. Hyphens are fine. I don't know if dashes are fine. Folks know the difference, right? That's a hyphen. That's an N dash. That's an M dash. So a hyphen is the littlest one. It's just when you press the minus key on your keyboard. If you hold Option and type it, you get an N dash, which is E-N-D-A-S-H, which is supposed to be a dash that's as wide as the lowercase letter N in the same font. And Option Shift dash gives you an M dash, E-M-D-A-S-H, which is supposed to be the same width as the lowercase letter M in the same font. And typographical nerds will silently or loudly judge you for using the wrong one of these at the wrong time. I will simply say, stick to hyphens for OSC. As far as I know, hyphens work. I don't know for sure if N and M dashes work. Is a hand up? No, okay, great. Yeah.
So a point Q will not work.
A point Q will work.
But you said no commas and no periods.
Yeah, I was wrong about the periods. I just realized. And maybe did we special case commas because of European decimals?
No. Commas have special meaning in OSC.
Right. Okay. So 34.3 works, but 34.3 in Europe does not work because the comma decimal is not translatable into OSC. You have to use the US-UK period decimal.
One of the somewhat annoying bits about OSC is the stuff that we look at in QLab or in any other program as an OSC message. As Sam said, that's not the actual OSC message. It's so close, so it's really tempting to think of it as the actual thing because the actual thing shares most of what you see. But the
Closer. Closer.
But
Yeah.
yes. But the sorry. So the actual message, the OSC message that's on the network shares most of what you see in either QLab or in other programs, those characters that you put in. But it also has other little bits. It has commas thrown in there. It has bytes that are invisible that are just for the computer. So the actual OSC message is ever so slightly different from the thing you ever see as a human. And so there's a little bit of confusion that every program ever written for OSC has to have some way to present to you the stuff that you care about, the address, the arguments, and then translate and add those little extra invisible bits that you don't care about.
And then like the localization settings on your computer that say like, I am in a nation that uses the comma for a decimal point. That localization happens in general, but it doesn't happen inside OSC messages because OSC messages are not text. OSC messages are not meant to be localized. OSC is a code, and the code is universal. Thanks for that, Chris. That's great. So I was wrong about the periods, but commas are forbidden.
Sorry, on the patch part.
Yeah.
How do you?
I have deliberately glossed over the patch for a minute.
Okay, never mind then.
We'll be back.
Okay.
The patch is complex.
Okay.
and I want to talk about what can we do with OSC? Why would we bother? And then say, okay, now that you're interested, let's do the hard part, right? QLab 5 allows patches to either send just a generic OSC message, but it also allows patches to contain information about the type of device you're sending messages to and build in the dictionary of OSC so you don't have to go look it up in the manual. So for example, here's a network queue using a patch that uses the Meyer Galaxy OSC library. When I create a queue that uses a patch like this, instead of seeing a text box where I just have to type in the message that I know, I can instead choose from menus which list all the available commands in the device that I'm talking to, in this case, a Meyer Galaxy. So if I want to set device output 4 on a Meyer Galaxy to use a voltage range of plus 26 dBu, I can remember that the message is /device/output/4/scale space 26. No, I cannot actually remember that whatsoever. Or I can use this patch that has the Meyer Galaxy library built right into QLab and just work my way through the menus. So the purpose of this is simply to produce an OSC message without you having to look it up or remember what it is. Does that conceptually make sense, even though you don't yet know how to do it? Great. The collection of devices that we have the OSC libraries built in to QLab is in the neighborhood of 20 devices, and the list grows as people ask for them. So, Behringer X32 user, this is your solution. We have an OSC library for Behringer X32 built into QLab. If you, instead of using a MIDI connection between QLab and your X32, you use a network connection between Behringer and X32, and you send OSC messages to the X32, you can make a QLab network patch that uses the X32 library, and then you will have a hierarchical, graphical, organized set of commands available to you so that you do not have to remember or look up anything. What do you want? You want me to set the input gain on channel 6 to +4? No problem. Inputs, gain, channel 4, +6.
And that'd be the same for the M32?
Same for the
Same
M32.
console.
The M32 and the X32 are the same console. One of them has slightly better preamps and slightly improved bits and pieces here and there. Worth the extra money, the M32. If you're thinking about buying one of these, worth the extra money.
So if there was a,
Sides have been discontinued.
Of course it has. You know why? Because it was any good. That's why we can't have nice things from Behringer.
so if there's a console that's not on here, we would first see if it can accept OSC and then request to you guys.
Correct.
Okay.
Exactly correct. Lots of consoles don't accept OSC. Console manufacturers were kind of slow to pick up OSC, but they are gaining steam. The very recent consoles from Yamaha, the Rivage, the DM3, the DM7, all have good, thorough OSC libraries. Some of their commands are very, very difficult to spell, which is why I'm enthusiastic about this built-in library thing, because you have to remember to start your messages with /YOSC : some other thing / whatever and a $ and genuflect and sit down and spit 3 times, turn 3 times and spit. And then you can write gain +6, right? But it's consistent, it's logical, it works well, and of course their consoles are superb. Digico, the SD series, has an OSC library, but it's kind of secret. So we're working on it. We're in, one of our colleagues, Charles, has a good relationship with someone from Digico. We are verifying the SD library that we built, but their documentation is a little terse in the OSC department. I'm sorry?
We're Alan and Heath.
You're Alan and Heath. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Sounds good. Great sounding console. You have the iLive
We have the SQ.
SQ. How do you like it?
Love it.
Great. I used an SQ just once for like a week, and I was really pleased with it.
It is. Sorry, we are the entirety of, we're at Hopkins.
Yeah.
Actually, we are the entirety of the team, and often will run lights and sound, one hand, and the fact that you can remap wherever you want all the things on the
Yeah, it's
entire
nice.
board means that when one person is running it for audio, like a cappella, easy peasy, they can put it wherever they want. And then when you're sitting there doing lights and you need the button to be able to control the one fader for music, when you're doing dance, you can put that closer to you, but
Yeah,
it's not
yeah.
closer to you for the person who's
Yeah.
running. Yeah.
I'm really impressed with those little ones.
All
really nice.
All from the SQ up, like they're all fantastic. Yeah.
I think they really learned from the iLive series, which
Yeah.
had a lot of great things and a lot of frustrating things.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we've worked on DLive too, and the DLive, which is their like big time.
The big one, yeah.
It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's great. Super.
I think people have found the MIDI system exclusives for.
Yeah, there is MIDI on it, but like you have to.
Yeah, but I don't think they have an OSC library for the, at least not for the SQ. They might for the Advantis, but I'm not sure.
The DLive, but not
Maybe,
for
yeah.
Sam, I have a quick question from Stockholm,
Ah,
which is there an OSC dictionary for the MA3?
okay. I'm going to start by saying I deeply admire the Grand MA. Okay? I really mean that. I am not being sarcastic. It is an incredible, incredible console. I find the manual for the Grand MA to be difficult to understand, and I'm willing to believe that that's my fault. Completely willing, eager even. I hope it's my fault. I hope other people understand that manual better than I do. I really mean that. Grand MA has made a choice with their OSC implementation, which I think is difficult to argue with, but it's also difficult to collaborate with. The choice that they made is that if you know how to use the Grand MA, then you already intuitively know its OSC library. Because whatever command you're accustomed to typing on the command line, just put slashes in it, and it's an OSC message. The trouble is, if you've never used a Grand MA or never used it thoroughly, you don't know any of those commands. And so there is no way for a non-Grand MA expert to build a good OSC library for the Grand MA, because the manual just describes the idea of the OSC library on one page rather than making a comprehensive list. If anybody out there has or can produce a list of OSC commands, I don't need to hear like, okay, every single fader, but an example fader, and then here's where you fill in the fader number, and here's the range of possible fader numbers. If anyone has or can make a document like that, I will make a Grand MA OSC library so fast, I promise, because I want that. But because the way that they've laid it out is so incredibly broad, it's very inaccessible to someone who doesn't already understand how the Grand MA operates. Also, as far as I'm aware, and I think that Grand MA experts out there may understand this better than I'm about to say it, so someone please jump in either here or online if they have a better explanation than I. My understanding is that the Grand MA2 and the Grand MA3 are about as different as possible. And so what's easy on one is hard on the other, and what's hard on one is easy on the other, and what's applicable to one might have nothing to do with the other. And so what little experience I have with the MA is with MA2. So I'm like at sea with the MA3. Someone wants to help, I'm all in. I'll get it done. But until then, no dice. In Stockholm, Christopher and I were in Stockholm not long ago teaching a QClass at Riksdatorn, which I apologize for mispronouncing. I'm doing my best with my American English tongue. But we were there, and we had a bunch of Grand MAs there, and as I recall, we could get a lot going when the person who was standing at the console knew already what command it was. But when we didn't, it was like a journey to the center of the earth just to find what command it was that we were looking for. So, Grand MA. Okay. OSC messages can use wildcards. This is why you're not allowed to use asterisks and question marks and brackets and braces in a queue number. OSC messages in QLab can also be faded. So when you combine these two attributes, you start to explore the possibilities of OSC messages for controlling QLab in a much broader way. So I want to introduce these two concepts at the same time, even though they're not exactly related. The first concept, the wildcard, is in this part, the highlighted part of this message, /q/OSC star/opacity. Q number, opacity, is the message you send to QLab to fade the opacity of a video cue, or to adjust the opacity of a video cue, where 0 is completely invisible and 1 is completely opaque. /q/OSC/opacity would change the opacity of a cue whose cue number is the text OSC. But QOSC star means every cue whose cue number starts with OSC and then something else comes next will receive this message. So here I have 3 OSC messages. I don't have my cues running, so the demo will not work right. Here we go. So here I have 3 cues, 3 text cues. OSC1, OSC2, and OSC3 are their cue numbers. When I run /q/OSC star/opacity, it will send that message to all 3 of these cues, because all 3 of these cues have a cue number that starts with OSC, and then the asterisk means fill in the blank. Asterisk matches any number of characters? Yeah. Question mark matches a character? Is that right? I'm sorry, I put you on the spot without warning you I was gonna.
Asterisk is a sequence of 0 or more valid characters, and square bracket
Is a specific number of characters.
single character.
Okay.
And then, yeah.
So here,
It's a question mark.
this cue would also be affected because the asterisk matches, it's OSC star, and star is 0 or more characters. This message, this cue would also be affected. 12. This cue would also be affected, right? I just want to help you understand what is the scope of the star. Okay. So that's the first part of what's new in this cue that I'm about to show you, OSC star. The next part is that I have given this network cue a duration. I typed in a number here, 10 seconds, which means the cue will run for 10 seconds rather than just sending a single message. I have then chosen, I can either resend a single message for 10 seconds, and here's the rate at which that message is resent, once per second, 10 times per second, 20 times per second, all the way up to 120 times per second. Or I can do a fade. If I choose fade, rather than setting a number for the opacity, set the opacity to 0.5, 50%, I type what we call a token, #v#. And that little series of 3 characters is replaced when the cue runs with a fading value from 1 down to 0 using floats, which is to say numbers with decimals. So when I run this cue, all the cues in QLab whose cue number starts with OSC, how about I actually run the cue instead of just talk about running the cue? All the cues in QLab whose cue numbers start with OSC take 10 seconds to fade down in opacity, and then I've auto-followed to another cue which fades up their opacity. Then I've auto-followed to another cue which tells them to stop. My purpose of this demo is not so that you understand exactly how to do exactly this. The purpose of this demo is to propose to your imagination the sort of thing that one can do with OSC. I've faded values over time. I've addressed more than one cue at once, right? I can also choose a 2D fade, where instead of fading a single value on a slope with #v#, I can fade two values at the same time, two different arguments. One is hash x, hash, x-axis. One is hash y, hash, y-axis. I create a space here of a width of my choosing and of a height of my choosing. And when I run this queue, it sends /q/soup/translation, and then two values which change following this path. Well, up here, this queue is called soup. It's numbered soup, really. So when I run this queue, the X and Y translation, or movement of the queue, is animated according to this path which I drew. Again, my purpose is not for you to immediately understand exactly how to do exactly this, but to demonstrate the idea. Do you feel as though you are capturing the idea? Great. It is a complicated set of steps to do this, and so we'll go there bit by bit, but I wanted to give you the endpoint so that we are working towards a point of knowledge instead of slowly learning complicated steps, getting to somewhere where we don't know where we're going, which will then be like, oh, that's gratifying. I'm glad we got here. Instead, I show you the thing we're doing, and then let's get there. Yeah? I learned this from someone a long time ago when I was an actor in high school. You want to learn a monologue? Learn the last sentence first. Then learn the second to last sentence. And rehearse your way up towards the end of the monologue, moving back towards the beginning of the monologue. That way you're always working towards the part you know the best. This helps engage parts of your brain that are not under your direct control, which are good at responding to things that you recognize, and make you feel good about yourself as you work towards the thing you know best. And then you're always ending each little run through with the sentence that you've got cold. And it rewards yourself. And then you learn the monologue way faster and way more solidly. And once I was taught that, I was like, oh, I should teach the end result of the thing first, so that you're like, why do I care about these weird arcane steps? That's why. Okay. Yeah? Good? Okay, great. So, patches. Just as an audio patch allows you to tell an audio queue what hardware it's going to and how to send that audio, how to route that audio, a network queue requires a patch which dictates not only where the message is going, but what kind of interface you will see when you look at the network queue in the queue list. I'm going to go to Workspace Settings. I'm going to go to Network. And in the first tab, Network Outputs, we have a list of network patches in our workspace. Just like audio patches and MIDI patches, I can have any number of network patches that I like. I can drag to reorder. The order doesn't matter. It's just for you. I can name them whatever I like. I can copy and paste them into other workspaces. I can drag them to the desktop to create a settings file, just like we did yesterday with audio settings. Do you recall? Great. I can export them, and I can import them. But an individual network patch has a bunch more attributes than a MIDI patch or an audio patch, so we're going to go through them step by step. First of all, the 3 lines is the draggy handle. That's where you click to drag. Next, the name is something that you write in just for yourself. You can use the name in network messages, in OSC messages that talk to QLab about network patches, but that is a level of inception that I'm really not prepared to get into just yet. Machines controlling machines. The next column is type, and that's where you tell it whether it's going to send an OSC message, plain ASCII text over the network, hexadecimal text over the network, or messages involving the specific library, OSC library of a specific program or device. And so this is the current list of supported devices, right? We can remote control an ATEM, a Blackmagic ATEM via the third-party app ATEM OSC, which is a really brilliant piece of software. The ATEM is remote controllable, but using a sort of arcane protocol. ATEM OSC is a little program that sits on your Mac, or PC, I think they have it for PC. Anyway, it sits on your Mac. It receives OSC that's pretty easy to understand, and then translates that into the protocol that the ATEM wants to remote control the ATEM. It is dope. If you use an ATEM, I assure you, this is going to make your life easier. We support the audio definition model, the ADM OSC spec, which is very slowly in flux. The Behringer Midas X-Air series, the X32M32, BitFocus Companion, tra-la-la-la-la-la. Critically, a few of these items here, notably the Christie RS232C entry, are not actually OSC. The network queue and network patches technically don't have to send OSC. They can send OSC, they can send plain text, and they can send hexadecimal text. So the Christie RS232C is this great spec that Christie published. Any Christie projector can receive all of the messages that it can receive over serial as plain text over network. So they just say, look at the RS232, the list of RS232 messages that you can send to Christie using a null modem cable from the 70s, and just take that exact same text and send it over the network, and that will work too. So we have that. Want to call out also EOS for having a very, very thorough library for their consoles. Quite literally, anything you can do while sitting at an EOS, you can also do over the network from QLab. And we'll spend a little time on that because there are so many EOS users in this room. If you see something you want here, as we've said, as long as it has an OSC library that I can read, we can do it. Someone asked for Onyx, which is a lighting control package, lighting control software. It seems very groovy. I can't actually really understand their OSC documentation. Again, I hope it's a me problem, but I can't really understand it. So if we get a lot of requests, I'm going to try to enlist help, someone who really knows how to use it. Yeah.
So QLab only sends OSC.
This is how QLab sends OSC.
Can it receive it from a thing like Touch OSC that you can use on your phone?
Most definitely. So to control QLab using OSC, we need to move to the OSC Access tab, which we'll get to when we finish talking about patches. Anyway, so when you create a patch, you have to choose what type of message is being sent. In this case, this patch sends messages from QLab back to itself using the QLab 5 OSC library. So when I choose that patch, I have a set of commands: workspace, active workspace, go. Or maybe cues, active workspace, audio cues, set the start and the end time to 26 seconds of Q5 as an example. Going back to the workspace settings window. The next thing is this little plus button, this little duplicate button. When you click the duplicate button, you give no, wait. It's better to explain in a minute. Forget what I just said. We're coming back to this button. It's a good button. You're going to love it in a sec. Skip the button and we look at the network column. Many devices require OSC messages to be sent using TCP networking or UDP networking. Some devices let you choose. I'm going to make the joke. The best part about a UDP joke is I don't care whether you get it or not. This is funny to network people and mystifying to other people, which is a lot like the rest of networking. TCP, the Transmission Control Protocol, is part of the low-level spec that makes the internet work. Transmission Control Protocol is a set of rules that says one machine says to another, I want to talk to you, and the other machine says, okie dokie. And the first machine says, here comes my message. And the second machine says, I'm ready. And the first machine says, this is the message. And the second machine says, got that message, thank you. Let's talk later. Then the first machine says, bye. UDP doesn't do any of that. UDP just says, here's a message, hope you get it. On a small network with a small number of devices with good capacity, where the total amount of network traffic is definitively smaller than the amount of network traffic that is the limit of the networking hardware, UDP is generally fine. If you want to use UDP to communicate over great distances or through many switches or with lots of other traffic on the network, it's very easy for packets encoded using UDP to either get lost or missed or arrive out of order. So UDP is generally considered by like grown-up suit-wearing network engineers to be unreliable. But really, I want to encourage you to think of UDP as being conditionally useful. And TCP is likewise conditionally useful because it's got all this extra overhead. I want to talk to you now. I am ready to be talked to. Here is the message. Thank you for the message. I will see you later. Okie doke, right? Like that's more traffic just to send the same amount of message. But if I'm in New York and you're in California and we do not know what's going to happen in between our two computers, TCP is absolutely the way to fly, unless you're doing some very clever stuff to create an imaginary virtual direct connection, which we're not going to talk about right now. So, advantages and disadvantages. If someone comes to you and says UDP sucks and TCP is the only way, I encourage you to encourage them to think more expansively. Point is, if the device you are using requires one or the other, you can choose it here. And there we go. Next column is interface. This Mac right now has a single network interface active. It's got a physical Ethernet port built into the back of it, and that interface is active. I've got Wi-Fi on this thing, but I turned it off. Here is a list of network adapters or network connections that are available but have no connection, right? So this is telling me the Ethernet port is attached to a network and it's got this IP address, 192.168.557. There is a Wi-Fi adapter on here and I can see it, but it's got no connection. You used to plug in your iPhone with USB. That's not active right now. You put a USB Ethernet adapter on here also, but that's not active right now, so I don't know what you want me to do there. The purpose of having this interface choice, instead of just leaving it on automatic, is that sometimes you might have one computer on more than one network, and those networks might have the same IP address scheme. So you might have a Mac plugged in to a wired network that's 192.168.something.something. Well, 192.168.1.something. And then it might be on a Wi-Fi network that's 192.168.1.something. When that happens, an outgoing message that's destined for 192.168.1.something can't know which network it's supposed to go on. Do I belong on the Wi-Fi network? Do I belong on the Ethernet network? I'm not sure, because the address for both networks, the address scheme, is the same. If you are in that context, you can say, listen, I know that this message belongs on the Ethernet network. Why? Because the receiving device is not on the Wi-Fi network. So you set the network interface proactively to prevent that confusion from being possible. If your Mac is only on one network, you'd never need to worry about this, because there's never a question about where the network packets are going. They're going to the only network connection that's available. If you are on more than one network and they use different IP schemes, my Ethernet uses 192.168.1.something, my Wi-Fi uses 10.0.0. whatever, okay. There will also be no confusion, because the address, the destination address, will start with 10.0.something or 192.168.something, and then that's how it will know which network to go on. Is this making sense? This is one of those things where no matter how much I explain it, it always feels like a pain in the neck. But no one's hurting? Okay, great. Cool. Yeah?
I don't have Ethernet showing up. Is that because I don't have a USB-C to Ethernet adapter?
Exactly.
Plugged in? Okay. So when I plug that in, it would show up. And then for the address of the destination, I guess, would I put in the same address as the console?
So that's right, that's next. Once we have interface chosen, destination is address and port. And what that is just like address and apartment number when you're sending a letter to someone who lives in an apartment building. Destination is the IP address of the thing you're talking to. So if your console is 10.101.91.101, as my ETC was in one demo when I had an EOS over here, then I set my destination 10.101.91.101, and then I know that this packet is bound for that device. Port number you can think of like apartment number after an address. I could write a whole treatise about port numbers, and in fact I did. It's in the manual. If you feel like you have a lot of time to kill, you can read the networking primer for theater, which is in the manual, and it will give you much more information. But in short, I will say this. All network messages must arrive at a specific port. Think of it like, you ever been around the backside of a mall and there's 1,000 loading doors, right? And like this one's for Macy's, and this one's, for Best Buy. If a truck shows up full of Best Buy stuff and it backs up to the Macy's door, and they open it up, all the Macy's people will be like, what you got for me? What's going on here? Out, gone, right? Got to back up to the correct door. Likewise, if a truck has backed up to the Macy's door and is unloading, and another truck shows up with more stuff for Macy's, it can't get there because the door is busy. The truck is there unloading, right? So ports are specific to different pieces of software. QLab receives OSC on port 53000 by default. If you are sending from Touch OSC to port 53000, you can't also send something else to port 53000 at the same time because the truck is there and the door is busy. Critically, you just need to know what port number a thing is listening on. So when you're sending to an EOS, it's listening on port 8000 unless you've changed it. So you send to the IP address of the console to port 8000 unless you've decided to change it to a different port. And then it's the right address, the right port number, the right street, the right apartment, the right zip code, right?
I assume you can find the port number in the settings.
Yeah, when you go to OSC receiving settings, there's a place for port number. So that's destination, address and port number. There are two special addresses for you to know about. One is localhost, the word localhost, and one is 127.0.0.1. In QLab only, when you type localhost, what that says is this message is meant for QLab. So the network message doesn't even exit QLab. It stays inside. The network message comes out of the queue and goes straight into QLab's network receiving architecture. 127.0.0.1 means this computer. So the message leaves QLab, but stays in this computer. It does not go out on a journey down an Ethernet cable or across a Wi-Fi radio. Everywhere outside of QLab, 127.0.0.1 and localhost mean the same thing. But for us, specifically, localhost means don't even leave QLab, which makes the network message handling fast, extra fast. So far, so good? Final column, passcode. QLab has an additional, non-standard but easily understandable layer of security called passcode. You can tell QLab to only accept OSC messages if they've got the passcode. The passcode we'll talk about in a moment when we get to OSC Access, when we talk about controlling QLab. If your workspace has a passcode set, you want to put it in here, and then the passcode will go out with the messages. I know the secret code, let me in. No one else uses passcode. And now I return to the button I promised I would return to. If you click this button, your patch gets an additional row of network interface destination, port, and passcode. And you can keep doing that. If you do that, messages sent to that patch will get sent to all of those destinations. So if you are sending messages from QLab to, say, a Meyer Galaxy, and you have a redundant Galaxy routed in case one bombs, you can remote control both at once by entering both their IP addresses on 2 rows in a single patch. If you're controlling 2 copies of QLab, ditto. 2 copies of anything. Or if you have cleverly and carefully engineered your world so that multiple devices of different types are all responding to exactly the same message, because you are a very clever person, you It doesn't have to be devices of the same type, as long as the message you send is a message that each device can receive. Is good? Okay. Once you've defined a network patch with all of these attributes, a network queue using that patch will behave according to the specifics that you've defined in the patch. So if I want to speak to an EOS, that's not the one I meant. If I want to speak to an EOS, here is EOS's full OSC library. So this runs Q5 as user 2 on the EOS, as long as I've set the right IP address and network port, and as long as the EOS is set to receive OSC. Yeah? Okay. As you asked earlier, though, not only can QLab send OSC, QLab can receive OSC. QLab can be controlled by OSC. We have a big OSC library. Most of the things you can do in QLab, you can do via OSC. If you go to our documentation, and you go to Scripting and Automation, and you go to OSC Dictionary, you will see a very thorough list. All of the messages which you can send to QLab and get something done are listed here. And they're categorized by what type of thing might be receiving that message. So here are audio queue messages. If you send /q / fill in the blank queue number / add slice marker, time, and play count, you can tell a specific queue, add a slice marker at this time, and set the corresponding slice to this play count. This little table talks about what sort of permission access permission you have to have in order to allow this message to go through. We'll talk about access permission in a sec. And then below is a textual description of the message, and in many cases, though not all cases, some examples. I'm trying to be as thorough as I can with examples, but it's surprisingly hard to come up with a useful example for every single OSC message. Did this just cut out?
Yeah.
It's not the battery.
I don't think it's your fault.
Okay, great. This list is long. It is too long, I think, to browse productively. It is best journeyed to this list when you have an idea of what it is you want to do, and you're trying to figure out how to do it. I know I would like to remote control QLab's ability, a video queue's translation. Okay, come in here, go to video queue, and then look for translation. QRS. ST, translation. Ah, look, okay, there's a couple of things. I can send translation X and Y, 2 arguments, to control both the left-right translation and the up-down translation. Or I could send just Q translation X and control just the X translation with a single argument, or Y with a single argument. Okay, so these are my options. Does that make sense? A great example of something to write to support about too if you get stuck. But of course, you don't really need to peruse this menu, right? Because you could just make a message in QLab that uses QLab's own template. Q's, active workspace, 99, all Q types, pre-wait, 4.2, whatever. Here, you can build the message by going hierarchically from big to small. What kind of thing do I want to control? A queue. Do I want to go to a specific workspace or the active workspace? Active workspace. What queue number do I want to control? Number 99. What type of queue am I controlling? Well, this is pertinent to all queue types because every queue has a pre-wait. Command pre-wait, time 4.2. This message is exactly the same as this message. Only this message relied on either my memory or my labor of looking it up to produce. This message let me go on a little journey with menus. Yeah? Super. Since we have this huge library, now what do we do to actually get the messages in? Right? Like, how do I actually make it happen, Sam? And here's the answer. No, wrong buttons. Here we are back in Workspace Settings, in Network. We've been looking at the Network Outputs tab. Now we're going to look at the OSC Access tab. And here is the simple little checkbox, Allow OSC Connections. When that box is checked, this workspace is listening for OSC. Below is a little table of passcodes. The first row in the table is not deletable. It's no passcode. And then below that are any number of passcodes that you add. Passcodes are randomly generated, but you can change them. They have to be 4 numeric digits. That's the way passcodes work right now. Each passcode and no passcode allows OSC messages to come in with any of 3 sorts of permission. If I send a message to QLab with no passcode, those messages can be view type, edit type, or control type. If I remove all those checkboxes, a message with no passcode is not allowed in. So I can use that as a security approach, right? View, edit, and control are categories of OSC messages which we've defined by hand. View messages are messages which allow the person who sends it to see stuff. What is the pre-weight of Q4? View. Edit allows the sender of the OSC message to make an edit to my workspace. Set the pre-weight of Q4 to some number. Control allows the user to run queues, allows them to start queues, stop queues, and move the playhead. Starting, stopping, and playhead moving are considered control behavior. Changing values in queues is edit behavior. And just finding things out is view behavior. So I use this view, edit, and control paradigm to allow for 2 things. Basically, one is to satisfy the jurisdiction requirements when I'm working in a union house about an assistant using QLab Remote or sending OSC messages through Touch OSC. Because if I'm working on Broadway, Local 1 requires that anyone who's programming stuff is on a pink contract. Okay, fine. But I have an assistant here, and I need them to be taking notes and understanding what's going on. So I don't want them to edit queues. I do want them to view queues, though. So I give them view-only access with no passcode. And then they can use Touch OSC to say, what is the pre-weight of that queue? Or what queue are we standing by for? Anything they like. And then my union steward is satisfied that that person's using a machine to just get data. But I also use these permissions when I'm not working with those kinds of rules to help prevent accidents, right? When I'm running a show, I want the operator to have control access, but nobody else. If I'm designing a show and I'm sitting in the back with QLab Remote or Touch OSC, I might want to tweak a level, but I do not want to move the playhead or start or stop a queue by accident, right? So I give myself view access, maybe edit access, but no control access. So this is a way, just like with edit mode and show mode, it's a way to give you a modicum of security against mistakes. Are there questions here? Okay, great. You can add and remove passcodes with this button and these buttons. And you can change permissions with checkboxes. Up here, your current, oh yeah, please. There is no enforced limit. There is a practical limit, and I don't know what it is, right? Presumably, the practical limit has something to do with the amount of capacity on your network. But OSC is a pretty lightweight protocol. It's not a ton of data, And so we'll get to a demo later when we use, when we're talking about QLab's collaboration features, where you will see that you can all remote control my copy of QLab at the same time. And we reach a human limit way before we reach a machine limit, right? It gets too much for us to handle long before the machine is overwhelmed. Over here, we can set the OSC listening port and the plain text listening port for this workspace. So by default, QLab listens on port 53,000. But if I want to customize, I can customize. Now, this workspace will receive OSC on port 45678. If I have two QLab workspaces open on my computer at the same time, and you have Touch OSC open and you're sending messages to QLab, you can pick port 53,000 or port 45678, and that will dictate which of my two workspaces receives your OSC, right? The plain text listening port is a cheerful little hack that we've added, because as Chris was describing, OSC messages, when we see them human readable, we see them written out as slashes and text, but actually what's going on under the hood is something encoded with bytes and that are invisible and commas in special places and extra data that humans are not meant to be reading. But sometimes it could be convenient to just write out an OSC command, send it as plain text over the network, and say, hey, QLab, can you just like turn that into the machine version, read it, and then do it? And so we have that. A plain text listening port of 53535 receives plain text over UDP, and if what QLab receives looks like an OSC message, it is interpreted as an OSC message. So you can open up a terminal window and just send text to QLab on the right port, and if what you wrote out is an OSC message in human readable form, it will become interpreted as an OSC message. Does that make sense? This is the fastest way to send OSC messages from Max MSP, for all my other Max MSP users out there, because Max MSP sending plain text over UDP is really easy to configure. Max MSP sending proper OSC messages is a bit of a nuisance.
PD, Max MSP, and PD.
Yeah.
Would PD be fine as well? PD's the open source version.
Yeah, I've not used PD much, but I don't know what its specifics are about. I don't know how to send OSC from PD, but I do know that you can send plain UDP text from PD really easily.
I don't think it would be too difficult to send it.
PD is pure data. It is a Max MSP clone that is free and open source and pretty groovy.
It's really good.
Yeah.
I've done a decent amount of it. It's got a lot of functionality.
Max MSP, made by the same folks originally who made OS. I mean, it's also a product of the UC Berkeley School of Music, Electronic Music. Although it's a private company that makes it, it's Berkeley people who started it, and I think Max started at Berkeley, if I'm not mistaken. Even so, Max's built-in support for OSC is a little complex, a little bit of a hassle. Okay, so that's ports. While you can change the OSC port of a workspace, QLab itself is always listening to 53,000. So there are some application level messages that you can send to QLab. For example, /connect lets you connect to a workspace. That's received by QLab as a whole and then passed to the appropriate workspace. So QLab itself always listens on port 53,000, even if you change this. All good? Okay.
Meaning it will listen to both 53,000 and whatever you had there?
The workspace listens to what you add there. QLab listens to 53,000. So if I go back to the manual, and I go to Scripting Automation OSC Dictionary, application messages, all these messages go to the application, go to QLab itself. But workspace messages only go to the workspace. And queue messages only go to the queues within the workspace.
How often is QLab listening for OSC?
At all times.
So like you could be sending real-time OSC things that are making changes.
Yes. Repeated messages received within a narrow window of time are ignored. But yeah, you can send messages to QLab in real time at speed.
What is that narrow window?
Brian?
It's something like 0.05 seconds, and it is specifically looking for exactly the same message.
Okay.
So if you have a message that's the same address but a different argument, it doesn't ignore that.
Right.
But if you keep sending, essentially the exact same message, and it has been less than a tenth or 0.05 seconds since the last exact same message, QLab will say, "Boy, you sure are eager to keep sending me that message, and I'm trying to do other things, and I'm just going to ignore this for a little bit so that I can carry on with playing audio or whatever it is." Because if it didn't have that, it would be extra easy to just dump so much OSC on it that bad things start happening.
Right.
So.
0.2 seconds.
That's 5.
Oh, 0.2. Okay.
5 FPS, right?
Yeah, 5 frames per second.
Yeah.
I remembered too low, but 0.2 seconds.
But like if you're running a fader on Touch OSC and you run it super duper slow, it means you might send the exact same message more than once within that time. But if you zip it, every message that it sends will be received by QLab.
How much? Sorry.
Yeah, no, please.
This is gonna sound kind of weird, but it's a like hack around way to do something. So let's say you can send OSC from Companion, like you have we have a stream deck, like you have a stream deck, you can send it from Companion to QLab, and then you have something MIDI out from QLab. How much of a delay do you think you're getting to make the MIDI fire?
Let's assume you have got a nice, healthy network.
Yeah, like that part's all great, and they're like 2 feet away from each other, and the cable is like right there, and, that type of stuff.
The actual cable length is like, actual cable length starts to matter in the multiple kilometer zone, right?
But just like, everything is kind of nearby, and it's a big.
Everything's rigged nicely. There's a network that's not being flooded by other stuff or whatever. The amount of delay is shorter than the amount of delay between when you hear go and press the button.
Okay.
That amount of delay is actually much longer than it seems to you because we live in the past constantly, right? Like our brain takes time to process signals and then gives us the sensation of the signals being immediate, but of course they are not immediate, which you can prove to yourself by touching your nose and your toe at the same time. It's not possible that you could possibly have the nerve signal get from your nose to your brain and your toe to your brain at the same time, because the nerve that runs from your toe to your brain is dramatically longer. And yet, when you touch them both at the same time, you feel the touch at the same time, because your brain is aware of the simultaneity that's intended and delays the experience of feeling your nose until the toe signal gets there. It's very squidgy and weird. So, simultaneity, like the smaller the time scale we start to talk about, the more we have to talk about neurology, which is like a little vexing when you're really just trying to make two machines like make cues at the same time in a play. But we're down into that zone. We're down into the realm where like the speed of the human nervous system is relevant, is the answer. Assuming all well-mannered hardware and a good network and very, very small numbers of fractions of seconds. Okay, we have, it's 1:45, so I think a little bit of EOS remote and then lunch. Because we're right sort of up against EOS remote topic. So, ways to talk to an EOS over the network. Some practical considerations. EOS consoles have a default IP address scheme of 10.101. whatever. There are some specifics about the .whatever based upon what model you're using. And also, though EOS kind of glosses over this, it's not important. You could reprogram your EOS to be 192.168. whatever. They just default to 10.101 because to have a scheme that's predictable. If you have a big network with all kinds of EOS doodads on it, tread lightly when changing network schemes. You have to be careful to update all your stuff. Okay? Another thing to know is that EOS consoles contain what's called a DHCP server. DHCP, Dynamic Host Control Protocol, is a system whereby you don't need to set an IP address of a device. DHCP server sees a new device and is like, hey buddy, here's your address. You're 10.101.2.4. And you can keep that number for 4 hours. And at the end of 4 hours, I'm going to let you know what your new number is. It's probably going to be the same number, but if a lot of other stuff has shown up on the network, I might have to give you a different number. The built-in DHCP server on an EOS means that another device on the network, which has not been set to proactively claim a specific IP address, will receive an IP address from EOS. That's great, but when we're doing networking of this sort, one of the things we do is set the destination IP address that we're trying to send to. And so in this context, it's more generally useful for everything to have a manually set IP address. That way you know what address you're going to. Because I can't just say, my EOS. How do we know? Well, do we resolve? I don't think so. We do? That'd be fun. Okay, great. But then I have to talk about that, so I'm not going to. DNS is a complicated subject. That's why I don't want to talk about it. The simplest thing to do is to have a manually controlled set of IP addresses. I'm going to make my EOS 10.101.91.101. That was supposed to be 102 for this demo. I'm going to make my QLab computer 10.101.91.4. I'm going to make my my SD console 10.101.91.99, whatever. You set a bunch of rules, you make a big list, and then everything that needs to talk to things can send messages to that specific address, and you know for sure that that's where it's going. So that's the first thing you need to do, have a compatible IP address scheme. So in macOS System Preferences, Network, Ethernet, configure IP using manually. I'm not going to actually change it because this would kick me off of the local network here. But in my imagination, we've taken an Ethernet cable and come out of my Mac and gone into my EOS, which is sitting over here, as you can clearly see. And I would set the IP address to something where the first part of the address matches. So if this is 10.101.91.anything, this should be 10.101.91.anything else. And the number has to be larger than 0 and smaller than 255. Subnet mask needs to match, modulo some other concerns which are outside the scope of this class. Router needs to match, whether or not you have a router. It doesn't matter. You need to have the matching number. Sometimes this is called gateway. When those match, when they're physically connected, then messages can begin to transmit between the two. I have here a network queue that's set to my OSC message, my patch called OSC message, ETC OSC, and I send /EOS/Q/fire1. That fires Q1 on the EOS in the current queue list. /EOS/Q/1/1/fire fires Q1 in list 1. this fires Q5 in list 1. If I send these messages to EOS, as long as EOS is set to receive OSC messages, as long as the IP address schemes are compatible, as long as I have the correct port number set in QLab in the network patch that's sending to the EOS, this message will fire Q5 in list 1. Really nice. So we're doing the same thing here that we were doing before with MIDI show control, only we don't need any MIDI hardware, which means that for those of you who do not own an ETC response gateway, I've just saved you $732. Not too shabby. Cheaper than I thought it would be. $732? Yeah. That's for the little bitty MIDI only response gateway.
I was going to guess $1,500.
Their swanky ones are about $1,500, which do all kinds of stuff.
Instead of typing in that box, you can find that through the drop-down menus too, right?
If instead of using the OSC message type, I use the EOS family type in my patch. Where are we? Then I go, right, Qs, run Q5. Or if I want to run Q in a list, list 1, Q5.
And you can tell it also just hit go with whatever's next.
I think Q's, where is go? It's in here somewhere. I'm sorry?
That's what run Q is, right?
Without specifying a number.
No, run Q is run a specific queue.
So you have to tell it a specific queue.
But hang on, somewhere in here. I don't know what, I can't remember what it is, but it is something like, I mean, it's really something like this. I just don't remember it off the top of my head. Do you happen to know it?
It's in the EOS documentation.
It's somewhere in there.
An EOS family will work for, of course, Element, Geo, EOS, Ion.
Ion Classic and newer.
Ion Classic and newer. Okay.
Yeah.
Does that include Element Classic also?
Yeah. Element Classic's just an Ion with some parts hidden from you, right? Yeah.
Do you have a pragmatic take on just using run Q, like using just hit the go button for triggering versus like absolute numbers?
I do. I think I always want to specify an absolute number. I think just hitting the go button, unless no one is like, I'm sorry. If no one is sitting at the EOS console, then just hitting the go button means there's no one there to tell whether something went wrong, whether you accidentally double go or something. And if someone is sitting at the console, then they might have touched something. And so maybe the standing by queue is not the queue you think it is. So in either case, there's a good reason to specify the queue number. Also, since it's like no big deal to specify the queue number, why not specify the queue number and give yourself the peace of mind of knowing this queue fires that queue. You can actually even specify queue part too. I can specify a specific part. So in list 1, Q1, part 5, go. Go to queue part. It's kind of cute for the queue part nuts in the room.
I use discrete time more than
Discrete time more, right, sure. Okay, so this is sending OSC to an ETC console. But it turns out you can also send UDP strings, plain text strings, to an ETC console. So if you send what looks like the message that you type on the command line, ending with a hash, Q110 hash is in QList1, Q10, go. You can actually speak directly to the command line by starting with a $sign and then typing out the command line command. So if I send $chan1@25 hash, it will be as though I sat down at the EOS and typed channel1@25, enter. So just as a fun little demo, I built a queue on an EOS using a set of plain text strings. Chan 1 through 10 at 25, Chan 61 through 70 at 75, Chan 141 through 152 at 50, record Q10 times 0. And when I did this, I sent these messages, and the EOS sat there dutifully acting as though someone was typing. And now I have Q10 recorded at time 0. I'm not exactly sure why you would do that, but maybe you're running a show and you're down at a tech table and you're in a big theater and your EOS is way the heck up there, you know, third mezzanine, whatever, nosebleeds, and you're like, I just want to update this one thing. Well, here you go. If you know how to type the command line, done deal. Pretty cute. There's also something called the go both trick, which I want to make you aware of, which allows QLab to emulate the behavior that ETC has, in which the ETC fire hoses out MSC messages. When you turn on MSC, it's just like, I'm going to tell you every go I take. Remember, I was talking about that earlier. QLab doesn't do that. QLab only explicitly sends messages. So if you're running queues in QLab and you want the EOS to just keep up, it can be tiring to program. If you've got 100 queues in QLab and you want all the matching queue numbers to just go on the EOS, it can be tiring to be like, okay, hang on. Queues 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 15, 16, 17, 18, those are ones that are also going on the EOS. You have to make a manual queue for everyone and put them in timeline groups. That can be tiring. So instead, we use what I call the go both trick, and here it is. In the go both trick, you create a group queue, a timeline group queue, and this timeline group queue has a hotkey or a MIDI message that you're going to pretend is go. So here I've put it as shift space. But if I really wanted to always use the go both trick, I could go into workspace settings, controls, keyboard, and remove the space bar as the shortcut for go, and then assign just the space bar as the hotkey for my go both group. So now when I press space bar, instead of telling QLab to go, it's telling this queue to start because of a hotkey trigger. Are you with me? Okay. Inside this timeline group, I create 2 network queues. One of them sends an OSC message to QLab that is simply /go. So now, this group queue, if all I did was that, all this group queue would do is when it's triggered, it tells QLab go. So I've just very, in a complicated way, recreated spacebar behavior. You with me? Why would you do that, you say, Sam? Because it's a timeline group that also sends this message. /eos /q/fire space # /q/playhead /number #. And that is some magic sauce we haven't talked about, which in QLab we call OSC queries. This is not something universal and part of OSC. This is something special for us. There are things like this in other programs, but this is our thing. An OSC query in QLab is an OSC message that contains another OSC message surrounded by hash signs. And when this message is run, moments before the message actually is sent, the message between the hash signs is evaluated, and the result is put in place of the message between the hash signs. So /q/playhead/number is a message I can send to QLab. And the result of that message is, hey QLab, what queue is at the playhead right now? What queue is standing by? And if the queue that's standing by is 2, it will respond 2. So at the moment of sending this message to QLab, at the moment of sending this message to EOS, it's going to be saying EOS, Q, fire, some number. But instead of specifying a number in the OSC message, I put an OSC query, the result of which is the queue that's standing by in QLab, its queue number. Are you with me? So when I do this, if the playhead is here, this OSC, this network queue sends /eos/q/fire 2. If the playhead is sitting here, it sends /eos/q/fire 3. Right? What this means is that whatever queue is standing by, when I hit go, QLab simultaneously tells that queue to go, and it tells the EOS, that was Q2, go. And the EOS fires Q2. Yes? Little head bendy. Because we've done a couple of things. We have an OSC query, we have network messages going from QLab into QLab, network messages from QLab going to the EOS, and we've hijacked our spacebar and disconnected it from the go button and connected it instead as a hotkey for this group queue. Which means that when I press go here, no love. Because this go button is a MIDI message captured here. I would have to turn that off as well and then capture that MIDI message and then turn that on. And now this go button is no longer workspace go. Instead, it is a hotkey, a MIDI trigger for this group only. And then this group sends go to QLab, go to EOS, but it fills in the queue number from QLab of the playhead queue, the standing by queue, at the last moment before sending the message to EOS. Question?
I guess I was just wondering, could you have that programmed into the group to do that shifting for each queue you want that to happen? So you sort of disconnect and then re-enable that.
Disconnect
Spacebar,
what?
The spacebar as your go button.
No, but also I don't need to. Because as long as EOS doesn't have a matching queue number, it doesn't matter. And since this, now that this spacebar sends QLab/go, it works just right, indistinguishably. Right? Because the spacebar is triggering a group, the group is sending the message go to QLab, and therefore the spacebar is go. If I have matching queue numbers in EOS, EOS gets it also. If I have no matching number, right, I just ran QP, EOS doesn't have a QP, EOS can't have a QP, so EOS will ignore that go. But if EOS has a Q81, I hit go, EOS will go to Q81. The go both trick is big stuff. Where are we? EOS remote control. It's a little tricky. You really gotta remember to do this. But once you've set it up, it's no brainer to run it. All good? Questions? Useful, I think? Better than $732 on a response gateway. Plus whatever you got to spend on your MIDI interface on your Mac, $149 here. That was me hitting a button. That wasn't a mystery. It was me just clumsily hitting a button. Okay. Alrighty. This seems like an opportune moment for a lunch break. When we return from lunch, video. And we will return from lunch. I think, did everyone feel like they had a good amount of time yesterday to go to lunch, get lunch, eat lunch, return, and breathe a little before class? And we took an hour and a quarter, right? Okay. What?
Are we going to talk about how to send
Timeline.
Timeline, OSC.
Yes, let's do that real quick, then have lunch. Sorry, thank you.
Sorry.
No, it's good, it's good. You're keeping me honest. So remember yesterday when we did the little timeline demo, nope, timeline groups. Do you recall this timeline demo? Right? I have slices. The slices synchronize to light cues. Timeline, copy, go to play space, paste. I can, instead of making light cues, can make network queues. The network queue, queues run queue 1, 2, 3, 4. Get rid of all these extraneous queues that were part of the last demo. So now I have these 4 network queues which tell EOS run queue 1, 2, 3, 4.
How did you turn those marks into queues?
I didn't. I haven't yet. I just made 4 queues.
Oh.
So these are 4 independent network queues which just fire EOS 1, EOS Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4. With me so far? I've put them into the timeline group. But as we can see when we look at the timeline tab, they're all just sitting at the beginning. Then, I can drag each queue to the mark that I want to trigger the queue with. The mark with which I want the queue to trigger. So now when I run this timeline, though I don't have an EOS plugged in, so this demo won't be quite as visually appealing. Go, 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 right? My slices, my slice markers in the audio queue represent moments of interest. And then my timeline tab shows me those markers and lets me line up my network queues visually to those markers. And this is how you get the professor of dance in your department to get on board with letting you do whatever it is you need to do or buy whatever it is you need to buy to make this work.
Yeah. Oh, well, we don't have to buy anything. Anyone will be on board with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is the shtick.
Yeah. It was the $728. It was, you know.
Yeah, 32, I
the-
believe. Yeah, no, right. That's a lift, but
Yeah.
but the cost of a network cable from Best Buy is not a lift. Feel good about this? All right. It's 12:07. Let's round up to 12:10. And an hour and a quarter from 12:10. 12:25. I'm sorry, 1:25. Of course, 12:25 is only a quarter of an hour. 1:25. I will see you all at 1:25, and we will pick up with video. Thank you to the room, and thank you to the internet. streamification. Hi folks, welcome back from lunch. I hope everyone's lunch was restful, restorative, and nutritious. Alrighty, we've been talking about many things in different directions, and now we're going to talk about, well, now I'm going to restore my trigger demo and undo the go both trick. So I'm setting everything just back to the way it was before. And now we're going to talk about video. So most of this class so far, I've just been demoing a pseudo PowerPoint over here, right? But now we're going to use this output as though it is an audience-facing output. And I am showing my design material on this outrageously bright Epson. I'm going to use this piece of video for a lot of my demos. I filmed this using the world's most expensive dolly. I clamped my GoPro to the handrail on the New York City subway. And the reason that I use my GoPro, despite its sort of frightening fisheye lens, is that it films at this model films at 240 frames per second, which meant that I can show you some really good example of what it looks like when you tempo down a video cue. Okay, video cues in QLab have several tabs in the inspector that you're familiar with: the Basics tab, the Triggers tab, the I/O tab, which is like the I/O tab for audio, but a little bit different. The appearance of the I/O tab is different based upon whether or not the video cue has audio embedded in it and what that audio is doing. This video cue has, the target of this video cue has no audio. So it shows the file target well, which is just like the one for audio cue. It shows video format, ProRes 422LT, 848 by 480 at 240 frames per second. So that is the codec used to encode the video, the pixel dimensions, width by height, and the frame rate. If I had audio here, it would show me audio, and we'll get into that in a bit. And then here's a menu to choose video output, which is like patch. In this case, I'm sending to a stage called QClass, and in parentheses, I'm being told here that QClass is going to the decimator and to an NDI output that I called QStream, which is how it's getting over to Chris to stream to the internet. Talk more about that later. The Geometry tab lets me set the basic visual properties of the cue, starting with the mode. Cues in QLab, video cues in QLab, can be set to fill stage mode or custom. When they're set to fill stage mode, they are scaled up as large as possible to fit the pixel dimensions of the output according to the style choice. Stretch, fit, and fill are my three choices. Fit scales up as much as possible until either the width or the height fills the stage, and then it leaves black pixels in whatever space is left over. So fit makes the source cue as large as possible without distorting it or cutting anything off. Fill scales the cue up as large as possible until the smaller dimension fills the stage, which means that the larger dimension might be cut off, either horizontally or vertically. Stretch scales up as far as possible in one dimension and then stretches in the other dimension so that every pixel of the stage is filled, every pixel of the cue is visible, but the shape of the cue might be distorted either horizontally or vertically depending upon whether the stage is the same, which aspect ratio difference there is. So fit, fill, and stretch are your three choices. Fit leaves black pixels. Fill chops off a little bit of your source video, possibly, and stretch distorts the shape of the video cue to exactly match. Make sense? Opacity is the overall visibility of the cue. Cues have an opacity anywhere from 0 to 100%. Layer we're going to talk about in just a sec. Smooth we're going to talk about in a sec. So this cue is playing in fill stage mode. So it's as large as possible. It's playing fit, which means if you look very carefully here in the inspector, you can see a tiny gap there and there, because the aspect ratio of this video is not exactly the same as the aspect ratio of my stage. My stage is an exact 16 by 9, and this cue is very, very slightly under 16 by 9, based upon the way that the GoPro is weird, or the GoPro 3, I think is what I shot this on. I'm going to talk about layers, because layers in QLab are different than layers in most other media servers. Here I have 3 video cues. One is showing a picture of a wasp, a photograph my brother took that I liked a lot, and he sent it to me right before I first made this demo, so I'm still using it. Another one shows a Creative Commons licensed photograph of a red panda. And still another shows a publicly available on the internet drawing of my favorite robot. All 3 of these cues are set to mode custom, which means I can set many more size parameters. They're not just zoomed up or zoomed down to fit the stage. They're all set to layer top, which means that whichever cue I play first, the next cue plays in front of it. Then the next cue plays in front of it. A cue set to play onto layer top will always play in front of all the other currently playing cues on the same output. If instead I play cues on a specific layer, here's the wasp set to layer 10, the panda is set to layer 20, and Wally is on layer 30. There is no actual depth between them. There is metaphorical depth between them. It is as though the cues are layered with space, and layer 10 is behind layer 20, which is behind layer 30. So layer 1 is farthest away from the audience, and the top layer is closest to layer audience, to the audience. But there's no actual depth there. QLab is rendering a flat space. So the depth is a metaphor, an illusion.
What's the highest number for layer?
The bottom layer exists. A cue on bottom plays behind everything that's currently playing. Then we have 1 up to 999, and then we have layer top. More than one cue can play on the same layer, in which case, latest wins.
With what you just did and turned it to like an isometric view, right? If you had a larger gap between the layer numbers, would there be more space between the...
No, that isometric view was simulated for the purpose of metaphor. If I truly rotate these 3 in space, in QLab's internal space, they will appear to be flat against each other. There is no depth. So here, let me manually rotate them to prove it to you.
I believe you,
That's not the right one. I know you believe me, but it's fun now. So I'm rotating that. Now I'm rotating that. Now I'm rotating that. That's all just imaginary depth.
So the specific numbers don't matter, it's just the...
Exactly. You can think about layer much more like layers in Photoshop than layers in a media server, right? In Photoshop, the order is what matters. The actual distance between 2 layers is meaningless, except as regards what's in between. So it's like, or z-index if you're a CSS author. So that's layers.
Does a lower layer number go specific? Like if we have 10, 20, and 30, is 10 always going to be on the bottom?
Yes. Lower layer numbers are always farther away from the audience. Higher layer numbers are closer. Although, of course, not actually. If you render the same cue on 2 layers, it will appear identical. Besides layer, cues can, when a cue is in custom mode over here, there are a whole bunch of parameters that we can adjust. And we can adjust them manually. So of course, here I'm scaling the Q up and down. I am translating the Q up and down. That's a y-axis translation. Translating it left and right, x-axis translation. I am rotating it about the x-axis, about the y-axis, and about the z-axis. We'll talk about anchor in a little bit. The smooth checkbox anti-aliases the edges of a Q. So when I leave this, when I leave the smooth checkbox checked, it makes, well, it'll be easiest to see if I zoom way in and show you some edges. If I check the smooth box, you see that all my pixel edges are blurred slightly. If I uncheck, you see my pixels. Sometimes you want one, sometimes you want the other, and that's why we give you a checkbox. But by default, the smooth checkbox is checked. Fade cues, which target video cues, can fade geometry just exactly the same way that fade cues can target audio cues and fade audio levels. In this case, to make a particular parameter active or not, you check the little box next to the parameter, and then running the fade animates that parameter. So I'm just moving the translation left and right. Here's a fade cue that animates rotation. And here's a fade cue that resets the rotation back to neutral. I want to talk about rotation for a moment because rotation in QLab 4 and 5 is a little unusual compared to some other video software, and understanding it is the key to liking it. So here's that video cue again. If I want to rotate the cue to any rotation I like, I click on the appropriate axis button and drag up or down, or I click and type a number, and that rotates the cue. While each individual rotation is a rotation by a certain number of degrees in a certain axis, or around a certain axis, the sum total of the rotation is not represented by an external grid in 3D space. It is represented by another kind of math called quaternion math. And if you thought that I was being flippant about math yesterday, wait till you get a load of this, because this is graduate level math that I don't come anywhere close to, quite on purpose. The key thing is that to return a cue back to its original state, you cannot simply estimate how far away it is and enter some exact number of degrees back to get it back. Because every time you change an axis and then change a different axis, you are changing the cue's internal origin direction, effectively. So if I rotate in 30 degrees around x, and then 30 degrees around y, and then minus 30x, and then minus 30y, I am not back to where I started. If I go 30 degrees x, 30 degrees y, then minus 30y, and then minus 30x, all good, because I'm retracing my steps. But it's not just a regular arithmetical operation, right? If you are rotated to somewhere and you want to get back home, the reset rotation button is right there. It inexplicably often requires 2 clicks, which I just noticed. Just noticed. What?
Mine only took 1.
Yeah, inexplicably often requires 2 clicks, but not always.
So it seems like the first click is whatever your last one was that you changed, and then the second one resets all 3.
Well, it does what it seems like.
Clear, clear.
Yeah, like clear, clear. So like clear for whatever your last one was.
If you
And
click
then clear,
anywhere
clear.
to get outside of without having the numbers there, so click now click reset.
Uh-huh. Okay, so it's just if a pop-up isn't dismissed. Well done. Well done. Nice work. If you use a fade cue to fade to some rotation, the easiest way to do it, if you want to use a fade cue to fade to some rotation, the easiest way to do it is to roll the cue, select the fade, make sure preview is turned on, and then wiggle these around until it's like you like it. And now the fade cue fades to that position. All right? If you want the fade cue to reset the rotation to home, go to the fade cue, check the rotation box, and reset the rotation in the fade cue. Now that fade cue fades to reset, right? This math, this quaternion math, first of all, which is a word that I thought was completely made up, which more so than other words are made up, which is, of course, all words. What this gets us is smooth rotation between any orientation. If you see, I have three sort of dramatic rotations here. If I run these three cues out of order, I get smooth and natural looking motion between any rotation. The metaphor which I've developed is this. The cue is like a postcard. Postcard is inside a ball in the middle. There's a stick coming out of the middle of the postcard to the surface of the ball. There's a knob on the end of the stick, magnetically attached from the outside. To rotate the cue, you drag that knob anywhere you like on the surface of the ball. Right? To get from any rotation to any other rotation, all QLab does is draw a line on the surface of the ball from wherever the knob is to wherever the knob is that you want it, and maybe twists it also. The disadvantage is that you cannot go more than 180 degrees in any direction, because the rule is always take the shortest route. And so if I want the cue to go 360 degrees around, QLab says shortest route from here to here is don't. Okay, so that's the shortest route. So what do we do? Because of that, fade cues have a setting. By default, a fade cue is set, stop. By default, a fade cue is set to 3D orientation, which is what we've been doing all along. But you can request that a fade cue instead rotate about a certain axis. That single axis then lets you enter a specific number of degrees to rotate in that direction. So this cue rotates Z from wherever it is to plus 3,600 degrees. Spinning newspaper effect. If I then use a fade cue that has been set to 3D reset rotation, I hit go, nothing happens. Why? Because reset rotation puts it back in this position. QLab noticed that. Shortest distance between that point and this point is don't move. If I try to rotate it to 3,600 again, I can't. It's already spun to 3,600. You can think of it like an index. If I want to spin it back 3,600 degrees back to where it started, I need to rotate to 0. And that spins it back from plus 3,600 to 0. Does that make sense?
So then you could go back to 3,600.
And now I can go back to 3,600 because I went back to 0. Now I can go up to 3,600. I could go to 1,400. That would spin backwards some of the way. But to get back all the way, I have to go back to 0. Or I could use relative fades and fade plus or minus some number of degrees from wherever it is. Relative fades become your friend. I am here to warn you that nobody I have ever met has ever been able to guess preemptively what a 3D rotation will look like using relative fades. If I say, all right, this is a 3D rotation fade plus 10 in X plus Y, or plus 40 in Y, it seems like it will make sense. It will no make sense. I will demonstrate.
How do you bring up like the monitor output thing
Oh, this thing that I'm just using
Because
to
mine
crib?
just goes to like
Yeah.
full screen if I try to play like a video.
Go to the I/O tab, go to Video Output, and click Monitor. And you will get a monitor for the output that your video queue is assigned to. But because you are all using no external monitor plugged into your computer, I'm going to skip ahead for one quick moment. Go to the Tools menu. I'm so sorry. Yeah, go to the Tools menu and turn on Always Audition. We haven't talked about audition mode yet, but we will. When you're in Always Audition mode, video queues by default will play to an audition window instead of their assigned output.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So here's some relative rotation to bake your noodle. A plus 22.5 quaternion rotation adds an eighth of a turn. That's not all that difficult to predict. But then when I rotate Y relatively minus 22.5, not what I'm expecting. But when you run this through the appropriate mathematics for 3D rotation, it turns out that this is a relative minus 22.5 spin in the Y-axis. I'm going to stop and restart the queue. A plus 22.5 single axis based rotation looks the same going one way. And then when you go the other way, it's exactly what you'd expect. So single axis rotation relative fades, predictable. Multi-axis relative rotation fades, consistent, not so predictable. Here is a relative fade that adds 22.5 degrees in each of the three axes. And this, again, sort of seems like it makes sense, but the exact amount of rotation, and then if I did the opposite, the exact amount of rotation, it would be very difficult to say in your mind, I know exactly what it'll look like after I run the next time. You will find yourself a little confused. So what I'm here to say is exercise a little caution when combining relative fades and 3D rotation. Sometimes I meet folks when I'm teaching this who say, this quaternion math is really challenging because I want to be able to know the rotation of a queue. Here's my queue, and I've done this, done that, and done this. I want to know what that index is. And my response to that person is to say, why do you want to know that? Do you want to know it just for your peace of mind? In that case, let me introduce you to a different mode of thought. You do know where it is. You can see it. It's there. That's what it is. You don't need some numbers to tell you. It's that. If the reason you want to know what it is so that you can set another queue to match it, have I got a tool for you. Copy the queue, as we learned yesterday. Select some other queue. Paste queue properties. Geometry. Rotation. Voila. This queue now matches that queue exactly. So you don't need to know the numbers because you can paste the rotation from one to the other. Yeah? Once you can relieve yourself of needing to know some numbers and realize that actually knowing those numbers doesn't give you anything, I think you live a calmer life. Yeah.
So you said you could rotate it up to 180.
I can rotate it any way I like. A fade queue can rotate it only 180 degrees in any one direction if using 3D math.
On the X and Y.
All three at once, X, Y, Z.
Right. Now if you, on the X or Y, if you rotate it 180, we're not going to see it in reverse. It's not going to look like we're looking at it from the other side of the site.
Oh, sure.
Right.
Here.
Oh, it is.
Here's my F-train queue. I'm going to rotate it 180 degrees in the y-axis. Yeah, video cues are clear
Okay.
on glass, or whatever metaphor you like to enjoy.
But you couldn't do, like you did the newspaper spinning on Z, you couldn't do that
I sure can. I just need to make a fade cue that rotates in single axis rotation around the y-axis. Here's a 360-degree fade around the y-axis. Nope. Run cues in the right order, Sam. .360-degree spin around the y-axis.
Oh, and you could do that and you could just loop that and it would keep going.
Well, no, I can't just loop that because it's not fading it by 360 degrees. It's fading it to 360 degrees. So if I wanted to just loop that, I would make it a relative fade. And I would put just the fade in a playlist group. And I would set the playlist to loop until stop. And now I roll the playlist. Now why does it seem like it speeds up and slows down? Because the fade curve shape of this fade cue is the S curve, the nice sounding curve. It's nice sounding, it's actually nice looking, but we want continuous motion. So let's set this to a custom curve and change no positions. So we get no acceleration and deceleration. Instead, we just get constant rotation. Nice and easy. Thank you, playlist group. Okay, I said I was going to come back to anchor point. Now is the time. This parameter here, anchor point. Consider a door. If I want to rotate the door to make it open, and I just use a y-axis fade, it looks weird because the center point of video cues are their origins. No good. So notice that in this cue, there's this little blue plus sign that was at the middle of the cue. And I dragged the anchor point to -205, which aligns with the left edge of the door, the edge of the door where the hinges are. Now, that is the center point of the cue with regards to any fades. So I can now do a y-axis fade. Not too terrible. And that's anchor. QLab, oh yeah, please.
That origin point that you're moving, the yellow bars, does it snap to that?
No, it snaps to nothing. So what you need to do, my door image in the I/O tab I can see is 411 pixels wide by 838 pixels high. Half of 411 is 205.5. So I moved the plus to -205. I could have moved it to -205.5. That's the move. QLab has built-in video effects. The video FX tab is just like the audio FX tab for audio cues, but in video cues, you choose Add Video Effect, and you have a specific list of video effects. These video effects are built into QLab. It is not possible to use external video effects. There is no audio unit for video effects. There are a lot of attempts at an audio unit for video effects, and they all remind me of the XKCD comic about standards, where there's 13 standards and someone wants to change one, so eventually there's 14 standards. So if there were an audio unit for video effects, we might use it. There used to be, and we did use it. And it caused a little trouble, but it was mostly cool. This selection of built-in video effects, plus something else I'm going to talk about in a moment, together, all in total, cover what we believe to be the overwhelming majority use case that anyone who used custom video effects in QLab 4 was trying to get done. If you find there's something you're trying to do that you cannot get done, we want to know about it, we'd like to add a video effect to make it happen, because we want it to be comprehensive. We are less interested in your recommendation about what video effects standard we should embrace, unless you have found one that you think is truly universally applicable and will not introduce an enormous financial burden to users or to us. But we've been looking, and they're hard to come by. So I'm not saying no, but like, buyer beware. So this cue has the hexagonal pixelate video effect, or rather the pixelation video effect set to mode hexagonal pixelate, but the scale is set all the way tiny. Here's a fade cue, which in the video effects tabs fades the scale up to 22. So when I run this fade cue, I slowly pixelate my hexagons. The video effects engine in QLab 5 is like wildly more efficient than the video effects engine in QLab 4. A little fun game for me in QLab 4 was to try to find the most powerful Mac I could, put a QLab 4 workspace on it. Oh no. Put a QLab 4 workspace on it, and then put a box blur on it and see how big the box blur had to get before I heard the fans start screaming. Turns out not that big. But that's a combination of the video effects mechanism that QLab 4 used and the GPUs available to high-end Macs in the Intel era. By moving to the metal video underpinnings that we did in QLab 5, and by Apple moving to Apple Silicon, now we do not have this problem. Now I can do all kinds of wild demos on any modern Mac, and I don't hear screaming fans or get stuttering playback rate or anything like that. So much so, this is true, that we've now made it possible to put multiple video effects onto one video cue at the same time. So here we have the same cityscape video with a crystallize effect, and I can add a zoom blur. Ooh la la, 2 effects. No screaming fan. Disco. The order that the video effects render is the order that they are displayed here. So this is a blurred crystallized. If I drag crystallize and pointillize below zoom blur, I get a crystallized zoom. Do you see the difference? Useful distinction. Okie dokie. And that's multiple video effects on one video cue. Video cues in Q. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Just wondering about documentation around the different effects that are listed there. Is that something you would recommend the manual, or going outside of the manual to dig deeper into the offering?
I'd really recommend just putting a cue in QLab and screwing around for a while. That is the way, because any textual description I make is going to be like, all right, it blurs it. Thanks. Right? Well, how does it blur it? How does a box blur look different from a disk blur? Well, it depends on what cue, what kind of material you're putting in there. If you have an image with a lot of rectilinear shapes, a box blur will kind of accentuate those. A disk blur will kind of soften those. But how rectilinear does it have to be before you can really tell? Your mileage may vary. Also, something I talk about a lot is the difference between caring about a visual difference intellectually and caring about a visual difference practically, right? If you are sitting at home with your nice crisp monitor in a darkened room, looking right at the video cue very carefully, tiny pixel differences will make a big difference to you. If you then go to the theater where you're using like a crappy Epson like classroom projector, right, on a rigid mount on a grid that's got a HVAC, so it's vibrating, and the lighting designer's got a lot of haze going, and you're projecting onto a fuzzy piece of cloth, you're not going to see that. So hang on to your principled opinion about the fine pixel differences. Keep it, love it, use it, and recognize that when we get to the venue, some of those things will stop mattering. For all of those reasons, a textual description of all of these visual effects, I think, would be an exercise in sort of, that's nice. rather than like, that is useful data for me to operate with. We do try to group them according to something fairly logical. So all of these up here are color related. All of these are sharpness related. All of these are about, I don't really know how to describe it. All of these make different pixels out of your source pixels. All of these are about simulated shape and texture distortions. All of these are about tiling. And these two are about cropping. So they're grouped sort of by concept. Yeah. We'll talk about cropping in a sec. Huh?
I did not know of the cropping.
We're going to talk about cropping in a sec, because there's 3 different ways to crop a video queue, up from 0. And I'm a big fan, so talk about it in a minute. What I do have on, in the manual is not only a textual but a visual description of the following. In QLab 4 and previous, video queues played the visibility of a video queue vis-a-vis any other video queues behind it was predicated solely on opacity. If I had a 100% opaque queue playing on a higher layer, the queue behind that on a lower layer was not visible. If I faded the upper queue down to 50%, you could see through it 50% and see what's behind it. QLab 5N adds what are called blend modes, in which the pixels of the upper layered queue combine with the pixels of the lower layered queue according to rules other than opacity. So here's a cityscape. And this next queue fades in a video of the ocean using the blend mode difference. The difference blend mode takes the mathematical difference between the pixels on the top layer and the pixels on the bottom layer and displays those. This ocean queue is not partially opaque. The ocean queue is faded in to to 50% opacity. But rather than simply seeing through it, the pixels of the lower queue are modified by the pixels of the upper queue, right? Not just masked. There are a lot of blend modes. These blend modes are fairly well documented around the world and also in our manual. Video blend modes. I both show the 2 source videos, and I textually describe and show a demo of each blend mode. Some of these textual descriptions are ones that I don't feel like I completely 100% understand myself. Exclusion is similar to difference, but with lower contrast. Shadows have little to no effect. Midtones pull the resulting pixels towards neutral gray, and highlights darken. I mean, I guess I understand what that is, but I don't actually understand what that's going to look like until I try it. And then I'm like, oh yeah, okay, kind of washes it out. Okay, low contrast, mix of some kind, great, good. Difference calculates pixels as the absolute value of background minus foreground. Okay, I mean, great. But that doesn't mean something to me in here. I have to see it. So I can see it. There's also a downloadable blend mode tutorial, which lets you download these 2 videos and run through a bunch of cues that change the blend mode. So that's good for fidgeting and understanding blend modes. Blend mode questions? Comments?
Trying to add effects as you're doing it to a video that I put in based on what I downloaded this morning.
Yeah.
But I'm getting a message that says no fadeable video effects.
I think you're using a fade queue.
Yes.
So just go to the video queue itself. Go to the Video FX tab and choose Add Video Effect there.
To the original.
To the video queue.
Okay.
That lets you choose the effect you want, and then a fade queue can modify the parameters of that effect.
So in the original queue, I want no effect.
You want the effect, but you want, which effect are you using?
I hadn't decided. I don't know.
Let's-
started the video normally, and then I was going to fade an effect in.
What effect?
I don't know, the same one you did.
Great.
You know.
So that was pixelation.
Okay.
So add the effect to the original video cue, but set the scale all the way down to 1. That means the effect is there, but the result of the effect is imperceptible. And then you use the fade cue to fade the scale up to a perceptible quantity.
So if I didn't put in an effect to begin with, then I can't add one.
Exactly so.
Okay. I missed that part.
It's the video cue that holds the effect. The fade cue just tells it what to do. How does the internet feel about this topic?
So far, so good from the internet. I've been answering questions, but yeah, I think
Super.
we're good.
Just wanted to check in.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
It's now that we have a second projector involved in the stream, it's more work.
More buttons.
More buttons.
Yeah. All right. Cropping and shuttering. Cropped versus shuttered. What is this?
Just as a cute little point of reference, I think Siobhan just added a video effect that she's been working on while you were talking about them. I don't know.
What'd you add?
Drop shadow.
Oh.
Yeah.
Fun.
QLab never sleeps.
QLab never sleeps. Okay. Cropped versus shuttered. So in the geometry tab, we have a parameter, crop. Crop lets me chop off the sides of a video cue, top and bottom, as needed, right? So if you have a video cue that is bigger than you need, but you don't want to zoom it, instead you just want to like chop off the edges, crop's your guy. Crop is not fadeable. Crop is absolute for the cue. If you want that, you've got that. If you want a fadeable version of crop, go to the Video Effects tab and add the shutter effect. The shutter effect is simply a fadeable version of crop that is also layerable vis-a-vis your other cues. Salud. So here we have a cue where the Come here. The shutter effect is layered below the zoom blur. The zoom blur, therefore, exceeds the bounds of the shutter. If I put shutter below zoom blur, now the shutter does not exceed the bounds, and I can essentially exactly mimic the crop. You with me? We also have another video effect called window. Window is similar to shutter, but instead of having left, right, top, and bottom, it has the origin point of a window and the width and height of a window that you're sizing in your cue. Sometimes you want one, I want to come in from the edges a certain amount. Other times you want the other. I want to make a box that is this wide, this high, and center it at this point in the cue. It's just two ways to achieve the same result with different mindset. So shutter and window are layerable with other effects and are fadeable. Crop is not fadeable and is absolute on top of the cue. It is the absolute authority over the bounds of the cue. Questions here? Yeah.
So the shutter option is in video effects. So can you use a still image and use the shutter cropping?
You can do any of this with a still image.
Okay.
Everything I'm doing here can all be done with a still image.
Okay.
Some of the video effects won't look very dramatic if the source material is stationary, but you can still do it. It still works, yeah. It works exactly, and all the video effects render with a still image, just some of them only look interesting when there's motion. Others look interesting all the time.
Would it be possible to do like a circular crop, or would you need to
As of right now, a circular crop is not possible, but stay tuned. Yeah.
Can you have multiple shutters on one video?
You can.
Pick out sections of the video and then shutter the rest out.
No, because any section that's shuttered out is shuttered out.
Instead of creating like 3 surfaces, you would have one video playing across a band of surfaces, and you can block out certain parts at certain times.
What you're describing can be done, but not through this mechanism. There's another hand over here, I think. Am I wrong? Someone maybe just yeah, was it you?
Vignette.
Vignette.
Vignette effect?
As in, do we have one?
Yeah.
No. No. You can keep your Instamatic hipster filters. No. Coming soon is enabling a non-square crop, an oval crop, and a feather parameter where the crop edge gets softened. Yeah. That's in testing right now. We just want to make sure it's real good before we release it. But still no vignette. It's soft edge, almost as good. Octagon. Knee. Okay. So that's video cues so far. It's now about time to talk about video outputs analogous to video stages, to audio patches. We are now about to look at the most complicated part of QLab. I am saying that so that when we look at it and you think, this is the most complicated thing I've seen, you can rest assured that it is also the most complicated thing you're gonna see. And I will say, it is complicated because it is complex, what it's trying to get done. And so we have a lot to do here. But as with most things in QLab, once you understand what you're looking at, you'll realize there's lots here that I maybe don't need. And if I don't need it, I don't gotta touch it. So we are gonna look at it all and then look at some ways in which actually the simple version is just fine, right? So here we are in the workspace settings window once again. Click the gear or command, comma. Go to video, and there are 4 tabs. I'm going to do these tabs backwards. There is no way to describe all this stuff without explaining something in terms of something I haven't yet explained. But through practice, I have determined that by going backwards, I minimize that. Okay? So we're going to go backwards. The last tab is video inputs, which is analogous to audio inputs, which allows us to use camera cues, which we haven't talked about at all. So we're just going to understand that that exists, be happy about that, wait for the camera cue conversation in a little while, and move on. Next, we're going to talk about output devices. Follow me for a moment. Cues get sent to stages. Stages are cut up into regions. Regions get sent to routes, and routes go to devices. One more time. Cues play to stages. Stages are cut up into regions. Regions go to routes, and routes go to devices. That's the whole signal path for video. Now we're going to start here and work our way back up. You saw what cues do. We're all hip to cues. Now we're going to start back here and get back to where we went, back to where we started, back to what we already know. Devices are the simplest piece of this to really understand because some of them are real objects that you can touch with your fingers. This screen is a device. Those video projectors are devices. Anything that displays pixels is the device. So here, device number 1, Epson PJ, is that projector. Because someone back when decided that the best way to abbreviate projector was projector, which means that we can then tease mediocre projectors for being amateur-jectors, just for fun. Epson PJ is that device, that actual physical object. It's connected to the Mac through HD base T connection, which is actually not important story. Is that? No, that one's Epson PJ. Connected through Epson, through a HD base T connector. That's not important for this demo. The point is the actual object is electrically, physically connected to the Mac, and the Mac OS sees it as an available screen. The name is therefore not editable because that's part of the device itself. The device resolution is not editable in QLab because that's what the device is telling us. I am 3840 by 2160. If I went into Mac OS display settings, I might be able to adjust it by telling the device, hey, please be a different resolution, and then I will send you different amounts of pixels. Fine. Also, its frame rate is defined by the device and told to us and is inexplicably 50 frames per second. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. In fact, this is a great example of the fact that just like QLab doesn't care about sample rate, QLab doesn't care about frame rate. Because the Mac OS is pretty hip to managing frame rates, and because Chad is very hip to managing frame rates. So the device is refreshing at 50 frames per second, which is unusual on this continent, because most video frame rates on this continent are 60 or 30, because the electricity on this continent is generated at 60 hertz, and because when Philo Farnsworth invented television, he was trying to figure out, how do I make a clock that is in common between the camera that's here in the studio and the television that's off in someone's house? I can't run a clock cable to everybody's house. But what do we have in common? We're both using electricity. And the electricity is generated at 60 hertz in the United States, and so we can both rely upon those 60 hertz. And so that is our clock. And if you have not read or seen the play The Farnsworth Invention, allow me to recommend it to you. It's written by Aaron Sorkin, author of The West Wing and many other enjoyable and highly specific screenplays. And it's a really fun play, and it tells the story of Philo Farnsworth, who invented television and then was driven to bankruptcy by RCA Victrola. Okay, digression. Anyway, 60 frames per second is common in the United States because of that. 50 frames per second is common in Europe because the electricity is generated at 50 hertz in Europe. Is that better? Is it worse? No, it is not. It is simply different. Everywhere in the world, your country either produces electricity at 60 hertz or 50 hertz, unless you live in Japan, in which case some part of the country is at 60 hertz and some part of the country is at 50 hertz. And for that, consider the musical by Sondheim, Pacific Overtures, which is, just swallowing, but yes, thank you. Pacific Overtures, not one of his most popular, but boy, oh boy, is it an extraordinary and strange musical about Japan's decision to stop isolating itself from the rest of the world economically and what happened thereafter. Frame rates is what happened after, because that was before TV. See, it's all one thing. It's just one weird shaped thing. So Epson PJ is a device actually connected to my Mac. Device number 2 is the decimator, which is a video device actually connected to my Mac. As far as my Mac is concerned, this decimator is essentially a monitor. What the decimator does is actually pretend to be a monitor and then send video to other stuff. But that's not important because the Mac doesn't know it, and so QLab doesn't know it. As far as the Mac is concerned, the decimator is just a monitor, as is Epson PJ, just a monitor of some kind. It's got a number of pixels wide, a number of pixels high, a number of frames per second, and that's really all we care about. Devices 3 through 7 are virtual output devices. Virtual devices like Dante Virtual Sound Card is a virtual sound interface. QLab supports NDI and Siphon as virtual outputs. NDI is a network-based video protocol that is basically Dante for video, although there is a Dante for video, but it's not as good as NDI. NDI lets you create an imaginary monitor, some pixels wide by some pixels high with some frame rate, and optionally some audio channels that go along with. And then QLab can send video to that imaginary monitor, but what's really happening is that that video is going out of your network card and is available to other devices on your network to get drunk in and have stuff done with it. So QStream is a NDI virtual device that I named QStream because I like to do the little cute thing with the Q at the beginning of stuff. I made it in QLab by creating a new virtual device. I told it to be 1920 by 1080 pixels. I told it to run at 60 frames per second, and I told it to include no audio channels. Then Chris's computer over there is receiving that virtual device using a piece of software that can receive NDI video. In this case, he's also using QLab, but that's not the important part of this story. He's using software that can receive NDI video, and it displays those 1920 by those 1080 pixels at 60 frames per second with no audio, insofar as my network has the ability to keep up with that much data, and this network does. So as far as QLab is concerned, this device is just like a monitor or a projector. But as far as you are concerned, it is slightly different. Does that difference feel comfortable or comfortable-ish? There is also such a thing as called Siphon, which is a very similar virtual video device, except that Siphon doesn't leave your computer. Siphon stays local. The purpose of Siphon is to send video out of QLab and into another piece of software on the same computer that also knows about Siphon. Or, in this case, to send video from QLab to itself, just like we do with network queues and localhost. Yeah? See? It's all one thing. It's just one strangely shaped thing. So all of these are virtual devices. But once you've made your devices, you don't need to treat real devices and virtual devices differently. They are just places that pixels end up.
Like my Mac Mini only will go to 2 displays. Is that what your decimator is kind of jumping over?
As it happens, no, but there are ways. Because we also support one other kind of device, which I'm not demonstrating at this moment. And that other kind of device is Blackmagic. Blackmagic, which is an Australian company that makes video hardware, and that creates new versions of their hardware at a truly dizzying pace. Blackmagic has a very approachable access into the way that their hardware works so that we could build in drivers that drive video to Blackmagic devices. So your Mac Mini, which only supports 2 outputs, it also supports any number of Blackmagic outputs up to the limit of its Thunderbolt bus capacity. And QLab can speak directly to those outputs. There's yet another way to fool your Mac Mini, which is to plug in a device to one of those outputs that pretends to be one 4K screen, but then slices up its raster into quarters and outputs 4 separate HD screens. But as far as the Mac is concerned, that's just one screen. That's a whole separate thing, though. We can talk about that more in a bit. In the end, all these devices appear to QLab as a place pixels go, and so that's all it cares about, right? Moving up the chain 1 step. That's output devices. Output routing tab defines how pixels get from stages to devices. So again, queues play to stages, stages divided into regions, regions sent to routes, routes go to outputs. Routes is the space in between the regions of a stage. You don't know what that is yet. That's on purpose. And the device. The route gets a name of your choosing, a resolution of your choosing, and a single device. Each route must be a one-to-one relationship between a name and resolution and a specific device. So here, output 1 is attached to Epson PJ. QClass output is attached to Decimator. QStream is attached to QStream. So I could have named it QStream route and QStream device. I'm not going to rename the device, though, because it's possible that NDI will freak out and it will spoil the stream. So I'm not going to do it. How's the stream doing?
Still exists.
Great, super. So I've renamed the route, which only QLab cares about, but left the device alone. To create a new output route, you go from this menu, you choose a device to create the route to go to. You can also quickly create a new route and a new NDI or siphon device to go along with that route, since a route without a device attached is meaningless. In general, the simplest way to think about a route is simply the connection point. But routes have a power. Routes can use either the entire raster of the device. A raster is simply the pixel space of the device. Or it can use a partial section of the output device. So if I have my Mac Mini, your Mac Mini, which only supports 2 screens, one screen is your operator's monitor, and the other screen you want to be 4 projectors on stage. We make a single device. We have a single device, which is, in this case, either a Matrox quad head to go or a DataPath FX4 or HX4, which are these hardware devices that look like one display to the Mac, one 4K display, but then cut that 4K display into quarters and output those individual quarters on individual connections. Here I have a DGC208, which is the name of FX4 that I had previously attached to this box. When that thing is connected, I have this route, UL, going to the first upper left quarter of the output raster of my device. I have UR going to the second upper right quarter. BL is going to the lower left quarter, and BR is going to the bottom right quarter. So I have 4 routes, which as far as they're concerned are just 1920 by 1080 rectangles. But QLab knows those 4 routes, bing, 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 are each 1/4 of the device, the same device. But they're 4 separate routes. That way, stepping up the chain, my cues can be sent to those 4 outputs individually. And when I'm programming my cues, I can say, yeah, projector 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't have to remember which projector is which corner, because the routes takes care of that. The routes take care of that for me, right? Likewise, if I'm on tour with this show, which I do a lot, right? I go to all places. I don't bring the Mac Studio with me. I have the same workspace on a laptop. But I plug that laptop into not these 2 projectors. I plug it into 2 projectors that whatever the venue I'm going to has. The reason I don't have to reprogram all my cues is because my cues don't know about the projectors. They know what stage they're going to. The stage is going to routes. The routes care about the projector. So I go to the output routing tab. I plug in, you know, a Barco, a Christie, a Panasonic, a BenQ, whatever. I find that device in this list and I say, QClass output, don't go to Decimator. Go to this BenQ projector over here. And then all the cues, as far as they're concerned, nothing's changed. All the cues just work because the route, which was formerly connecting my video output to this hardware, has now hooked up instead with this other hardware. Everything upstream of the connection is none the wiser. Get it? Questions here?
If you have your like 4-in-1, like a video wall,
Yep.
and you want to have 4 sections, like you have split out, but then at other times you want to have the whole thing. Is that another route called video wall, and it goes to the whole, and it just says full?
Yes.
That one particular route. Okay.
Exactly.
So it doesn't care that you have multiple routes going to the same device.
Doesn't care.
It just matters how it's divided out.
Each route
Okay.
can only talk to one device, but we can have multiple routes talking to the same device. To different devices or to the same device. And in fact, we can have different routes talking to different pieces of the same device. They don't care. They don't bother each other.
Okay.
Now, you said the magic word, video wall, which means that I have to disclose that video wall controllers do weird stuff. Some of them, it's very easy to understand what weird stuff they're doing. Some of them, it is less easy to understand. So on top of all of this, Mishigas, we have to understand that there's a possibility that when the signal arrives at my video wall controller, it's going to be particular about what it's getting, when, and why. But let's set that aside because we don't have every video wall controller on Earth here to talk about.
It was just a.
It's a hypothetical. Yeah, totally. But since you've mentioned it, I would feel remiss if I didn't mention this fact. Some video wall controllers, for example, will let you configure a physical video wall, basically infinite pixels left to right and infinite pixels top to bottom, but its inputs all have to be HD 60 frames. And then it cuts them up and glues them up and makes whatever, so then you have to figure out how to send it what it wants. That's a separate problem on top of this problem, and we've got enough of a problem here because we have to understand this complicated thing. Yes? Okie dokie. So we've talked about the name, which is your own name. We've talked about the resolution, the device, how much of the device you're using. Guides lets you see, why explain it? I'm just going to show it. When you click the Guides checkbox, you see I want to say it's 5 pixels wide border around the edge of the output route, plus I think a 2 pixel wide vertical line and horizontal line, a circle and an X in the middle, and a quarter circle and diagonal line in each of the quarters, and the name of the route. I'm sorry, the name of the device in each of the corners. This shape shows the full raster of the route. Later, when we talk about warping and geometry correction of the surface, of the stage, this will never change based on that. The purpose of this is to say, where did I aim my projector? Is this projector falling off the edge of the set? No, it's not. Okay, there we go. I've lined it up just so. Is it level? Is the projector itself showing an image that's square and correctly and unwarped? If that circle looks like an oval, you've got some warping going on, which maybe is fine, maybe is correctable, or maybe means you need to rehang your projector. Crucially, my class output that we've been seeing up here is getting mirrored to 2 routes. One route leads to this projector. The other route leads to the NDI device that's going to Chris's computer. Right now, the folks on the stream are not seeing these green lines because these green lines are on the route that belongs to that projector only. If I want to send this same thing to the stream, I got to check this box to QStream route. And now that NDI device is receiving its own rectangle with crosses, and it'll say QStream in the corners. Now the folks on the stream are seeing that, but you don't see that because that is only going out via NDI and not going to this projector. With me so far? Thank you for your patience here. This is one of those things where if you feel like, yes, we get it, then it's going right. But if I go just slightly speedier than that, we will go from yes, we get it, to no idea what you're talking about with almost no space in between. So thank you for your patience. The colors here are assigned by QLab and they go in a cycle: blue, green, yellow, orange, red, magenta, and back to blue. Okay. If I click the edit button, I can edit a route that exists. I can rescale a route, I can resize a route, or I can set the route based on the pixel dimensions of the device that the route is assigned to. I can rotate the route 90, 180, or 270 degrees, or set it to rear project. This is how you tell a projector that doesn't know about rear projection from QLab, please invert the pixels left to right so that rear projection looks nice. Or if I have a projector mounted on its side, but the Mac doesn't know that, and everything looks sideways, I can rotate it here. The scaling mode is my savior if the next place I go has a projector of a different resolution, and I want to not change all my cues around. QLab, just as individual cues can be played full stage, either fit, stretch, or fill, routes can play everything that comes to them onto their corresponding device, either centered, fit, filled, or stretched. So if I've been doing this whole show on a 1080 raster, which I have been, and then I get to a venue with a 4K projector, I can say scale to fill Just make everything bigger, and no one will know. But if I've been doing this whole show on a 4K raster, and then I get to a venue that has a 1080 projector, well, Phil does the exact same thing. It zooms everything down by 50%, and the audience doesn't even know. Yeah? Without this, going from venue to venue and meeting projectors with different resolutions is a big pain in the neck. The end. Okay, we're going up the path. You're now all hip to output routes. Now we go to the video outputs tab, which shows us our stages. A stage is QLab 5's name for the virtual space in which cues play. A stage is kind of like an audio patch, except that to really be analogous, we'd have to say a stage plus all the routes that it uses, plus the devices that those routes use, all that together is really like a patch. So that's why we don't use the word patch here, because it's a bunch of different pieces. Cues play to stages. Stages are cut into regions. Regions go to routes. Routes go to devices. So now we've gotten to the stage range of this conversation. I have here 5 stages: QClass, Intermediate, Final, NDI Stage, Cube. I named them. I ordered them how I like. All this time, everything you've been seeing up here has been played to the QClass stage. The QClass stage has a resolution of 1920 by 1080, and it's got 2 devices involved. This is a list of all of the devices that are in use by anything to do with the stage. We haven't figured out how we got there yet, don't worry. Decimator, which is sending signal to that projector, and QStream, which is the NDI device, which is getting video over to Chris's computer. Make sense? If I hit the monitor button, it opens this little window, which you've been seeing all day and all day yesterday, which shows the pixels that belong on this screen, also here on this screen, so that I don't have to twist my neck and look around weird and screw up my your audio experience. Every time I want to point to something on screen, I can just say, oh yeah, over there. The edit button opens the video stage editor, and now we get into the last step of this particular game. What is the video stage editor? This is a screen with a lot of bits and pieces. We're going to go through them one by one, and then hopefully it will feel unintimidating. The video stage editor, just like the audio patch editor, is the place that you edit all of the properties of the video stage so that it does what you want it to do when you are playing cues to it. Once you get it all set up, you don't have to think about it. You just put a cue on a stage, move the cue around until you're happy, and get on with your life. Up left, we name the stage. A name that suits you is all that's necessary. Below that is the stage size. You can resize the stage, optionally preserving the aspect ratio of the stage when you resize. There is an upper limit of 16,000 pixels wide by 16,000 pixels high. That is a limit imposed upon us by Metal, which is the underlying technology that Apple provides to us to do groovy video. 16,000 by 16,000 is the limit. That's that. If you need to output more pixels from QLab than 16,000 by 16,000, no problem. You just can't do it on a single stage. And boy, oh boy, you better have a beefy Mac to do it. And I'd like to hear about that project, please. You don't have to preserve the aspect ratio, but you can. And then the regions that exist within the stage will either be scaled or cropped and padded. If you're not resizing a stage, though, you don't really need to worry about this, and this will make more sense later after we've talked about more things. So let's just gloss over it for now and say, I don't want to resize my stage. I know what size it is. It's 1920 by 1080, and I'm happy. The stage layer is a very head-bendy idea. Just as cues have layers, and cues playing on top play above all other cues playing on the same stage, stages have layers vis-a-vis their routes. Their devices. Their routes. Oh no. One or the other, and it's not immediately known which, but Chad's going to find out. if I have two stages that both play to the same place, that projector on this cyc, and I have cues on both of those stages playing at the same time, which one renders in front of which? The answer is all of the cues of one stage render compared to all of the cues of the other stage based upon the stage layer. So if this QClass stage layer is set to top, and another stage that goes to the same projector is also set to top, then the most recent cue will play on top, no matter what the layer relative to each other. Outputs, devices. Great, thank you. But if I set QClass stage to layer 1 and some other stage to stage layer 2, all of the cues played on stage on that other stage will render in front of all of the cues played to this stage, no matter which played first. The easiest example that I can use to explain why you might want to do this is a projection mapping demo I saw of someone had like a outrageously large Barco projecting from the roof of one building across the street onto the facade of a building that looked a lot like a Greek temple or a US court, right? So there was a large stone white building with big fat columns and then a little bit of space and then a wall and then a little door in the wall and you go into the building. And they were projecting across the street onto the front of this, and they had essentially two stages sharing one projector. One stage rendered video onto the face of the columns. One stage rendered video onto the wall of the building. The cues that played on the columns stage were on a higher layer, so that when you played cues across the columns, it hid and played in front of whatever imagery was being played on the wall. Because the physical reality of the surface upon which they were shining was that the columns were in front of the wall. And so the stage was on a higher layer to match in digital land what was happening in reality. There are other reasons why you might do this, but that I think is nice and simple. Okay, that's layer. The next checkbox, keep rendering between cues, is checked by default. And what this box means is when you launch QLab and do nothing else, no video is being played, then any screens which are attached to your Mac will show the macOS desktop, like you can see behind my workspace. But as soon as you play a video cue, QLab renders an all black backdrop behind every video cue and completely obscures the macOS desktop. This is on purpose. This is because you don't want to see your wallpaper as part of your show. You want QLab to have absolute control over the pixels coming out of QLab. I mean, coming out of your projector. Keep rendering between cues says, even when cues stop, keep that black backdrop going. Keep it going until and unless you hit escape key or you quit QLab, or I guess close the workspace, right? The other thing that's nice about keep rendering between cues is that if you're sending video out via NDI, the NDI, some NDI receivers will notice that you've gone dark and shut down the path. Because in broadcast video land, there is no such thing as nothing. There's either black pixels or other pixels, but there's always pixels. But we are not in broadcast video land, so we sometimes send no pixels. And so in broadcast video land, no pixels means someone unplugs something, turns something off, show is over, go home. So we have keep rendering between cues available to say, no, 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 there's more pixels coming later. Stand by, sit tight. I highly encourage you keep this going. It also reduces, by a small amount, but not none, reduces the amount of time between hitting go on a video cue and seeing that video cue. It is analogous to auto-load in that way, but different from auto-load in that I recommend that you always leave this checked unless you discover for sure you want it unchecked. In that way, it is the opposite of auto-load. Okay, we've talked about stage size and resize. Mask. Cues stages can have a mask. So I'm going to play, want to play some video. There we go. Stages can have a mask. A mask allows you to mask some of the stage so that no video ever plays where the mask is. A mask has to be a black and white image that is, or black and white, or a grayscale image, I should say, that it has no transparency. So I'm quick looking this image. This is black, white, and it's got some dithered black to white, so it's got several layers of gray. If I choose this mask and apply it to the stage, any cue, oh, I'm playing a full stage cue. What's going on here? Oh, it's right. It's just not on my monitor. Gosh darn it. I'm looking like, monitor output doesn't show masks. Any cue that plays on the stage will play as though behind the mask, where white pixels in the mask image represent the stage, black pixels on the mask image represent no video please, and gray represents a nice transition. The black pixels of the mask, though, are not opaque black. They are in fact like cutout. So another stage on a lower layer would be visible through the masked area. It's a little head bendy. The mask is not an opaque mask on top of the stage. It is like a strainer where white pixels allow the stage through and black pixels erase the existence of the stage and make it clear. Where's my folder? If you open that image, sorry, going. Nope, not there. If I open this image in an image editing program, and I save, it will notice the save and re-render immediately. So if you're trying to work on a mask to mask off your complicated piece of scenery, put an image editor of your choosing onto your QLab Mac and work on the mask image live with your projector up. Easiest way. If it is scheduled for you to do that at the same time as the lighting designer is doing focus, they may not enjoy it. But that is between you and production management. I am now going to delete that, save again, and get back to the default. Live edits of the mask image, very useful.
Can we take a step back? I didn't get what you said with if you put an image behind.
Absolutely. Do you recall that I was talking about how stages have a layer? And I can have multiple stages using the same projector, but the stage that has a higher layer will play in front of the stage that has a lower layer. If the stage that has a higher layer has a mask image, the black pixels of the mask image will not hide the lower layer stage. They will cut out the higher layer stage's black area and reveal the lower layer. So in that way, the mask is not truly a mask. It is more like a stencil, a cutout, cookie cutter. Yeah? Does that make sense? Maybe. A little. Maybe. Yeah. The space that is black here is not necessarily black. It just allows what's behind to show through. And what's behind, most of the time, is black.
Yeah, now we go.
There we go.
So it's not global like the crop was.
Well, the crop is global per cue, but I crop a cue, let another cue show through. So it's in fact very much like a crop. What's behind shows through.
So if you played another video see it behind the mask currently? Or
If
no?
I played a video cue on another stage, and the whole stage was on a lower stage layer than this one, then it would show through.
Got it. Okay.
But the mask belongs to the
To the stage.
the mask belongs to the whole stage.
And Sam, I'll also describe an example
Please.
that the folks on the stream are asking about, which is the stage Sam is creating that is coming out of this projector for you onto this black background. The stage itself is being sent to me through NDI, and it actually has clear pixels where it's not rendering this looping video. It's actually clear. So on this projector, the clearness overlays a black background, but the NDI feed across to me is being rendered on a different background for the stream. So for the folks on the stream, they're seeing this white masked video on top of a kind of bluish background because that stage output rendered in the context of this stream is on top of something else. So the stage has kind of clear, its default state is clear. If stuff gets rendered into the stage, the pixels are there, wonderful, and they then go on top of something at the end of the line, which might be the black pixels of this screen up here, or different colored pixels of this other destination and this other copy of QLab that's running.
So if you did what you said, which was played another video on a lower numbered stage, we would see that video only in the area where this one is masked,
Correct.
right? Okay.
Exactly correct. But let's play this. Let's play this game. Wasp on top layer, Panda on top layer, nothing showing because both of these are on the same stage. And the same stage means the mask applies to everything on the stage. Even if I put the wasp on layer 1, Panda on layer 2, doesn't matter. Okay, I'm going to remove the mask before I forget to remove the mask and confuse my next demo when I do this class again. So that's the top portion of the stage editor. The rest of the stage editor has two tabs, the layout tab and the warping tab. We're going to start in the layout tab. The layout tab lets me define regions of the stage, and each region is what goes to a route. So on this stage, I have two regions. The region A, rendered in dark blue, is covering the entire stage. So every pixel of the stage goes to this region, and this region gets played into the output route QClass output, which gets sent to the decimator, which goes to that projector. Yeah? If I click grid, I will see in output exactly what I'm talking about with this region. If I were to make this region cover only half the stage, I would see only part of my stage, because I'm now asking this region to cover only part of the stage, and what the route receives is whatever the region gives it, right? If the region covers the entire stage, I see the entire stage. So a region is like a window onto the stage, and whatever is in that window goes to the route. When I'm doing one stage with one projector, nothing complicated, you always want the whole region to cover the whole stage. Because the whole, in the event of just wanting to play video to one screen, the idea of a region is, the whole idea of a region is to remove some of the screen from an output, presumably so that removed region can go to another screen. But here we just want every pixel of the stage showing my whole F-Train video to play to this whole raster of this whole projector. And therefore, this region covers the whole stage, rather than cutting off some amount. Simultaneously, region B, which is the light blue region, also covers the whole stage and is sent to the route QStream to go to Chris's computer. So every pixel of my stage gets sent both to this route, which goes to this projector, and that route, which goes to NDI. Yeah? When I click grid here, we see a grid in the room. They don't see the grid on the stream. When I click grid here, they see a grid on the stream. We see no grid in the room. Because though the grid belongs to the stage, it is being displayed only on the routes that I say. Because it's being displayed only in the regions that I say. Yeah? Each region, when you select it, can be numerically adjusted in size here. We'll talk about edge blends in just a moment. The warping tab lets us define how the region displays geometrically on the grid. And so if our projector is wildly off-center, this projector, Alec installed it, and then in projector, I think, did its geometry? Yeah. Using the controls built into the projector, Alec made the projection look square, even though you can see that the lens of the projector is quite above the center of the screen. So what's really happening is that that projector is projecting what appears to be a trapezoid. And using the controls in the projector, Alec warped the output of the projector to be geometrically correct. If what? Because you can't easily turn it off. Yeah. If he were not to have not done that, I could do it in QLab. I turn on the grid, and here in the warping tab, I can adjust the corners of the output. And now we're getting into, sorry?
You're showing the warping tab here, which crashes in 5.2.2. So if anybody here is trying it out on their computer and it's crashing, just update to 5.2.3 real quick, which came out yesterday, and it will not crash anymore.
Thank you. Thank you for that reminder. Yeah, so if you're playing around in this tab, just update to 5.2.3. This is the point of this demo where we've been talking for a long time and we finally see the purpose of individual regions, right? The region is the thing that you warp in order to counter-correct the geometry of your physical reality. I can use, by default, I use perspective warping with 4 corners. But if I'm projecting onto a surface that is multi-plane, I could split the region horizontally or vertically and warp into a more interesting shape, right? If instead I was projecting onto a curvy surface, I can switch to Bezier warping and create curvy warps using bendy math. You can grab a whole side, a whole edge, the little question button in the lower left shows you some quick instructions, including some special keyboard shortcuts. W, A, S, and D let you move between different selected control points. Then arrow keys move that control point by a little tiny bit, 1 pixel apiece, or shift arrow keys by 10 pixels at a time. So once you get close to what you want, you can use just the keyboard instead of the mouse to get a much finer grained control.
projectors in order to be able to fill the stage, because one doesn't get a big enough image. You do it by creating two different regions and sending one projector to one region and the other one.
So let's get into that now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, let's get into that now. All up until now, we've been talking about one screen for one stage. But Jeff has just asked about, well, what happens if one projector can't give me an image large enough for my stage? Most of the time, we work in a theater where the projector is not the right size or shape. Like I work in the summers in a theater where the projection surface is the entire cyclorama for dance shows and for certain concerts. And the cyc is, the visible part of the cyc is about 13.5 feet by 33 feet. That is not the same aspect ratio as a video projector. It is in fact just a little bit less than 32 by 9. It's about 28 by 9. Well, it's exactly 33 by 13.5, now that I think about it. So I use two projectors. One of them covers stage left half, one of them covers stage right half, and they overlap rather considerably in the middle. This is what's called edge blending. The edges of the two projectors blend together. And what I need QLab to do is know how much of the projectors are overlapped so that the same pixel can go to two projectors in the same physical place on stage, and the brightness of one projector can be faded out as the brightness of the other projector is faded in, so that the audience doesn't see a sharp line. Does that make sense? If I had a completely rock-solid mounting solution where there was no vibration and no movement, I could instead project line up the beams of the projectors side by side so that they just align perfectly. And we'd go from pixel 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and just one pixel lines up with the other pixel. But that's both incredibly challenging and tedious, and also eliminates the possibility of anything ever moving at all without looking terrible. So instead, we overlap and we blend. So how to do this? I'm going to make a video stage, which first I need to imagine the overlap. So if I have two projectors that are 1920 by 1080, how much are they going to overlap? So let's make a multi-output stage, and let's say they're going to overlap by 20%. 1920 by 1080 with a 20% overlap, that means that my two projectors result in a stage that is 3456 by 1080. If I had three projectors, the stage would be 4,992 pixels wide by 1080 high. But I have only two projectors. And actually, my overlap is not 20%. It's a little bit more. It's like 24%. So my width is actually closer to 3379. I happen to know because I just got off of this project, that my width is almost exactly 3300. But this is close enough. I click OK. And now I have a new stage. The stage is 3379 by 1080. And I have two regions. The dark blue region represents the house left, stage right side of my cyc. The light blue region represents the house right side of my cyc. And the zone in the middle that is cross-hatched represents where both projectors overlap, and the same pixels of the stage will go to both projectors. If I were to turn the grid on, well, I don't have any screens projected here. I could turn the grid on for one region or the other at a time and make sure that each projector was where I thought it was. I can allow QLab to automatically calculate the amount of edge blend, or I can do it myself. And here I can set the gamma, or the brightness curve, of the edge blend. It defaults to 0.8. if where your projectors overlap, it seems a little dark in the middle, you want to lower the gamma. And if where they overlap, it seems a little too bright in the middle, you want to raise the gamma. And I'm like 70% sure that that's the correct direction. I could have said it backwards. I cannot remember this. Cannot. It doesn't matter though. The gamma is simply the fall-off curve of the brightness in the blend. So if it's a bright spot in the middle or a dark spot in the middle, change the blend gamma until it feels to you nice and smooth in between. Critically, a good edge blend is only possible if both projectors have the same resolution, the same zoom, so the physical pixels of each projector appear to be the same size, and the color temperature of the two light sources in the two projectors is similar. If you've got a very, very new projector lamp in that projector and a very old one in that one, they will never look good edge blended. Wendell Harrington, known to some as the godmother of projection design, she was the first credited projection designer on Broadway. She says, do not forget the stupid analog tools that are available to you. New lamp, old lamp, get some neutral density gel, tape it over the lens on the new lamp, dim it down a little, warm it up a little. It'll look great. Doesn't look great enough? Tape more gel. Do not be afraid to do the dumb thing to get it working. Really admire her and her attitude. She does these spectacular designs, incredibly technically sophisticated, and never forgets to do the dumb thing if the dumb thing helps. Much respect.
Where did you click to set it to multi?
Yeah, I'm going to do it again. I created a new video stage, multi-output stage. And that lets me use this little wizard.
How do you design on the percentage?
In this particular example, I used my memory of the actual setup I was talking about, but there are a bunch of different ways. The technically right way is to get an accurate drawing of the set, bring it into a drafting program like Vectorworks, get your projectors in your Vectorworks model, put in the right lens, and figure out the actual throw and the actual overlap. The approximately right way to do it is to say, all right, how far away is the thing? Okay, that throw is like 40 feet. At 40 feet with the lens that I've got, I know that my projection is like 18 feet wide. The cyc is like 33. So 33 means two 18-foot wide projections with this much overlap, and kind of fudge it. Make a guess. And then when you get there, keep changing things until it looks good. Now, I don't have to use QLab's clever little wizard. I could also just make a new video stage, a new empty stage. Because when I go back to that same venue that I'm just talking about next summer, I'll remember that it's 3300 by 1080 because I spent so much time this summer dealing with the number 3300. So my little dyscalculia brain is like, you got that one, keep it forever on your deathbed. Hey, how wide is that stage? Oh, it's 3,300 pixels wide. Okay.
We have a 60-foot proscenium. That's why I asked, because we need 2 or 3 or more.
Yeah, 60 foot by?
23 and 11 inches.
2311 is from floor to the bottom of the borders, or is the proscenium opening?
We have clouds as well that have some stuff, so visibly.
2311 is the usable height.
Yeah.
And 60 is the width?
Yes.
So depending upon what lens you have, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? And what your throw distance is. Do you know about lens numbers? Do you know about how lens numbers are published? On a camera, you get a 35 millimeter lens, a 50 millimeter lens, a 200 millimeter lens. On video projectors, lenses are given to you in ratios, some number to 1. And that is the number of feet of throw you need to get that many feet of width. Or it works in meters too, it's unitless. So if you have a 1-to-1 lens, that means that for every unit of distance away from the surface, you get that much width of projection. And the amount of height you get is calculated by the aspect ratio. So if you have a 2.4 to 1 lens, and your projector is 2.4 feet away from the wall, you'll get a 1 foot wide projection. If it's 4.8 feet away, you'll get a 2 foot wide projection. So your lens ratio is what tells you the width of the shot per projector. If you have 3 projectors to cover your cyc, you best have 3 lenses that can hit the same ratio, otherwise the pixels will be different sizes and it will look weird. Yeah, you bet. Okay, but now I've created a new empty stage because I'm going to create this multi-stage, this multi-output stage by hand. I created a new empty stage. Because I'm going to my deathbed with the number 3300 burned into my skull, I click resize, I turn off preserved aspect ratio, and I type 3300 by 1080 because I know that's how many pixels I want to fill my cyc. Then I'm going to draw 2 regions. I didn't draw them perfectly, but it doesn't matter because I'm now going to go to Move Region, select the left region, and say that it is 1920 by 1080. No, it didn't fit. 1080, there we go. 1920 by 1080, that's my left projector, which I know is 1920 by 1080. My right projector, I can resize to full height and make it also 1920 by 1080. And now I've slid them to the left and right edges completely of my cyc. And now I don't know that this is exactly 20%. This is just however much it is. When I turn on the grids on the 2 projectors, I will then get up on a ladder and move and tweak and twist until the projectors overlap that amount, until the ghost image of both sides lines up just right. The easiest way to do that is to turn on the route alignment guides to see that the top and the bottom edge are perfectly aligned. Then turn on the grids here and turn off edge blending so that I see the full brightness of my grid on both at once. Then I turn edge blending back on and make it look just so. And then I spend a lot of time in the warping tab correctly geometrically counter warping each of the 2 projectors at whatever fakakta angle I hung them at. Because the building has no square edges, corners, no level surfaces, and the roof has a variety of altitudes that you would not believe. So what comes at the end of all this is just lots of minute tweaking.
When you pan the projectors, doesn't that affect the horizontalness of the lines?
Depending upon the mechanism of the pan, absolutely.
Yeah. And how do you correct that?
So I can easily make this whole thing, I can correct the levelness of this whole thing, but only by making the whole thing a little smaller. Right? This is, exaggerated, of course. But now I'm wasting pixels. So the less you do of this, the better. Is good? I want to go and give you another demonstration of what, no, turn you off grid. I want to give you another demonstration of another way to imagine using regions that isn't about multiple outputs or multiple projectors. Why you might use multiple regions on a single output screen. And this cube is going to be my friend. Let us imagine we want to project onto a cube. We're going to set all, we've created a square I'm going to project onto this cube. Can you move the lens to the other place? You did it. You're so good. Let's just reset everything back to before I did the demo. What I've done is made a square stage, 1,000 by 1,000 pixels, which is my best guess at how many, at a space that is large enough to encompass the size of this physical object vis-a-vis the size of the pixels from that projector when they arrive at this object. I guessed that 1,000 pixels wide would cover the width of this object. Because the pixels inside there are some tiny number, but by the time they get here, they've spread out, so they're some width. These 3 regions are going to represent what goes here, here, and here. I go to the warping tab. I turn on my 3 regions. This gray rectangle with the purple edge, that's the output route. That rectangle matches some rectangle in real space where this projector is actually throwing. If I want to know where, I can go to output devices, output routing, find that output, and click guides, and now I see where the actual pixels of the actual projector are falling. And I can see that to make this demo work, just scooch it back just a little. There we go.
So a good first step would be to do this to like center or space or whatever before you try to do any sort of.
Yeah, exactly. And now, I want to put these regions on top of my cube. So let's do this one first. I'm just moving the control points until they're inside this face. This is going to be very small. I think 1,000 overshot a little. Okay, so now this region has been warped to match the physical arrangement of this face of this object. You with me so far? This region is going to match up with that edge and go off that face, the face that's going off this way. So I know I can just move the whole thing over here, take this control point and put it there, and it snaps magnetically. Take this control point, put it up there, and it snaps magnetically. And then I'm going to go to the gear menu and choose Link All Identical Control Points. And now those control points appear as diamonds, not circles. When I move this control point, it moves both regions. Now, of course, I can't see the other side of the cube from where I'm standing. Not bad? Great. And how's the bottom center? The center edge where the two faces meet. Am I on? Is the edge on the edge? Is the corner on the corner?
Yes.
Great.
The second to last point you just said
Okay, great.
Your top middle needs to go up.
Top, middle, up.
There you go.
Thank you. All right. You can see how it's not that hard to spend a lot of time on this, right? Now I take this next region, which represents the top face of the cube, snap. 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 Approximate. And now link all identical. Presto, which is the name of a rabbit I knew once. Thought it was a great name for a rabbit.
What color was it?
White with a black nose.
I was gonna say Volkswagen or a Lincoln.
Oh no, the only Volkswagen rabbit I ever knew, presto was absolutely the wrong word. Molto lento, lentissimo. Okay. I now have in there a representation of this cuboid in reality, right? I'm going to turn off these grids. I'm going to turn off the guides. And now I'm going to play this video cue. This is just the rain played flat on the surface. I have rendered a piece of video that is simulated rain in 3 corners of a square raster. But the rain has been rendered such that it appears that the drops that come off the edge there line up with drops that come down here. So I've not done this in reality yet. This is the first time. We're going to see. If I run this same cube played full stage onto the cube stage we just created, in theory, it should line up the top portion with the top of the cube, and each side with each side. Let's turn off these lights. Not terrible. Not perfect, but not terrible. The rendered video is in 4 quarters of a square. Then we made a region for each quarter. The region of the top quarter got warped to fit this space. The region representing this quarter got warped to fit this space. And the region representing this quarter got warped to fit this space. Several stages of this game have to come together to work properly. The first stage is I have to know that my goal is to shoot video onto the corner of a cube. The second stage, thank you, is to know that to do that, 3 faces of a cube in 3D represent 3 quarters, can be represented by 3 quarters of a square in 2D. The third step is to make content that works in that shape, which I did in Apple Motion by generating this image into 3 quarters of a square. Then the fourth stage is to make a stage in which 3 regions represent those 3 quarters of the square, and those 3 regions are warped to the shape of 3 faces of the cube. I can now see that this corner is a little off, as is this, and I can't help myself.
And where was the link when you connected them?
The little gear menu up in the middle here, link all identical control points. And that's what lets me drag where the overlap is. One control point bends both, right?
Now, can you send different videos to each region?
So the idea in QLab is that a region is not meant to be something that you, while queuing, think about proactively. Instead, the idea is you think about the whole stage as a whole. I can, of course, send to each region. By moving the queue to the right spot. Top, left, right. Right? Because I know, okay, quarters, up there, down there, sure. But if I want to easily map a video just to one face of the cube at a time, the next move would be pretty straightforward. Go to video output, go to cube, copy, Command C, paste, paste, paste. We're going to make cube top, cube left, cube right. In cube top, all I need to do is get rid of this guy and get rid of this guy. And now I have a stage called cube top where the whole stage, oh, no, that's not true. I got it wrong. Actually get rid of the regions. Oh, no, bother. I skipped a step and I was trying to be too clever. Not only do I get rid of those other two regions, I take this region and I make it fill the stage. But in warping, I leave it alone. Now, the whole stage only represents the top. So I could then repeat cube left, get rid of you, sorry, get rid of you, get rid of you. And make
Sam,
you.
I just realized that for the folks sitting at the tables, they might not be able to see the top.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I'm doing the sides too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now I can do left and right, get rid of the top bit, get rid of the left bit, and resize you to fit. So now I can go get my F-train, play to cube left, fill stage, and go.
So let's say you wanted a different video on the other side. You need another projector.
Nope.
Do that?
Watch this. Let's get the cityscape. Take the cityscape and put it on cube right. Fill stage. Fill.
Each one a different stage as opposed to a different region.
Right. A region is a piece of a stage that goes to a route, but the stage is the thing you care about at the queue level. So for every area in physical reality in your theater that you want to be addressed as a discrete unit of video projection space, make a stage that is that. I want to see how this looks.
It's pretty cool.
It's strange, but I dig it. I mean, you can clearly see the source video. It's like, the thing is, it's a very high-res projector projecting to a very small space, right?
You have the waves pour over the top. Down. Can you try the waves again, but desaturated so they're brighter?
Yeah, all right. Projection designed by committee. Hang on, which one is this?
I was thinking, imagining the three
Yeah, that'd be fun. I like that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not.
So if you wanted, okay, with what you're doing, if you wanted to have it affect all three, let's say you had 3 different things and then you wanted the waves to like go over all of them, could you just send it to the cube one?
Yes. Correct. We're going to send the waves to the cube stage, not cube top, but whole cube, right? And we're going to, yeah, and I think actually we probably want it to be about that angle. I'm not sure about this.
Because it's just that L-shaped corner, right? It's going to show up.
I'm not sure about this angle, but it's an attempt.
I like it.
Oh, now of course we have a stage layer question,
Oh, because it's not.
right? So cube stage layer top, but we want to make cube top, left, and right lower layers to guarantee that top, left, and right render on lower layers. Right? So now this is definitively overlaid on everything. So now we roll down our opacity to show through the lower layers somewhat. And you were saying desaturate?
I was saying that in the context of your original rendered thing.
Oh, sure.
This looks great.
But yeah, right now we have the ocean spilling down. I mean, obviously we'd spend more time making it just right if we were actually doing a show. But you get the idea, right? It's also what?
I said also if the cube were white.
If the cube were white, this would be a much more effective down. Yeah. Although I have to say, we had an interesting experience this summer. We painted a surface that we were projecting upon light gray. I would call it like 15% gray with paint that had some sparkliness to it. And it made the projections feel kind of like as though through like a fine silk. It gave it a softness that was actually very groovy. And it meant that the physical texture of the surface that we were projecting on became de-emphasized because everything got softened a little. It was a great effect, and I'm going to use it all the time. Yeah.
Could you make it so that like the waves start on the left side and then go across to the right side?
Yeah, I mean, I think that this, just simply the rotation, like the action of the waves, the shape of the action of the waves is in the video, so I have to know the shape of the video. Like here, they're coming this way more.
Yeah.
So that's a matter of rotation. But are you talking about spreading over time so that they don't appear on one side but only on the other?
Yeah. So like if it was like flat, like folded out or whatever, it would start here and like.
Yeah. So I'd
across.
then use the shutter effect. And slowly, with a fade cue, slowly open this shutter. Which, when Siobhan and I and whoever else are finished testing the soft edge shutter, really make that thing come together nicely. Yeah.
If you had a globe or a sphere you wanted to project on, would it would be bendy math, of course, but
Yes.
would it be bendy math on like one region, or would you go for like a cube shape and then do the bendy things?
That's a great question. I have no idea what I'd do. I would insist with my producer on a lot more time than they want to give me. So that I could sit there and screw around with it and see what happens.
Would masks be useful?
Probably. Probably, but I've never done this. I've never tried this. So I really don't know what I would do. But I think that probably the answer is I would try to zoom my projector so that I was wasting the smallest number of pixels, right? So if I've got a nice big globe here, I'd zoom my projector so that I'm just overshooting the globe. And then I think I'd probably try to do one region with some very wild bendy math. But if I had an audience that was wide enough, I'd probably want to take another projector and do more math on the side and edge blend. I'd probably edge blend like a cylinder I'd probably imagine that it's a cylinder and then try to mask off the top, or I'm not sure what I'd do. That would take quite some time.
It's the set designer to move it far enough upstage so you don't need to.
Yeah, that sounds good too. Now, like, not to sit here and advocate for some competitor's product, but if what you really need to do is really deal with a lot of complicated 3D objects in space, that's not QLab's strong suit. Obviously, it's possible. And so, up to a level of complexity similar to this, clearly doable. But if you want to truly project onto a 3D surface, you want to use Disguise. Disguise is a product that costs, if you have to ask, it's too expensive for you. It is a 6-digit number.
Oh.
It comes with hardware, and it comes with a dude from England who makes it work for you.
MadMapper is also a good tool for this.
Say what?
MadMapper.
Yeah.
Oh, what I'm about to describe, MadMapper cannot do, but...
My apologies.
No, but you're not wrong. MadMapper is a good tool, but it won't do what I'm about to describe, which is this. The way Disguise works is you draw your theater in 3D in Disguise. You draw your set in 3D in Disguise. And you place your projectors in Disguise virtually. And you say, this is a projector, it's this many pixels, and the lens is this aspect ratio. And then all of your cues play in 3D space, inside the computer and in reality. If you have to move a projector 3 feet one way in reality, you've got to go into your little model and move it. On the other hand, you can just move cues around however you like, and it's always correct, because Disguise has a true and real 3D model of your true and real theater. This MadMapper does not do. MadMapper approaches it quite differently. We approach it yet differently. And so, as you can see, possible. If I had a more complicated shape, possible but difficult. MadMapper has, I think, some strong facility for circles and for round things. And also, MadMapper has a rabid and enthusiastic fan base who's out there and ready to help you, which I'm saying is a good thing. Like, I'm impressed by that. So there is a limit to what is easy to do in this realm in QLab. In exchange, this side, the Q side, in Disguise, is monstrous. Very, very challenging. I asked the Disguise operator in the show, hey, how long was that fade out? And he's like, give me a sec. What? Just give me a second. Why? Well, because I'm doing the most complicated thing in the world. Okay, great. You'll get back to me, right? So there's like, as sometimes some of my colleagues are fond of saying, these apples don't taste like the oranges I'm used to, right? Like, it is an apples to oranges comparison. I prefer apples, but some folks like both, and you can use the one that's most appropriate. And I have no objection with that. MadMapper can receive video via Siphon. If you're doing some bonkers warping that feels like a chore in QLab, but feels really easy in MadMapper, you could use MadMapper for your output and just send it video from Siphon from QLab on the same Mac and have all of the parts of QLab that you love and the parts of MadMapper that you love. Who am I to stop you? Go for it. But I'm enthusiastic as an individual person, not as a Figure 53 employee, about how this is doable in QLab 5, because this was essentially impossible in QLab 4 and literally impossible in QLab 3. But now, it's like, that's no big deal. I don't work with scenery more complicated than this sort of thing. So for me, I'm ready. I'm happy.
It is a solve 95% of the problems, not 100.
Yeah. And this designer does not get hired for 100% of the designs, so no big deal. Huh?
So how many 9s do you want? You never
Yeah.
gonna get to 100.
Yeah, exactly so. That's fun. All right.
Can you turn your light back on?
I'm about to.
Thank you.
Hello. So, now we've talked about video cues, and we've talked about video stages and video output and all that business, which means now we can talk about, did you restore the, thank you, of course you did.
Currently do it. We can hear.
What?
We can hear the projector.
Yeah, we can hear it going.
I can't from here.
Yeah.
Oh, when you saw the danger dot, yeah. The danger dot as in danger, someone's doing something with video on your computer. If you are a person who ever has and therefore knows how to complain to Apple about something, please feel free to complain to them about the orange dot. The orange dot is a macOS safety feature in which anytime it thinks, the macOS thinks that there's some piece of software that's doing something tricky with a camera, it puts up the orange dot. That way, you don't feel like you're being spied upon, or a camera or microphone. And I think that that's a good thing. I think that it is good for the macOS to have a built-in sense of anxiety about you being spied upon, because that allows your anxiety to be dialed down just a little. And being spied upon is something that we actually have to worry about. So the orange dot is the little warning that you might be being spied upon by some piece of software using a camera or a microphone. But what the macOS does not need to do is put that orange dot in an uncover-upable way on an external display. I see it here on my operator display here. I feel like that's enough safety. I feel like that's just embarrassing me in front of the whole audience. So what do I do these days? No kidding. I just allow myself to waste the projector's top few pixels, and I pan the projector up so that that's out of sight lines. Or I take a piece of tape and go across the top of the lens, Wendell Harrington style. Or I output from QLab to a Blackmagic device, which does not appear to the macOS as a real screen, and it has no safety dot. But what I'd really like is for lots and lots of people to tell Apple how stupid this is, and how stupid it makes Apple look, and how difficult it is for us to take Apple seriously as a media production partner that we all know it wants to be seen as, if they will do something like this that can just ruin my life, or at least my reputation. Please do feel free to, I think, feedback@apple.com. No, I think there's a real way to do it, but I don't know what it is. Okay.
This is going to be a long one, right? Can we take 5?
I think it's a great idea. Let's take 5 minutes. Let's take 7 minutes and have a little break, and then we will come back in about 7 minutes and do some more. If no dropouts, then we've learned. Now, I also learned, Alec, that some rechargeable, good rechargeable AA's are not exactly the same size as real AA's. I mean, really close, but not exactly. One model of Shure's handheld, the UHF R series, these particular rechargeables, if you put them in there, when it's cold out, they'll fit. But then once it warms up, you have to get them out by banging the thing against the desk.
This is like the most distressing piece of information I've ever received.
Huntsman were those batteries.
What kind of mic is it? What
Shure, this is a ULX? Yeah, ULXD.
Just get the SB batteries from Shure.
Well, that did not exist when this story took place.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, they are fantastic.
Yeah, I know. They're great. I love them. Use them all over the place.
Yeah.
The what batteries?
SB 900, I believe, and SB 800 is one of them is the charger and one of them is the battery, and I don't remember which one's which.
You can just leave the battery in the pack, drop the pack in the charger.
Yeah.
And then they also have a rack mount charger that is groovy as all heck.
Yeah, there's a couple different options of things.
Yeah. Yeah.
But the SB 800, 900 is the cheap way to do it, where you take the battery out and then plop it into like the 8-bay charger. So if you have like so depending on how your mics go.
I mean, I'm always looking for catalog
Keep throwing away.
But the dock ones are really great. We use them in classrooms too.
What am I going to
So that, you know.
Right.
we
How
have a
are you going to
slight-
keep the
slight
batteries in
chance
your
of people actually putting the microphone
in your
back.
remote control up to date?
Right. My mouse battery used to power a wireless mic.
Yeah, right. Alrighty. We're going to talk about video formats, file formats for video. Did it just drop?
Yep.
Yep.
I'm logging.
Looking at your logs. All right. Well, now we know it's not. At least we don't have to suspect those batteries anymore.
There are so few things it could be now.
We're narrowing it down.
Camera cues, text cues, video formats, and then a couple of other video demos, and I believe that will take us to time. This part of the class is called the Video Formats Lecture, the good, the bad, the ugly. We were talking yesterday about what audio file formats QLab likes. AIFF, WAV, CAF, also MP3 and MP4 are fine, but really the differences between them are comparatively small when held up against the differences between video formats, because video is just a lot more data. And so people ask often, which video format should I use for QLab? And that's a reasonable question, and that's what this little lecture is all about. The short version, use one of these. Which one of these? Those. ProRes 422 Proxy, LT, and 4444, thumbs up. Photo JPEG and HAP, it's complicated. H.264 and 265 are nothing wrong with them, but I'm going to tell you why I think they're not ideal for QLab. So let's start with ProRes 422 Proxy. ProRes 422 Proxy, besides being a mouthful, other than that, it's actually a pretty groovy file format. It was invented by Apple as what's called an intermediate codec. The idea is you shoot video on a high-end camera, then you transfer that file and convert it to ProRes 422 Proxy on your computer, which gives you good picture quality but at easier to work with file size. Do your edits, and then the edits are exported as what's called an edit decision list from Final Cut. Final Cut does the actual output using your original media. So you shoot in glorious uncompressed 8K whatever, edit using a little ProRes 422 Proxy file, real quick and easy, and then when you do your render, you set to render and then you leave the room and go about your day, and then when you come back, it has used your edits but the original uncompressed media to produce the nice output. Ooh la la. But Apple did such a good job with the intermediate codec that it turns out that the intermediate codec itself looks so good, it looked good enough for us to use in the theater. ProRes 422 Proxy makes pretty large file sizes. Do not get spooked by the file size. A lot of folks write to us and said, I translated my video to ProRes 422 Proxy and it's 2 whole gigabytes. What's wrong? And the answer is nothing at all. Have a hard disk large enough to run your show, and you don't need to worry about the file size. The end. The ProRes 422 proxy format gives you great picture quality without any gross gradients like MPEG-2. I don't know if, harken back to watching a movie on a DVD and the camera's looking into a sunset and it's like steps of color. Disgusting. On the original film, it looked glorious. On something like ProRes 422 proxy, it looks glorious. MPEG-2 did this blocky thing. Because the weakness in ProRes 422 proxy is soft edges. If your focus was dead on and you had a great lens and you filmed something with a lot of vertical fine line resolution, when you turn that to ProRes 422 proxy, those beautiful crisp lines get a little soft. It doesn't need a lot of CPU or GPU power. It is hardware accelerated on Apple Silicon Pro, Max, and Ultra chips. It does need plenty of memory to decode because of its file size. The codec itself is free, but the only way to use it is to buy Final Cut, Pro, Motion, or Compressor, which are the Apple programs that it comes with. You can then use it freely in other programs. Compressor costs only $50 and it's really useful. If you are using video a lot, if you are working with video files a lot, Compressor is like the Swiss Army knife of video. It's a tool I encourage you to have. Compressor for me is to video as Twisted Wave is to audio. Thank you, 4 p.m. demo chime.
Did it scare you?
It didn't. Thank you. So, Compressor, really useful, inexpensive. Highly recommended. When I say inexpensive, I understand that everyone operates at their own scale for budget. But in the world of video, I am afraid to tell you that $50 is essentially universally cheap, because there's nothing cheap in video. ProRes 422 LT is the next video format that we recommend. It is one step nicer looking than Proxy. Larger file sizes than Proxy. Be prepared. Have the disk space. Superb picture quality, no gross gradients, no jaggy edges. I submit to you that the deficiencies of this codec are seldom visible in the theatrical context. Just as I was saying about, you look at your video on your really crisp studio monitor in your studio with perfect lighting, then you go to the theater, you've got a junky projector, it's humid, the lighting designer's doing haze, the surface is really fluffy, and the difference between a super crisp picture and a very soft picture is rendered moot by all that environmental truth. Almost any environmental truth in a theatrical context renders the deficiencies of 422 LT moot. But if you look at it on your high-end studio monitor, you will definitely see those deficiencies. So it's easy to think that it's no good. In fact, it's fine when you're actually using it in the field. It has the same CPU, GPU, and RAM storage as 422 proxy. It uses lots of power. It uses lots of memory, but it doesn't need tons of processing power. Photo JPEG is a codec, an older codec, but actually a pretty great codec. It's versatile. The best thing about it is that it's versatile. It has a quality setting. It is an unqualified scale of 0 to 100. 0 to 100% looks really good, I guess. When you set the quality setting all the way high, you'll get huge files that look gorgeous and require lots of system resources to play. Or you can set the quality slider lower, get a not quite as good picture quality, less CPU power usage, less RAM, and so forth. You ever watched a video and found that it seems like it's being rendered in like big blocks, like a Chuck Close painting? Is that his name? Oh no, have I conflated two names? What is his name? It's a portrait. Close? Doesn't matter, I'm getting off track. These big blocks, photo JPEG with the quality slider really low looks like those big blocks. So when you set the slider very, very low, it looks quite ugly. And when you set it very high, I think it really looks pretty great. If you are pushing the capacity of your system to the limit, experiment with photo JPEG. Render a bunch of little samples of your footage at varying quality levels and then try using them. Use the lowest quality setting whose visual you find acceptable, and then see how your performance is. If your performance is acceptable, you found it. Generally speaking, though, that little game is only necessary if you're working with an older Mac. On Apple Silicon hardware, on modern Macs, ProRes 422 proxy is going to give you better picture at lower file stress, at lower system resources stress, more or less all of the time. H.264 and H.265 are compression formats that are designed for streaming video. Some say H.264 and 265 looks better than Photo JPEG. I say it only looks better than lousy Photo JPEG. I think if you have a Photo JPEG with the quality slider all the way up, pretty difficult to say that anything looks that anything in H.264 looks better than that. H.264 and H.265 are hardware accelerated even on old Macs. If you have an old Mac that can barely get anything done with video, try using H.264 or H.265. You might find that you get appreciably better behavior. H.264 and 265 are what are called temporal codecs, which means skipping to a particular frame in the future requires decoding a whole bunch of frames, and it means that it looks really unsmooth when you play it either faster or slower than it's supposed to be played. So those are some drawbacks. It's why playing a YouTube video from beginning to end is no problem, but skipping around in a YouTube video can sometimes make you feel as though you've done something wrong. It's one of the reasons that that's true. H.264 and 265 are technically compatible with QLab, not recommended by me. ProRes 4444, one of the harder to actually say out loud, is one of only 2 moving image formats with alpha channel support in QLab. Alpha channel means transparency. So if you need to play a video in which within the rectangle of the video there are regions that are clear and you can see whatever cue is behind it, you need to use 4444 or one other format, which we'll talk about in a moment. It is the largest file size of any of these codecs. The files that 4444 generates are truly huge. I think, yeah, here. The little swoosh logo that's been in the upper right corner at the beginning of the day video, that's a tiny little video file. And as an example, this is not the most efficient journey I've ever taken. Where are we? Yeah, that's, so that movie file is under 2 seconds, and it's 7.6 megabytes, despite also being something like 600 by 600 pixels. It's tiny, it's brief, but it's comparatively large given that it's tiny and it's brief because it's 4444. It needs the most system resources of any of the codecs we've discussed. Do not try on cheap Mac. It looks terrific. It looks almost as good as uncompressed video. In a blind taste test, I think that even a discerning individual would have a hard time telling whether you're using 4444 or uncompressed copy of the exact same footage. HAP and HAP Alpha are 2 really interesting codecs. They are not made by Apple. They are made by VidVox, publisher of the slightly complicated but truly spectacular program VDMX, which is a VJ software toolbox. VidVox was tired of trash talking H.264 without having an alternative to suggest, so they invented HAP. HAP looks as good or better than ProRes visually at a comparable file size. So if we compress a video using ProRes and a video using HAP, that same video, and we compress them the approximate same amount so that the 2 files have the same amount of data in them, subjectively speaking, it's pretty universally agreed upon that HAP looks at least as good as ProRes and possibly better. The performance of HAP and HAP Alpha in QLab is somewhere between 2 times and 10 times better than ProRes. So if a Mac can play 1 video smoothly in ProRes, that same Mac can play between 2 and 10 videos of the same size simultaneously at the same level of performance. It is most impressive. It needs third-party tools to encode, and these tools are not intensively maintained. It is not easy to preview a HAP encoded video in the Finder because HAP is no longer compatible with QuickTime. So it's a bit of a hassle. The best HAP encoder that is compatible with Adobe video making tools costs money. So it's a pain in the neck to use. But if you are willing to put in the extra administrative work, it can pay some real dividends in terms of performance. So up to you if you want to sort of go down this road. HAP Alpha is like ProRes 4444. HAP is like ProRes 422. So if you're really trying to squeeze all the performance out of your system and you're willing to do the extra legwork to encode your video as HAP or HAP Alpha, it's going to pay off. But pain in the neck. Video format questions?
So originally I was going to say none of these formats are anything I've ever saved a video as before.
You've saved a .mov.
Yes.
Yeah.
I noticed that yours was a .mov, which I've saved many times. So how do I know what of those it is? Like when I make a video in
iMovie by default exports H.264, I believe. But you can ask it to export other formats. You have to know to look for it. Here you see all my MOV. I'm going to get info, Command I. And under more info, I will see the dimensions and the codec. So this is a HAP encoded version of my F-Train video. The F-Train video is 1.23 gigabytes encoded as ProRes 422 LT, which you can see here in more info, ProRes 422 LT. The same video is 1.47 gigabytes as HAP. I can't preview it in the Finder, but if I bring it into QLab, it plays just fine. So that's where you find out what codec.
And to change what I mean I don't even know that I have it.
Is iMovie on here? Yeah, iMovie's on here.
Yeah.
So let's experiment because I don't know the answer to this question either. iMovie's going to take its sweet time launching. It's probably going to try to sell me something. Great, congratulations. Create new movie. Import some media.
Like, I don't have Cinema 4D or anything high-end.
Sure. Oh, come on now. There we go. Great. Now I'm going to share, email, YouTube, image, file. Let's choose file. iMovie must complete other tasks. Well, what tasks and how long will it take you to complete them?
So I just did this test and I have the answer.
Great. Lay it on me.
So the quality setting in the iMovie export determines it. By default, it's sort of standard is H.264, but there's also a best, which is ProRes 422.
Okay, here we are. Low, medium, high, best.
Yeah, I saw that, but it didn't tell me any,
Yeah, best, or the one that says ProRes is ProRes 422, and then if you stick it at the high as the default, that's H.264.
What about custom? It lets me choose the bit rate down from 3.3 up to 26.6. That sounds like H.264. Yeah. So best. Best will export as ProRes.
which is good.
Which is good. Yeah. Better be it's the best you can do, right. If you have compressor, which is not on here, compressor, which is the recommended tool that I said, it's only $50 bucks. Compressor will let you explicitly choose exactly what file type you want to what codec you want to compress as. Learning to use compressor is a little bit of a journey. It's a little complicated, but if you're doing a lot of video rendering and or you find that you are frustrated by iMovie's limitations, compressor can be a sort of low-risk investment, or a high payoff investment, let's say. The file formats preferred for still images is much easier and briefer conversation. PNG and JPEG. Those are best. After that, GIF is fine, TIFF is fine. Please do not use PSDs. Please do not use PDFs. Actually, we no longer will reveal those in QLab. So PNG, JPEG, TIFF, GIF, whatever makes you happy. QLab does not support playing animated GIFs. Animated GIFs were never meant to exist, and the creator of the GIF was, in fact, highly surprised to discover when that it worked when someone did an animated GIF. It's a bit of an accident of programming, and it's great. I love them, whatever, but that we don't use them in QLab. You want to make a movie, use a movie file. And that's the file formats lecture. Other file format questions, if any? Okay. Camera cues. So, as you recall, here in workspace settings, we looked at output devices, output routing, and then video outputs. But we also briefly touched on video inputs tab. The video inputs tab allows you to bring video into QLab to use as the source of pixels for a camera cue, which is just like how audio input tab lets you bring audio into QLab for use as the source of samples for a mic cue. QLab supports any camera that is either a UVC, a USB video class camera, an IIDC, which I can never remember what it stands for. Do you happen to have it? An interesting, intelligent design camera. Intelligently designed camera. No, I have no idea what IIDC stands for. It doesn't matter. USB connected webcam, if it works in photo booth, in FaceTime, it'll work in QLab. We also support bringing video into QLab via Siphon, via NDI. We support the built-in FaceTime camera on any Mac that has a built-in FaceTime camera. And we support Blackmagic Designs video ingest devices like this Ultra Studio recorder. Blackmagic makes all kinds of devices. The Ultra Studio recorder is just one of them. I'm using it in this demo because it is physically small, therefore easy to stay in my kit. Connects over Thunderbolt, and it's relatively inexpensive. But any Blackmagic video input device that works for you will work for QLab. In the Video Inputs tab, the Monitor button lets you bring up an immediate live monitor of any input. But then a camera cue brings up the live output. So the picture quality here, middling. That is not because of the Ultra Studio. It is because I'm using a relatively inexpensive camera with an extremely inexpensive lens in an environment with not a lot of light, right? The camera was a couple $100. I think the lens might cost $20. And also, it's meant to be like the manufacturer of this camera, most of that $200 is being spent on the camera being durable, not the camera creating beautiful picture, because it's a security camera or an industrial camera. It's meant to be used in some application where picture quality is secondary. Having a picture at all is primary. I use something like this for a conductor cam, for a backstage cam. I use something like this to put as an overhead view on a turntable so that the automation operator can see whether they're on spike, and so forth.
I really feel like a DJ over here at this point.
Yeah.
It feels very...
It's much brighter up there than in real life, right. So this camera outputs HDMI. The HDMI comes into the Ultra Studio recorder. The Ultra Studio recorder connects via Thunderbolt. It appears in a camera queue. And when a camera queue is selected, we have the Basics tab, the Triggers tab, the I/O tab, all of which you are now experts at. But when a camera queue shows you the I/O tab, it gives you video input, but it also gives you audio input. So when you run a camera queue, optionally, you can choose an audio input and run a little embedded mic queue within the camera queue. So in the case of a camera that's connected that has a built-in microphone, you don't have to run two separate queues at the same time to bring up the camera and the mic. Likewise, it has an output, a video output, and an audio output. There is a little caveat, which is that anytime a camera queue, anytime you use a source of video that is NDI, you are locked to using its audio input as well. And anytime you send out video to NDI, you are locked to using that audio output as well. That's something we will change in the future, but it turns out it is not easy to do. The next thing I want to demonstrate is an NDI camera. The camera up there, that is the stream camera that is showing this class to our YouTube stream, is sending NDI video to the local network that's getting picked up by Chris's computer and transmitted via OBS to YouTube. But since it's just an NDI camera, and QLab can bring NDI in, I have selected that NDI source for this camera queue, and now the stream is having an Inception experience. It's my best impression of the Inception horn.
Can you say again how they're connected?
Absolutely. The local area network in this theater that I am connected to, that camera is also connected to it. That camera is sending video out via NDI. That camera contains in it a little computer that produces an NDI output, not just pixels over HDMI or over any other video signal, but it actually sends an NDI output. NDI is available to QLab as an input source. So in workspace settings, video inputs, when I look under the available devices, I see all the NDI sources available on the local network. NDI Cam 1 is that camera, and so here it is. Something I want to show you is that if you run multiple copies of the same camera in multiple queues, you do not get added latency. The amount of work it takes to display one camera queue and the amount of work it takes to display that same camera queue multiple times is very similar. The heavy lifting of rendering the pixels only has to happen once, and then QLab can display those pixels 4 times with only doing the final rendering stage of the stage, ending up with more pixels. So, or more images total. The point is, the hard part happens only once. And so the camera queue can be replicated without a whole bunch of added latency or extra work. Because camera queues are basically just video queues, you can put video effects on camera queues, and they work just like they work on camera queues. So here is a very trippy image. NDI also, the folks who make NDI make a program called Scan Converter, and a company called Sienna makes a slightly more refined version of Scan Converter. Scan Converter lets you take your screen, or a window on your screen, or a region on your screen, and make that available as an NDI output. So now I'm running NDI Scan Converter on this Mac so that my screen can be copied to the stream, but I'm also taking that NDI stream and displaying it through a camera queue over here. Don't know why you'd want to do exactly this other than this class, but if you are, say, wanting to pull something live off of a web page, you could bring up the web page, make the region of interest using NDI Scan Converter over that web page and then display that through QLab. If you wanted to run PowerPoint on your Mac side by side and output PowerPoint, you could do that this way. It would be pretty easy. One of my favorite things that NDI can do is this program, NDIHX Camera. It's a little expensive. I think it's like $40. Runs on your phone. The phone is on a Wi-Fi network that is not isolated from the Ethernet network. So when this app is up and running on my phone, oh, that's not the right demo. That's the right demo. When this app is up and running on my phone, I have a surprisingly solid wireless camera available to me. It's just running over regular Wi-Fi. It's just a regular iPhone, nothing fancy. The cheapest wireless HDMI transmitter that I've ever met that I trust costs $1,000 bucks. So while this app is a little expensive in the world of app pricing, it is cheaper than $1,000 bucks. Now, of course, the phone is not free, but you may already have the phone. I did a piece of dance theater in which 3 dancers were given costumes that had a pocket here, and they put their phone in the pocket, and then I was using live video point of view from the 3 dancers on the psych. I used a completely vanilla Wi-Fi router placed on stage as close to the dancers as possible, and I ran Ethernet from the Wi-Fi router to my Mac, put this software on those 3 phones, end of story. Please.
2 things. One thing, NDIHX camera's only $20, not
Ooh.
half the price. Secondly,
Steal.
if you're on macOS Ventura, there's a feature called Continuity Camera that can do something like that built into the iPhone. So it shows up as a webcam on here. So you can do something similar. QLab will use it. I don't know if you ever tried it.
I didn't know that. QLab uses continuity.
It just shows up like a webcam, so yeah.
That's dope.
Yeah, when you open OBS now, it says, do you want to use your phone as a webcam? Like it's all built in now.
Neat.
I've never tried
I mean,
it.
I know that continuity camera existed. I had no idea that it's just that no specific support was needed on the app developer side to support it. That's so cool.
But it's got the extra disclaimer that you have to be logged into the same Apple ID on the computer, on the Mac you're on, as it's on the phone, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
Which NDI camera app
Does not need, right.
I have a cheaper, not cheaper than that in any way, shape, or form, but cheaper than the $1,000 HDMI one. That's really
Yeah.
good and solid, and that's Hollyland Mars.
Hollyland?
That's the name of the company, Hollyland Mars, and they have wireless. You can do SDI or HDMI. You can go in, out, either one. They don't care, and it is rock solid. We put it in our theater, one end to the other, and do like a dance upstage shot, like by the psych, without having to run 500.
How much?
They're like 300, 400 bucks or so.
Per. So a pair is
For a
600?
pair.
Or for a pair?
For a pair.
Whew. That's nice.
For a pair. And the latency is like 0.01. I mean, it is like zero difference between
Teradek, take note.
regular. Yeah.
Impressive. Great. I'd never heard of that. Thank you for that.
And they're awesome.
So I guess every time I do this class, I need to check to see whether the cost of entry is lower, and it turns out it's way lower. This app is only 20 bucks, not 40. Continuity Camera is free as long as you're signed in to your iCloud account on both devices and you're on the same network. And a Hollyland Mars costs $300 to $400 for a pair instead of a Teradek Bolt, which cost $1,000 for a pair. So, not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. I want to demonstrate just for a moment, though, something that not too long ago would have seemed preposterous to try, but here I am with a multicam in QLab, right? There's the close-up stream camera, the wide stream camera, my phone, and the Blackmagic camera pointed at DJ Chris. This is 4 live cameras coming into QLab, smooth as silk, no problem. I can treat any of these as regular video cues, right? So crossfading, cropping, shuttering, effects, layering, blending, whatever trickery you want. And once again, listen for the screaming fan. No, no screaming fan. Because metal is amazing, and QLab 5 uses metal for video. So we're getting into the territory where, with the right infrastructure, QLab can replace a video switcher. Right? I could switch between these 4 really easily. I could set them all to fade and stop others, and then switch between them 1, 2, 3, 4, no problem with hotkeys. And now I don't need to go get a TriCaster just to flip between cameras, right?
And of course, that is exactly what I'm doing right now.
On the stream.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Sure, I had 4 here, but whatever you like, up to the limits of your computer's processing power and your network's bandwidth if you're using NDI.
Big Mac Studios come with 10 gig Ethernet, so that's a lot of NDI.
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of NDI.
The weekend projection off the floor in this space, it is up to a 6K NDI surface. I can run it over Wi-Fi with only a little bit of trouble and flawless over Ethernet.
Amazing. Yeah.
Could you use like independently of each other, like for lighting cues and also a video switcher and also like audio cues, or would it have to be like 3 separate workspaces?
No, everything QLab can do, it can do at once. So we've got these cameras up. I can go right back to my audio cues demo and start working on that. Oh. The question was, we're doing all this camera stuff in QLab, but if we want to do a bunch of lighting in QLab, do we need to be using a separate workspace? This lighting is still in the same workspace. This audio is still in the same workspace. It's all can run at once. As long as the computer's up to the job, and this Mac Studio definitely is, then you're good to go. Yeah.
Does this start running into problems of layering as well? Or does it
Layering?
Yeah, so if you're like working on projection in the same space as these are up, does it start playing in the background?
So camera cues are just cues. So whatever the layering rules that you set are the layering rules in play, right? I've got, looks like I set these all to layer top, but I could set it to whatever layer I like. And just like any other video cue, the geometry tab for a camera cue behaves exactly the same as the geometry tab for a video cue.
So you're not setting this to different stages or anything like that. You're just making the geometry smaller and in the spot so that it all fits in the same. Okay.
So then how is like why is that so big?
Why is what so big? The cue?
Yeah. But then it's, you know.
I do know what you mean, and the answer is because specifically the NDI app does some things that are weird to get video across the Wi-Fi into a computer without trouble. And one of the weird things that it does is QLab thinks that it knows what size the raster is, but it does not know. But that has more to do with the NDI camera app than any other thing. If you look at my wide and tight shots, I see a rectangle that accurately represents the raster of those cameras. And if you look at my Blackmagic input, likewise, accurate raster. This weird gigantic cue is sort of like, listen, we're doing some tricks to make the Wi-Fi work. Don't want to talk about it. Yeah. So those camera sources, other camera sources, siphon video in from another app that can run video out via siphon, video cues, layering and interlayering, blending, all of this stuff can happen at once. So there's a degree to which the sky is a bit of the limit. Text cues are also just video cues. A text cue simply has a text tab where you type text and you can style the text. You can change the color of the text. And so forth. But since a text cue is just a video cue, every kind of geometry fading works, every type of video effect works. Blend modes work with text cues because once text cues are rendered on screen, they're essentially just still images just PNGs. So I want to do a little demonstration of the kind of thing that you can make with QLab. We have several layers of video here using still images. The background, layer 1, the tree on layer 5, Snow White on layer 4 just behind the tree, shrubs on layer 6. I've also put a little bit of a blur on the background to make it seem distant. To make Snow White walk across the screen, all I need to do is use fade cues to move the shrubs faster than the tree and the tree faster than the background to simulate the parallax of foreground to background. If I want to zoom in on Snow White, or dolly in, depending, she gets bigger, the trees move out of the way. If I want to pull focus down to Dopey, all I need to do is increase the blur on Snow White, decrease the blur on Dopey, and very slightly decrease the blur on the background since the focal plane is coming closer to the background since Dopey's way back there. And then to iris out on Snow White, all I need is a great big image with a hole cut in the middle. Start big and zoom down smaller. And away she goes. It's not the most refined animation in the world. But again, I'm trying to sort of plant some seeds for you about the kind of thing that can happen. That animation has no movie files. If my director wants the cross to last longer than 10 seconds, I just type a few numbers in QLab and it lasts longer than 10 seconds. I do not need to go back to the studio and re-render my footage. So when I'm working, as much as possible, I like to avoid using single final composed and rendered images and instead composite within QLab. And I think there was a question here yesterday, maybe from you, leading towards this question. Compositing inside QLab is just playing a bunch of cues. That's all compositing is. So that gives you something in exchange for doing more work in QLab. You get never having to go back to the original and re-render. Sometimes it makes more sense to make a final product in one big raster. But sometimes making it out of pieces and manipulating those pieces one by one can give us something that we can't get otherwise. Any video questions here? Video questions at all?
I do have a question around getting the footage into being able to see it.
Sure.
Yeah.
In what way do you mean?
From the NDI app, how do I find that?
Sure.
What haven't I done to see it, basically?
So I'm going to go down to Workspace Settings, Video, Video Inputs tab. Create a new input patch. And once you have, go to the Device menu and look under that menu. You will see Blackmagic Design devices, if they're connected, available here. NDI sources, if they're available, here. Siphon sources, if they're available here. Up here where it says NDI video, you'll see any webcams, including the FaceTime camera built into your laptop. Do you see NDI sources available to you?
I do. I don't know which one's mine.
What NDI device are you producing video with? Is your phone on?
Yeah.
It was just locked a moment ago.
Yes, it was, but I was doing it with it on.
So now it's on.
It is.
Might be our Wi-Fi settings preventing you from doing.
Oh wait, we're not on the same Wi-Fi network, you and I. I'm on a special Wi-Fi network that's attached to the Ethernet network directly. I think you are on a guest Wi-Fi network that is not directly attached.
And your phone can't talk to your computer on that guest Wi-Fi network.
Is my computer's not on a guest Wi-Fi, or?
No. The guest Wi-Fi network that we have blocks NDI communication
Got it. Okay.
and other communication like it so that we don't have to like go through any kind of security routine with everyone who joins this Wi-Fi network, which is all kinds of folks. But I'm on a Wi-Fi network that's not isolated from the Ethernet so that I can do the NDI demo.
And so So I guess when I go, is there a standard sort of name that I'll look for? It'll be basically the only NDI device I could.
Well, so like my phone is, the name of my phone in system settings is Callisto.
Okay.
The laptop is Jupiter. The phone, the watch, the iPad are all moons of Jupiter because I'm a big dork. And so it shows as Callisto, name of phone, parentheses, NDIHX Camera. So it'll be, you know, whatever your iPhone's name is, parentheses, NDIHX Camera.
I have 2 questions.
Yeah.
If you were doing, like, what you guys are doing where you're using this as like a video switcher, what do you do about audio frame rate sync?
You want to feel this one, Christopher?
Hello, yes. Question is, what are we doing about audio frame rate sync? So to complete the picture of what's happening on the stream here, which I described to the folks on the stream in great detail, but I realize we haven't described to you. We're actually using, if you're familiar with OBS, which is an open source, that's the last hop. That's the thing that's actually connected to YouTube. So the video part is all of these various NDI streams coming into a QLab workspace on this laptop, being mixed into whatever we want to show the stream. Then that is being sent back out from QLab to another NDI stream to OBS on the same computer. OBS is pulling that in and sending that to YouTube. And it's getting audio separately. There's no audio coming through QLab in this particular streaming setup. We've got it on Dante. All the various mics and the room mics are going through our DS100. And that's being sent to this laptop. This laptop has Dante Virtual Sound Card installed on it, so all the audio is being routed through the DS100 to this laptop into OBS directly. And OBS has this handy little audio sync thing that on the first day I realized the audio was not synced up, and if you go back and look at the recording of the stream, over the first couple of hours, the sync moves around quite a lot as I'm trying to figure out what the sync should be. And so that is how the audio is being synced. I effectively add almost 0.3 of a second of a delay on the audio because the audio from Dante is getting here much faster than the various NDI feeds hopping from 3 different computers and finally hitting OBS.
Would you say it gets there somewhere in the neighborhood of 0.3 of a second faster?
I would say that. I would say even maybe 290 milliseconds if I wanted to be precise.
Right on.
Yeah. If we ever added direct support for QLab to hook up to YouTube or whatever streaming platform, then QLab would need to have some audio delay somewhere built in to be able to tweak that number to do that sync.
Now we could do that. I can make a mic cue. Blah, 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 where is it? I know how to do this. Mic cue, and go to audio effects and add AU sample delay. And I can just delay the audio coming into QLab. Of course, AU sample delay only works in samples. So how many samples at 48 kilohertz represents 0.3 of a second? Math again with the math.
Well, I don't know. Blackmagic works in frames, so you know.
Right. So, but if I had a more reasonable plugin installed, I could just, dial it up. What I can't do easily is delay the video if the video got there earlier than the audio, which is not like the most common thing, but you need to be able to do it.
Okay. And my second one is Blackmagic. QLab talks to Blackmagic.
Yes. Blackmagic hardware, if it's attached to your Mac, will present inputs or outputs or both to QLab, depending on what the hardware is and how it's configured.
I was going to say, is there a restriction on which hardware?
Anything that uses the decklink protocol, so anything that's called an Ultra Studio, a decklink, or an Intensity.
Okay, so not like the regular switchers and stuff like that.
So none of those send video to a computer at all.
Yeah, they do.
What?
The A10s all do. You can go out USB-C, it acts as a webcam. Every computer sees it that way.
But that is just a webcam.
Right.
So QLab supports a webcam.
Yeah.
So that's
it sees
supported.
It that way, not like
it sees it that way, not through
not
Blackmagic.
through some special Blackmagic. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
But it means you won't get, for the Blackmagic specific stuff, the Ultra Studio and the decklink, you'll get a lot of controls, but you don't have a decklink output to do control, and you have a very simple device. But the fancier devices have controls that you can control your formats and stuff like that. You won't be able to do that through the webcam access of the A10s. you can through Ultra Studios and through Technics.
Although you can, presumably, inside the ATEM, do stuff to make what you're sending out look just the way you want it. So, yeah. An ATEM fronting cameras into QLab is a great way to, like, if you already have the ATEM, using it as a front end to mix your cameras into QLab is a great way to have the QLab side of cameras be really simple. One camera queue and whatever the ATEM gives me is what I've got. Right. Nice and easy. Or ATEM coming out of QLab. I use that a lot, where I'll come out of QLab via HDMI, out of my Mac via HDMI into a dumb HDMI to SDI converter, straight into my ATEM. And then the output of the ATEM goes to my projector. That way, if I have to unplug the projector because there's an electrical problem or whatever, nothing changes as far as the Mac is concerned. My queue keeps playing to the ATEM, everything, it's just a step of isolation that's very nice. Yeah. There's another hand, yeah.
Is there any way to control like pan and tilt of a camera that is movable from QLab?
Depends on what kind of controls the camera accepts. Fair. If they're OSC controllable, you bet. Gotcha. MIDI, easy. Visca over IP, if anyone out there knows the answer to the following question, I would love to know. And the question is this: to what degree is the Visca over IP protocol for any given camera applicable to other cameras? Does every pan tilt camera out there that accepts Visca IP have its own flavor? Or are there universal controls that apply to everybody, and then each camera adds their own optional ones? 0 is the number of manuals I have been able to find that can answer that question. So in theory, using the network system already existing in QLab, I can create a network device definition that sends Visca over IP commands, in theory. But I'm reticent to do it because I've only been able to find a comprehensive listing of Visca over IP commands for like this one Sony pan tilt camera that costs $1,200. And I'm like, okay, well, that's not bad, but that's not for everybody. I've never used that camera, right? PTZ optics are the pan tilt cameras you see all over New York City theater, so I want to be able to talk to PTZ optics. I have manually, using the PTZ optics manual, manually created an UDP text command that pans and tilts my PTZ optics. But I couldn't tell whether that was specific to that one camera, or all PTZ optics, or all pan tilt cameras. Who knows? So I'd like to learn more so that I can make it a little bit easier.
I think all PTZ optics, that's what we have. I think they're all their cameras that are pan, tilt, zoom are all the same, like, scheme.
You believe they're all the same commands?
Mm-hmm.
Great. That's news to me, so that's useful.
Because when we change cameras out in Companion, I just have to change the IP. I don't have to change any command, even when I change from like an SDI to an NDI and stuff like that.
That's encouraging. That's really encouraging. So it means it's worth my time to make a PTZ optics command set, which we can reasonably expect will control all PTZ optics cameras. I just need to get my hands on one temporarily to make sure I've tested it out correctly.
I'll let you borrow one.
Thank you. Or I could just dig up the workspace from that one show where I already did it and just extrapolate. But you get the picture. So yeah, kinda, yeah.
Yeah, just might take some figuring out.
Might take some figuring. A lot of camera manufacturers like to think that like, oh, it's really easy to PTZ our camera. All you need to do is buy our PTZ controller. Yeah. Like, oh, well, that is easy. But that's not what I'd like to do. What else? Yeah.
I guess I'm wondering if you can use a camera to perceive changes on stage and then utilize that information to trigger something.
I've done that. I did it using Max MSP though. I created a jitter patch which looked at the average color of a specific region from the camera. And if the color was more red than some value of redness, it sent a MIDI note to QLab to do a thing. And the footage was footage shot out of the front of a subway train. So every time the subway train approached a red signal, QLab would get a message. Every time it approached a green signal, QLab would get a different message. So it's fun, bit of a challenge. And of course, external to QLab tool required. And there are no short journeys into the land of max MSP jitter. There are only frustrating journeys, lengthy journeys, or frustrating and lengthy journeys. But I enjoy it. You know, just take it easy, take a lot of deep breaths, and go down that little path, and you end up with something very cool, because it's a very cool tool. Right? You gotta be patient. Yeah, thank you. It is 4:48. We have entered into the time of day where I think that it is not fruitful to start a new topic. So I will open the floor to any question of any sort pertaining to anything we've talked about or anything relevant to anything we've talked about so far, today or yesterday.
I have a note that said come back to composition today.
Yeah, that's what we just talked about.
Okay, I was just making sure.
Right, that's like Snow White was my demo for composition.
Thank you.
Yes, but thank you for the note.
Yes.
Do you feel as though the topic was addressed?
Yeah, I just forgot that was what it was called.
Great, good.
Regarding that Snow White, the Snow White herself was its own image.
Yes.
So did that have to be a format that allows transparency?
Yes. Snow White was a PNG, and why do I just sort of wave my hands and describe it instead of show it to you? Show, don't tell, right? Isn't that what they say? So, there's Snow White. This is a PNG image. It's this wide by this high, and all the pixels around Snow White, since every image has to be a rectangle, all the pixels around Snow White have an alpha value of full, which means fully transparent. And so whenever anything with alpha is brought into QLab, QLab interprets the alpha as clear.
Now you can do that in Photoshop and then save as a PNG.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
This guy, I use Affinity Photo personally. I find it intuitive, I find it easy to use, I find it affordable, and I like the way that they approach new feature development. I don't have anything against Photoshop. If Photoshop makes you happy, use Photoshop. But
Photoshop elements, so that's
yeah, it's Photoshop but affordable. Exactly.
Yeah.
Affinity Photo. If you're looking for a photo editor, allow me to recommend that. Pixelmator Pro, also a dynamite image editor. Dynamite image editor.
Will we cover tomorrow audition mode versus?
So tomorrow, the plan is workflow tools, lighting, Audition counts as a workflow tool, and collaboration. That's the plan for tomorrow. And then, potpourri, bits and pieces, whatever whatever I suddenly realize I forgot to talk about.
Now, did you say there was a specific app you needed to get your phone camera?
Well, what I just learned from Chad is that there is not. You can just, if your Mac is running macOS Ventura or newer, then the camera on your phone is automatically made available to your Mac as a webcam, which I think is the coolest thing I've ever heard. Probably iOS 16 as well. Yeah, good call. And of course, you have to be logged into the same Apple ID on both devices.
And on the same Wi-Fi network.
Yeah. Although it might use, what's it called? Bluetooth to make the handshake, and then it might use the same kind of shtick as AirDrop so that they don't actually need to be on the same Wi-Fi network. Thank you. AirDrop is the word I was looking for.
Sense the need for a replacement iPhone budget line.
Yeah, it turns out like the 3-year-old iPhones, which can still run iOS 16, can be had for pretty reasonable prices. Good call.
Nothing else because TCP will work over.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you know of an Android alternative
An Android alternative.
to connecting a phone?
I believe there is an Android NDI camera app, but I don't know for sure. The app development landscape for Android is complex, right? Because not everyone supports the same app store. Not every Android build works with every other kind of app store. So it can be difficult for developers to determine how to go about developing an app for Android.
NDIHX Camera is on the Android Google Play Store.
The Google Play Store has NDIHX Camera straight from the from Realtek, the people who make NewTek, the people who make NDI. So there you go. That's the.
And it's the same price, $19.99.
Awesome. And if you find an NDI app out there made by NewTek or Sienna, I'm telling you, you can trust it. Anyone else? Maybe, but I don't know for sure.
We were also getting the same feedback from the stream chatters saying that the NewTek app is one of the most stable ones.
Yeah, it's really, really nice. Don't love that it's only got one setting, which is like low, medium, or high quality, but like whatever, it works, so it's not such a big deal. I wish I knew what numbers went with low, medium, high, but I'm the one who's preaching, you don't need to know the numbers, Sam. If it looks good, just leave it alone. Get on with your day. So, yeah.
Does a mechanism exist to control like EOS Nomad from like within the same machine?
Okay, here we go.
Nomad on my own on this machine with QLab on this machine.
Yep, I hear you. I hear you. I mean, yes, and when you run Nomad on a Mac, it creates a virtual network device because Nomad pretends to be essentially a computer. And the virtual network device has an IP address that is not the IP address that Nomad shows you it is. Because Nomad tunnels through the virtual network device and gets the real IP address that your Mac has. So you got to find out what IP address that virtual device uses and send your OSC to that. Or maybe it's to localhost 127.0.0.1 to the right port, and Nomad will catch it. If folks want to, we can spend some time with Nomad tomorrow. It's a lot of like sitting there and scratching your head and staring, but I'm happy to do it. I just don't want to do it if like most folks are not into it. But yeah, networking to into Nomad is a little bit harder than it seems like it ought to be, because Nomad is doing something much more complicated than it seems like it should be doing, and it's doing it so well. And it's just like, okay, don't look under the covers. It's brilliant, leave it alone, is kind of my assessment of Nomad.
I have this working on my laptop, but afterwards I can show you what I have going.
Super, thank you.
I was gonna say, that's like different than like getting Nomad to talk to like capture or like a different visualization software.
Completely different, yeah, completely different. Although it seems like it should be similar, it is in fact not similar. What else? Yeah.
So I noticed in the network outputs, you had specifically the voxel fader as a type.
Yes.
Something that like we could make our own special type.
Yes, it is possible. Right now, the spec is not published because we are not confident that we're done changing it. And because it is sort of like a pain in the neck to edit. And so our feeling is we're not sure that even if we were done changing the format, that we're ready to assume the role of supporting people who are trying to make one and not meeting with success. I'm not saying that that's out of the question, but that has the potential to be a situation where the amount of support that it takes exceeds the amount of utility that it offers, writ large. Something that we have to do as we develop QLab is sort of try to balance the question of who of the many, many different sorts of QLab users might want this, and how much might it help them, how much might it make possible something that is currently utterly impossible. And so this is an example where it makes convenient that which is otherwise possible. And so when it makes something convenient that is otherwise possible, and we feel like maybe not so many folks might use it, it's easy to deprioritize it. But it doesn't mean that the flip side of that is it's also pretty easy to just say, yeah, you can do this now. Here's the spec, we're not going to help you. And that's a very, very low amount of work. So the opposite side is, well, very low work to put the feature out. We could put the feature out. So it's really just about like, well, are we ready for this? Is the spec set? And do we think that this is valuable enough to at least be able to have the conversation, no, I'm not going to help you, and this is why I think that's okay.
And I will say, as with this space as a test bed, this this little custom OSC dictionary that's just for this building and only shows up on QLab machines in this building is really fun, because we have another QLab machine running up on the mezzanine level, which is the QLab, which controls the building. It controls the lights on the facade. It controls what mode things are in. It can turn the work lights on and off. It can turn the lobby looks to different colors, and you can send it OSC messages to do all of those things or to change the audio routing. So because the building has an OSC dictionary, you can control the AC. You can set the temperature via OSC and things like this. And we can expose, because we have this custom dictionary on the QLab machines here, we can expose that to guest artists in a way that they can easily manipulate the building and also not mess it up. Like, we can kind of put guardrails around it. And it just is awfully fun. It's like a really fun way to give people a little control. I mean, when people walk in here and can just start sending messages to the building and it reacts, it's pretty sick. It's pretty fun. People kind of flip out. So we haven't even shown you the projected stage floor. I don't know if the class will get into that, but we should do a little demo for the people who are here, because that's awfully fun too. Anyways, yeah, it's exciting to integrate physical world with computers. I just get nerd out about it.
Let's see, what else can I do here? Oh yeah, stage floor. Okay. NDI receiving? Okay, great, stand by. Oh, yes, I do. I need a spec? Oh, yeah.
So I'll just narrate what Sam's doing, is that we have a separate Mac Studio backstage, which is driving 8 projectors that are permanently mounted above the grid, pointed at mirrors so that they project down. And they have been, the backstage Mac has been mapped so that they all appear as just one giant surface which projects onto the floor. What is it, Alec, is it roughly a 5K monitor, essentially? Yeah. About 5K worth of pixels. And so anyone who's in this building can create a stage of that resolution and size and attach it to the NDI input of the backstage Mac and just send video to the floor. The last show that just closed in here used it artistically to create visual looks on the floor at various parts of the show. But we also use it all the time for things like lining up the tables for this class. Alec just used some text cues to get some straight lines and kind of arrange them on the floor in the center line. And then we lined up the tables along the text cues to get them nice and aligned without having to break out a measuring tape.
I'm not seeing anything. Do I need to do something else?
We, when we have guest artists in and they are just in a big empty room, we can quickly show them some various seating arrangements, because we project images of seats at actual size onto the floor for various, like in the round, proscenium, thrust, so they can, and we do, and Alec made up a little miniature web page which controls all this, so you can actually bring up your phone and just press buttons to make it happen. Oh yeah, so unfortunately I can't show this to the stream, sorry stream, but on the floor now there are images of seating
got some chairs
arrangements.
here. you're sending, right? But I'm still not able to see it, it seems.
I might be encountering a bug with actually picking your NDI source and it not connecting.
Oh. I'm sending grid proj.
Yeah, you are. I can see it. You just can't. As soon as I click on it, it says disconnected.
Huh. All right, well, that's something else.
So we found all sorts of uses for a projected stage floor. This one is not that expensive considering, because we used the cheapest projectors we could get. And we use it for all, when Alec is making new cable runs, he projects a cable length onto the floor so he can just pull the cable along the floor to the length of the projected image and cut it to fit whatever length that he wants to make that day. So we're finding it has all kinds of fun uses. We even had some artists come in to build a set and they projected their blueprints onto the floor at actual size, and they just had their carpenters screw the set into the floor where the blueprint said it should be. So it's pretty fun. We continue to find new uses for it. We'll eventually get some kind of write-up about exactly all the pieces and how we built it on our website. We're trying to accumulate notes and write-ups for all these things. So we'll put it up. Are we putting one too many NDI feeds on this network and it's finally
falling over?
Finally falling over. One more 5K NDI, I just can't do it. I don't wanna.
There we go.
There we go.
There we go. And because I shot at 240 frames per second, I can slow down to quarter speed, not make everyone seasick, and it really still plays at a fairly reasonable tempo.
This is the most NDI traffic we've ever had.
And it's doing all right. How's the stream? The perennial question.
The stream is still running. We still, I mean, I don't know how much NDI we have on this network right now, and a lot of it's wireless, and it's still holding up. Pretty cool.
What do you mean a lot of it's wireless?
Isn't yours?
No,
No.
I'm an Ethernet.
Phew, great.
Oh, that would be horrifying. I mean, no, that would be amazing, but like, I'd be scared going in.
We have put the stage, this 5K stage floor wireless, haven't we? Yep. And it did all right. So.
Oh, passing through the bridge.
We have a pretty beefy Wi-Fi network, and when you have just one person on it, you get good Wi-Fi.
Yeah. Thank goodness we're not doing it for the stream, though.
It does look pretty groovy. Alrighty. And that is the demo of the wild voxel stuff.
Thank you for indulging us.
You're very welcome. Thank you for indulging me.
Now Chris has to go pick up his daughter.
All right. That concludes our class for the day. Tomorrow, as I said, we'll be talking about lighting, we'll be talking about workflow tools, collaboration, and whatever else bits and pieces, including topics that you would like to bring to the table. Thank you so much for your time and attention. Thank you, Internet people.